Shut up and sit down.
Hello, gang. Colin here. Festa 67's workshop. And Mike over at Scaly Models is also here.
Hello.
And also,
Moist.
we have that man has joined us. Hello,
Moist.
how are you, mate?
Moist. Hello. Hey, everyone.
How you doing, Geese? All right?
Sweaty. Warm.
Yeah, that's why I've immediately gone to down cam because, yeah, I don't want to put this fault in your heads, folks, but I may be sat here topless and it's not a pleasant look.
Yes.
Oh.
There's moisture in all the wrong places for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, and I'm not. I don't think I'm the only person topless in here, am I?
I'm wearing a t-shirt. It's a nice Warhammer t-shirt. You can see it.
Oh, you're wearing a t-shirt at the moment, are you?
I'll clarify nothing further than I'm wearing a t-shirt.
yeah, it's a bit hot and it's a bit sweaty. I will do the chat imminently, folks. I am just setting up my tablet because I had forgotten to do that.
Hello.
Yeah, so how you been, mate? Obviously, people are going to ask how mum is. So do you want to do a little mum's okay type thing so it's done and dusted?
Yeah. Mama Fox is back in hospital, as she has been for a few weeks, but she's getting better. It's a very slow recovery, so she's slowly recovering. So it's been a long road, and it's still a long road, and there's a long way to go yet, which is why I've not been around much, of course. So.
No, absolutely, totally understandable, mate. But like anything, folks, about the last, mate. And
that's fine. It's just tonight I'm kind of lucky because I'm not expecting any phone calls. I know she's not coming home tomorrow, so I can actually do this tonight.
You can have a bit of Fox time and a distraction, mate.
Oh,
That's the key.
Rightio,
let's have a quick scroll up and see who's in the chat. You, Gordon. He says, I know I'm an hour early, but he says...
is that you with an H or you with a Y?
That's you with an H, mate. We call him Hugo.
Hugo.
Yeah.
Hugo. As in the Fiat. Yeah. But anyway.
As in the Fiat.
Hugo, isn't it? Yeah. That's me saying hello to him. He's saying, hello, mate. Hope you're feeling better, lad. Yeah, like I say, I just had a bit of a demonic blip. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, you know, it's mental health at the end of the day. I have ups, I have downs, and this week was a downer. But I go day by day at the moment. I've got a core group of mates that help me out and lecture me and stop being a chud and that sort of thing. And
so you just said it's me, basically, if you use the word chud.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, it's like anything. It takes a depressive to know a depressive.
Yeah, that's true.
And we are complex characters when we're on a downer. But yeah, I'm getting there. Candygrams in says I to Festa and you, Gordon, not you, Fox.
This is going to be a long show, isn't it?
I saw your wave there. It's like, oh, bless
It's 3 hours of explaining each comment, I think.
Yeah, I need to come up with subtitles, don't I?
It's got an orc on it. It's got an orc with an H, and an orc with an O.
Orc with an H.
What if you gave an orc an orc? Would it be an orc?
Yeah, it'd be an orc. An orcs. Yeah, that's a phone company, isn't it? Orc. Anyway, he says it's great to be here for a bit of a chill out time. Absolutely, mate. Yeah. You Golden says evening, Jeff. Good to see you on board. Candygram says likewise to you.
Candygram
with an H.
Likewise to me.
No, you with H. Now you're starting.
I think you're gonna have to start saying like Hugh or something.
Yeah,
you.
How about just say Hubert? Then we'll know.
How about I'll just say HG.
HG.
Yeah, HG.
H? No, you can't say H because that's the missus. How about Hubert?
Hubert. It's thinking Pollard, isn't it?
Because in our private Facebook chat, like Dad is Dadbert, and you're like you're Colbert or Festabert or something. I can't remember.
Something like that. Bloke with a bald head and the Atbert in it or something.
I think I'm Idiot Bert or something, or I can't remember.
Yeah. Paul's in says evening to Jeff. You. Grandy Cam for Mongo says I Paul. Said it again.
Oh God, we're all just broken, aren't we?
HG says hello to Paul.
I see what you did there. Good,
wasn't it? He says made a humongous plate of chips, fries, yummy, happy days.
Humongous. Is that humongous with an H or?
That's his brother, humongous. Richard Pezzles. Richard Pezzles in says hello, Colin Foxx and everyone else.
Hi, Richard.
HG says hello to Ricardo. Yeah, look, yeah. Hello, well, yeah. We are. Plastic Monkey saying hello to Richard and saying hello
Plastic
to you.
Monkey with an H?
With H. Bastard.
Oh, I'm not going back on this show, am I?
He's saying, wow, Thunderbolt and Lightfoot's just appeared on the telly. Oh, that's old Splint Eastwood, isn't it? Clint Eastwood, even.
Yeah. His brother, Splint.
Yeah. Jeff Bridges and Clunt, he says, hey, what? 1974 classic. I thought I read that right. Mark Shellard says, hello, are there prunes on offer? That's one for Dad.
No.
Ross
will there be
Medlock
party?
says, there's bound to be. Ross is in, says, evening all.
Evening, Ross.
Hello, mate. Thanks for your messages during the week, Ross. Much appreciated, mate. Some bloke called Model Making Guru says,
Idiot.
good evening all.
Yeah, don't listen to him. He's an idiot.
Paul says hello to Fox, as does Richard. Max McGinn's in, says hello, everyone. Hello, mate. Plastic Monkey saying hello to Max. Mike saying hello to Fox. Sue's in, says Ice Queen and Mike. Hello, Colin and Mike, with the love hearts and roses. Model Making Guru, he's a plank, isn't he, eh? Oh, look, Scaly Models has put in some arts. Sue's put in more arts.
No more.
Are you done?
Yep.
We will need to look down the end of that cavernous straw in a minute and all.
Big straw!
There you go.
Oh, look at me all.
Okay, now I'm scared.
He's
He's saying,
of the gods.
It almost Dad Hugs. Will I get through this chat? It will. Will I get through this chat? I doubt it.
No.
Max is saying hello to me, Fox, Scaly, Scummoddle Ninja, Plastic Monkey, Ice Queen, Candy Graham, and you.
Hi, Max.
Wait, you with an H or me?
No, he already said you at the beginning.
Okay.
MMG.
Okay.
This is going to be a long night, isn't it?
I think next week it'll be like, right, there's a load of chat, and then we're off. There we go, done.
Yeah, Chris is in. Liddy the Pink saying hello to everyone in the chat. How you doing, mate?
Evening.
Mark saying hello. That's me saying hello to Sue. Look at that lot, Sue. Look at that.
Sue.
Yeah, lovely, isn't they, Sue?
I only
Mark says
did
hello
like,
to Fox.
I think I only did like one heart for Sue. I don't have it ready to copy and paste like some people.
I don't copy and paste it like some people. Hey, God, Wibblekins. Daniela's in, so he's saying hello to Daniela, aka what is his real name actually?
Paul.
Philip, isn't it? No,
Paul.
That's it. Yeah,
I think 95% of the time when you don't know someone's name, it's usually Paul.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's always the way.
James is in, saying hello. Hello, mate.
Hello,
Let's have a look.
James.
See who else is coming in. Sprue and Glue's in. Hello, Sue, Festa, Dad, and Paul Lugs. Happy days.
Hiya, Dave.
So everyone's saying hello to each other there. Yeah, that was a wibble about the hangout. Won't go into that. Alex Fulp is in. Says hi, everyone. Hello, Alex.
Hello.
Hope you're doing all right, mate.
That fought with an F.
Everyone's saying, yeah, everyone's saying hello. You Gordon says good advice. He's saying, yeah, your shortbread's in the past, mate. In the post, even whatever.
Shortbread is always in the past.
Fox says pre-roll times. This music reminds me of Persona 4 battle music. Can I just nod because I've got no idea what that is?
It's a video game thing. Trust me.
Mad Max is in. Says good day, Friday. Hello, Max. How you doing,
Hello,
guys?
Max.
Free roll.
Thanks for popping in and saying hello. Spruce
got the
says, I
sniffles already.
Look forward to eating that laugh out loud. You says, indeed, Fox, or a CD 70s porno intro. Nah, you want a CD porn intro, mate. Watch one of Terry's videos. The old Ron Jeremy music. I said that out loud. Oh, God. Sprue and Glue says, Festa, sorry, and comment removed. Oh, don't be daft, mate. Don't be daft. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, mate.
Feel sorry for me
Guru
instead.
says, yeah. Q Sifcast Moffel, yeah. No one has to remove comments. We all speak freely. William Rayburn says, hello, everyone. Colin and Fox.
Yeah.
Dad was playing air drums, which he was doing really well. Proper cozy.
Wait, is that air drums or air with an H?
Air with an A, mate.
Okay, not hair drums.
No,
I don't want to know what hair drums are. That gives me
No,
wrong images.
as in compressed air.
Okay, because hair drums
Yeah.
sounds not right at all.
No, that don't
gives me-
sound good at all.
That gives me a different
That's
image.
as bad as saying you like custard on your plums, isn't it?
Oh,
Bruce saying hello to William. You says moan the loon.
I enjoy
Martin
sucking on them, never
Cannon's
mind.
in. Says hello, everyone. Hello, Martin.
Hello, mate.
Welcome to the normal chaos, mate. They're both trying to put me off the chat tickets.
Normal chaos.
You says hello to Bill. There you go.
Arsenal.
Mark saying swing your pants.
Swing your
Black
pants.
Skunk Works is in. Says hello all. Hello, Black Skunk Worm.
Hello.
Did I call you Skunk Worm? Skunk Works even.
Skunk worm.
It's so easy, isn't it? Mark says no pants. I can't look at the screen now. The pair of pillocks. Plastic Monkey says hello to William. Where's my gun? He's saying hello to everyone in the chat.
Spam dangler.
Final countdown. Yeah, we're getting
It's a
there.
fight. No, I can't
Boys.
sing that. Copyright. That's the only problem. You can't. When anybody says that, you're supposed to sing it dead loud, but you can't because of copyright.
Absolutely. Claire's in. Hello, Claire. You're right, my love.
Hello,
Saying hello to
Claire.
Hello,
Mad
Claire.
Max. Angus Allett in Australia. We'll call everyone mate. No names required. Yeah, same here, mate.
Angus.
G'day, bro.
Claire saying hello to Dave at Sprue and Glue. Angus says hello to all you chatty people. Edward Leonard says fucking pink straw laugh out loud.
Pink straw. Pink straw.
I
Witness,
know.
mate. There's no hole in that. It's just a solid edifice.
I worry about you, Fox. You've been in that room far too long on your own, haven't you?
Well, about 35 years, yeah.
Claire says hello, Colin, Mike, Fox, and everyone in the chat. Daniela says moist the moobs. Oh, you got moist moobs, Daniela. Oh dear.
Moist.
So, as far as I know, I'm really hoping that's everyone. If I have missed anyone out, blame these two pillocks. Mark Shellod says sticky plums.
Sticky plums. Plums.
And he's saying air drums are what have been made out of Colin's Barnet. Nah, believe you me, mate. Oh, I'm done on chat.
I hope that's orange juice and not just a big jar of brake fluid.
It needs to be something with you two, doesn't it?
That's it then.
Right, thanks everyone. We'll see you all at some point. Bye.
I just had to neck that lot because, yeah.
Oh, bloody hell, that went fast, didn't it?
Cool, it did, mate. So fast, I've got to do another one.
You breathe it in.
Yeah, I had a dry throat, mate.
Hi, Ross.
Dad, I looked at your screen and I just read that as Herman Marwedge.
Who?
And I was like, what's Marwedge? That sounds painful.
Oh, the Herman Marweed.
I read it as Marwedge. I don't think I'd want a Marwedge.
I thought it said Sherman.
Sherman Marwedge.
Yeah, it's like, sounds like a nice girl.
Sherman.
How's your Sherman? All right, what am I doing?
Cole,
What am
you're
I
seriously
doing?
lacking some sort of little avatar for you to be you on screen when you're not on screen. Like me and Dad have got ours. You need a thing. Have you not got a thing? He's gone quiet. He's either sitting there going for fuck's sake, or he's actually looking around for something.
He's looking for
I am.
some-
I'm looking. I'm like, what the bloody hell are you on about?
Have you not got a puffin or a?
Yeah, it's right up there.
Yeah, that's not good, is it?
I've got an Uncle Festa. What's his name? Somewhere, ain't I? Oh, it's right in front of me. You
He sat at the bench.
spud.
Oh God, he's getting up. We might see things we're not supposed to see.
Oh no! Yeah. Oh, I'm really. Hopefully, nothing dangled in front of the camera.
What was that?
You don't want to know.
I felt a disturbance in the force.
So did I.
How's that?
Yeah, but it's in a box. You don't want to open it though. Do we need to get Scott to send him a puffin?
I've got a
got one.
puffin. I've got one.
Oh,
I've
you've
got
got a
one up
puffin.
there.
Oh, you haven't you got
Yeah,
one
it's
with a
up
hat
on the shelf. Yeah, Magnus.
You have to sort that for next time then, won't you? Hey,
Oh, cut me. That's all right. I'll get it out. Oh, mate.
Made his glasses fall off and everything. You've just totally devalued your Festa now.
Well, the box was already open.
Oh, okay.
You can really see that, can't you?
You have to kind of play. You have to kind of.
I have to play with it.
Some puppetry is required. I hate to tell you.
Fuck off.
You have to make a hat for it, aren't you now?
You want a dry slap?
You want some of this?
I am going to have to make an hat. I've got another one. Right there. I've got that one.
Is that Stan Lee?
No, it's Clay Morrow out of Sons of Anarchy. Ron Perlman.
Oh, I don't know what any of that means. I thought it was Stan Lee for a minute. I'm like, what?
Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm going to have to make him an hat, ain't I? With an H.
With an H.
Yeah, an at.
Hey, Frankie. Frankie goes to Bobby Woodson.
Hey, Frankie.
Hello, Frank. How you doing, mate? That's in the way. It's in the way now.
He's in the way. Yeah, we just fob ours off when we finish with them. They just go off on the side. It's just, well, we're doing the intro bit. Something to play with, isn't it?
My mum used to cut the insides out of my pockets and said, just play with that.
Steady now.
Oh, dear.
Now the tone's lowered.
Your mother was very forward thinking for the 1930s.
That's all right. My stalk was already been in, Dad. We've only been on a couple of minutes.
No.
Yeah, stalk has been in already.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bless.
What's that? Have you got the magic thumbage?
Yeah.
Do you know how much we care? Do you know how much we care?
I think what happens is some live shows get thumbs downs and they just thumbs down mine thinking it's me. I think that's what's happening.
Iris Tyring's in saying good evening.
Hey, buddy.
Hello, Iris. How you doing, mate? Right. Anyway.
Do you know what we think about thumbs down? Nothing. We don't think anything about them.
No. It was just Dad said lowering the toner so I don't have to worry because the stalk has been in. It's up to them. It's up to them.
Yes.
Right, let's get that off of there.
Right, what you're playing with then?
I'm playing with the Valkyrie, mate.
Ooh, it's looking rather spectacular. I can't imagine there's much left to do on it apart from build another 15 things onto it.
Yeah, there's the tank thing got to go on the top, isn't there? And
you've got to somehow get a Baneblade into it and also three other Valkyries.
There's some folks inside it. There's some barbed wire on it.
Now, I have to ask you a question.
Manglers, yeah.
It's personal. You said, well, I'll come back to that in a minute. What are you playing with, Dad? You're playing with your Warhammer boat?
Playing with me boat, me Erman Marweed.
Is it the Love Boat?
It's not. No, and I'm not even going to sing it because the last time I sang it on a live stream, the video got pulled.
Yeah, that wasn't because of copyright. That was just because of your voice.
Yeah, singing it done it. Thank you.
They just sent a mail saying, "Yeah, please don't do that again. It's not copyright. Just please don't do it again." Yeah. Well, as I have been for the last 38 months, I'm still working through my Death Guard Combat Patrol. I have many things already. But I've got hundreds and hundreds of dudes to build, so it's been on and off for the last 6 months. So I'm building more Chaos Plague Marines, or rather Death Guard Plague Marines.
Sweet.
Now, I meant to ask you, Festa, Colin, even Dave, Paul, Ted, Ian, Alistair, whatever.
Not guilty. Someone must have left it there.
No, that was me. I've just realised I stuck a... You remember last time we were here and I was trying to stick a Space Marine to a base and he wouldn't fit properly? Because his feet didn't line up. It's because I left the rock he's supposed to stand on the sprue.
Oh.
Warhammer have this habit of making...
Oh, my goodness.
They have this thing of saying, we'll have him in a funny pose, but we'll put a rock under his foot. I hate when they do that.
Yeah, that's right. You kept saying, I need to put something under his foot because he looks like he's doing a river dance or something you came up with, wasn't it?
Well, it's a sign of when people are learning to draw. It's a sign of a poor artist because they draw a brilliant figure and realise the left foot is 6 inches off the ground. They have to just put a stone underneath it just to make it look normal.
Yeah, or a bit like my arm. put a rock in front of the foot because you've run out of room.
Yeah, or like when you get a vehicle and one wheel's not quite... You'd build a car or a vehicle and one of the wheels just raised up off the base. So you just put some grass tufts there just to, nobody will know. Because you always get one wheel that doesn't quite touch the base. Anyway, yes.
Oh, absolutely.
I was going to ask you, last time you did a stream, you were not happy with your checker pattern. But I believe you've now fixed it.
That's on Wazbomb, isn't it? Hold up, let's get Wazbomb.
Was it the Wazbomb Dackerjet?
Yeah, it was Wazbomb Dackerjet, mate. I was having a bit of a wibble, wasn't I, if I remember rightly?
There was wibblage, there was.
Because that has been known. Let's just
did you fix it?
A minute.
Quickly to interrupt, Mad Max has got to get off. Everyone have a good weekend. He's got to go.
Take care, Mad Max.
No worries, Max. Catch you later, mate. Make sure I don't knock me camera, being that I'm up.
Don't knock me camera. Oh, God, yeah. Steady now. Alert.
Where is it? Oh, God.
Go, Betty.
Betty Swallocks. Yeah, there you go. That's Wazbomb.
That's right. Did you actually fix it, or have you not touched it since?
I'm not too sure, really. I just weathered a bit of it, and it's as good as.
I can't remember if I put it in the chat, but what I was meant, if I didn't, what I meant to put in the chat was, don't worry about it, because I'm never happy with checkers until I've weathered them.
Oh yeah, this hasn't been weathered yet, so it's very early doors with rusting and scratches and chipping. So I've I saw your message and have taken it on board, mate. So
my advice would be, don't worry about them as they are right now, because they always look weird when they're dead start. All you need to do is, I'd get like a medium grey, like a Mechanicus standard grey, and do some chipping on the black panels. Yeah. Just little tiny chips. Don't worry about the white. Yeah. And then do your washes and weathering and filth, and it'll all come together, because the black and the white will kind of blend together, and they'll... Yeah, because at the moment there's quite a large contrast, isn't there? So yeah. Exactly. So you get some Agrax Earthshade and stuff on that, and I tend to do pretty much where I've got. Yeah. So it'll look great. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I take a name from. You remember? Do you ever used to watch House? Yeah. I take a word from that, and I call it like the yips. Yeah. Model maker's yips is when you're halfway through something, you think, "Oh, this looks terrible. I'm just going to throw it away." And it's like, no, don't. Just keep going. Yeah, no, I persevered with it and just moved on and did the spiral on the tip there on the front. That looks good. The wings and that, and I've just messed around, did a bit more on the exhausts, a little bit of rusting and chipping, some scratches, and parks it in the box and kind of put it in the don't think about it, and yeah. Well, don't worry about it. It'll all come together when you do your weathering, is what I meant to say. Well, yeah, it's one of those, because I'm not used to doing this genre, because this is only the second and third Warhammers I've painted. Everything looks, what's the word? Yeah, you know, when you do like light and dark on panels, and then your rust effects, everything looks too comically drawn. Yeah, a bit you know what I mean? Booky. And it's a bit comic booky for me, and I'm finding it awkward to try and blend everything in. It looks just a little bit drawn in a comic at the moment, and it's frustrating me. So I'm deliberately not getting too into it. Yeah, it's just because it's new. I mean, there's no reason you can't just do whatever your normal technique is anyway. You don't have to make it look a particular way. Yeah, but it looks good. It's getting there. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's fine.
It's Paul Di Tommaso's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Paul Di Tommaso.
Birthday, Paul.
Happy birthday, Paul.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Paul Di Tommaso. Happy birthday to you. Where the fuck is 118? I can't find it.
Next one.
Happy birthday. Well, no, it's a Games Workshop's brew, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be next to number 3 then.
No, next to number 117 is number 121.
Oh, right.
What have you been up to, Dad, model-wise? Have you been doing anything?
Nothing.
Nothing? Was that with 2 Fs?
Yeah. Yeah, not a lot. My compressor's still not firing right, so keeps dropping down to 5 £5 every time I go to use it. So I've yet to look at it.
And you were a girl
Oh,
like that
Frank.
once. That was rubbish, wasn't it?
I didn't want to kick a man whilst he was down, but yeah, it was shit, mate.
Oh, never mind. Have you got the same one that everybody else has got, like the knockoff AS18 or whatever it is?
No, mate, I've got Spiremax with I've got it from E-Models.
Or is it like the spanky square one, like the one Ted got?
It's like a square one with a remote. Your airbrush is remote.
All right.
You have like a little stand, and when you lift it off the stand, the compressor kicks in, and you just start spraying away. And
okay, sounds pretty good.
Well, it is till it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's a bit of a house.
But yeah, it just needs looking at. That's all. Anyway, I've got a spare.
Good.
Ain't the remote trigger, is it? You know.
No, mate. No, I've checked all that.
Yeah.
What's the remote trigger? Is that when you like press down on the thing and it then gives you there when you need it or something?
Yeah.
So it's not just on all the time.
The compressor kicks in, so I've got it set to £30.
Yeah.
And as soon as I press the trigger, starts off at 30 and then gradually peters out to 5. Words were that it could be the diaphragm and the compressor.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to you the other day, wasn't it? Is it a split diaphragm? But
yeah.
Sounds painful. Right, where the flidding heck is this part? I've been through the sprues 3 times now. It's a goddamn leg. It's a goddamn leg.
Wibble.
Where in the name of Satan's holy butt cheek is part 118? You fascist sprue.
Next 3.
Yeah, I know how many times you're going to be going through this. I would say you've got me sympathy, but
You'd be lying through your teeth.
would it be that obvious to you?
Well, it'd be words coming out your mouth, so I knew it wouldn't be real sympathy.
Absolutely, mate. I can't change the habit of a lifetime.
They'd be coming out of your mouth and going to my ear, so I know it wouldn't be true. Right, there's no... Is it going to be on a totally different sprue that's not supposed to, where it's not supposed to be?
Yeah.
Cannot be on one of these, surely.
Yeah.
C117, C118.
Oh,
I'm
cheers,
find
Max.
it.
Max is saying it's your style of painting, and he thinks the Wazmom looks okay. Oh, cheers, geez.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's what I said to you right at the start: is don't get hung up on it's supposed to be painted a certain way. Just paint it the Festa way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
There's
my
no right and wrong.
mistake. I think I'm making is I'm trying to, because you see a lot of Warhammer stuff painted online, don't you? And you think, yeah, I want to do that, but it's not your style of painting, is it? It's someone else's.
Well, the thing is, it's always worth trying it, because you might do it and think, oh, I like that. I do actually like painting like that. So it's always worth trying it at least once. There, is that? Got it. Oh, you little shit.
Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, go on.
Found it.
Yeah, it's always worth like trying a new style that you're not familiar with, just to see, because you might do it and think, I enjoy doing that, and it's quite good. I'll stick with that. Or you might be like, no, it's not for me. That.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Dare I say, it doesn't always pay to paint on live streams.
Yeah, that is the main consideration. Especially
because you can't give it that close up under the microscope look that you normally would, because you're trying to stay on shot.
Yeah, that was perhaps not the best idea.
Yeah, and you can get easily distracted, but I don't mind at this stage, because if I don't like the paint jobs, they go in Dettol and start again. But but for me, I just want to learn the technique and try and get a established style going, so that I can just do it quite easily then.
But like I say, there's no harm at all in just like finding a style and trying to copy it. Like I say, you might like it, you might realise you enjoy it, you might realise it's not for you, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's always worth trying something new, just to because you don't know what your preferences are until you try all the things.
Absolutely.
So.
But no, I'm enjoying the genre. That's the thing, because I'm able to festerize things and not get judged. You know, you wouldn't have that particular thing on this particular thing, because you don't get none of that, because it's almost like an open forum, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not been the same person since he's found that word genre.
Is he?
I know.
I've noticed this.
Everything's got a genre in it now since he's found that word.
It's like when I found the word. It's like when I found the word behemoth. It's just, you know what I mean. It's just,
But it is. It's a genre, isn't it?
It is,
You know what I
isn't
mean?
it?
It's freedom.
genre.
Jean-Michel Genre.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the bloke.
Vas-tu faire genre?
Plays the piano.
Plays the Joanna.
Jean-Michel Genre. Plays a
I
genre.
like a nice bit of jar,
I know you do.
but not after Rendezvous.
Why is that then?
Because it's rubbish. Not very. Revolutions was terrible. Waiting for Cousteau, I didn't mind waiting. The first part of Waiting for Cousteau was fun. But other than that, yeah, it's all just bland after that. Can't believe it took me that long to find that goddamn leg. Goddamn.
Claire's saying, did he play lasers?
Yes.
Is that Jar?
Yes, on his stage performances, he has a laser harp,
Yeah.
which is just a whole load of laser beams, and when he puts his hand through one, it triggers a synthesizer. Except sometimes it's not actually live. He puts his hand through the laser, and then the sound is a little bit delayed because it's not always actually connected to the laser harp. Sometimes it's perhaps one of the guys behind him with the synthesizer. Because you'll see sometimes he hits the beam and it's not in sync with the actual sound, and he's like, "Yeah, sussed."
Yeah. Shoddy.
Biddy. I want a 32 milliliter base. Let's have a look. How big's 32 millimons? So, as this isn't one of my streams, I shall ask the question anyway. Bench and belly.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll import my goodness into your channel, into your tubes.
Well, tonight on the bench has been Valkyrie, Wazbomb, and me little tank. And in my belly is spicy chicken, onion rings, onion barges, and yeah.
For some reason now all I've got in my head is, will it be mushrooms, fried onion rings? You'll have to wait and see. Oh, that sounds good.
Pretty.
What about you, Dad? But
Well, what about me? I've had fish pie.
Fish pie. What are the ingredients in fish pie?
Fish and pie.
And pie, exactly.
And mashed potato and cheese.
Oh, foreign ingredients added to it. Ooh.
And it was what's that fish? It's that not cod.
Roe, hake,
No.
halibut,
No.
turbot,
Rock.
It's that other one that I like. Oh God, what's up with me? It's,
sole, ray, kipper, halibut, cod,
Haddock.
haddock, captain.
haddock. It was haddock.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Oh, he's
cod.
haddock now.
That's all right, mate. I just thought, well, being that you was on about that genre, yeah, it'd have to be haddock.
And
See what I did there.
I see what you did there.
Bobbins has had smoked haddock as well, but in a risotto because he's posh. Because he comes from Chester and he's posh.
Oh, Chester. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if he comes from Chester.
Yeah. And he's got an Italieri B58 Hustler on his bench.
Oh,
What's that big shopping centre in Chester?
The Grosvenor Precinct.
No, it's not that. I went to it once and it was like, oh dear Lord. It's like some big shopping place. It's not actually a mall, but it kind of is. It wasn't Grosvenor, it was something else. I think it was Chester. Begin with C or something.
Cheshire Oaks.
Cheshire Oaks, that's it.
That's not even a mile from my house. That's near
Is it
me.
not?
Right? Yeah.
I thought it was in Chester.
No, it's in Ellesmere Port, mate. They say it's Chester because it's got all the designer shops in there, but it's not. It's Ellesmere Port.
No, it was grim anyway.
Yeah, it's been open about 12 years. I've been there twice.
If it was a woman, it'd be all fur and no knickers, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You
It'd
think
be a
it's proper.
Sharon.
Yeah, like half the women in Hale round here, all fur and no knickers. You think they look posh, but they're not.
Yeah. Yeah, walking around with the Croydon facelifts.
Croydon facelift, da.
Well,
Right,
the model shop in Chester has got a creche for men, so as the wives can go shopping and leave their husband in the model shop.
Instead of us standing outside the shops, we can go to our own crash and be collected later. Brilliant.
Yeah, they put a sign outside saying, "Ladies, leave your husbands in the crash in our shop."
Yeah, but my missus wouldn't come back for me.
Well, it's a model shop. Doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, you'd be still be
That's
happy.
a point.
You'd still be happy.
You know, that is a good point. Yeah.
They'd be like, yeah, but we have to
yeah.
close now. No, you don't. Just leave me here. I'll be fine. I can lick water off the window. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
How far down the hole would I be if that was a Games Workshop she'd have left me in?
Oh, you'd be fine. You'd have a jolly good time and you wouldn't know anything different.
Oh, and the ice cream showing off now. Belly's McDonald's.
Oh, really?
And her bench is a Sinessa Age of Sigmar. And she has done a spectacular job on that.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, wait till you see that, Fox.
I shall look forward to seeing that. Is it in the Boom Hut anywhere, or
it'll be in Colin's group,
Festa?
I imagine, or the Boom
In
Hut.
the workshop? Okay, I shall have a look. I have to say though, because I forgot to do me belly. For me is McDonald's also.
You make me sick.
I know.
Whippлекins.
But I was being good because McDonald's is awful crap. So I also had a Complan at the same time.
Oh,
and that made you feel better.
Well, no, because McDonald's, they didn't have any milkshakes, so I got a strawberry Complan instead, and that was like after I'd had all that, I felt like I'd eaten like 1.5 pounds of packing foam nuts.
Oh God!
yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah,
it's like, whoa, that's just expanded like builder's foam. Jesus!
Hang on, I'm trying to work out your logic here a minute. McDonald's haven't got any milkshake. I know. I'll have a Complan.
Well, it's the nearest thing I've got that's anything remotely like McDonald's milkshake. As in, it's basically expanding plumber's foam. So
you sorry.
I know, it's such a. Oh, man.
Well, it was that or water, and I can't have McDonald's with water. So.
Oh no, it can't possibly have water.
It was boring. But it wasn't chocolate Complan though. It was.
I'll tell you something, Dad. I bet when he was drinking it, mate, the old pinky was.
Oh yeah.
I'm having a Complan, you know.
I was drinking it from like 1.5 pint glass, so it wasn't that polite and cheerful.
Oh, you have a common Complan.
Yeah, a working man's Complan. I got them from Mama Fox, but she didn't like them, so I've been drinking Complan for the last month. I'm full of vitamin. I'm full of vitamins, but I'm also fully insulated.
Oh my God!
I've heard it all now. Working man's Complan.
Yeah. That's the weird thing. They're really filling. So if you have a Complan drink with food, it's just a really bad idea.
Yeah.
Because you get halfway through your drink and your food, and you're like, I can't fit anything into my body ever again.
It can only happen to you.
Mm-hmm. Right, I've got an option to build this guy in 3 different ways, and I can't decide what to build him as.
Eeny meeny.
Well, it's also really confusing because it doesn't say which. It says you can build it this way, or this way, and then it just gives you a whole mess of dudes, and it's like, well, which is which? Is it? It's not very clear in the instructions.
Claire's saying, she's not had a Mackie D for ages. She could really snack on the French fries. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know which I prefer, McDonald's fries or KFC fries.
Oh, McDonald's every day.
I don't know, because I quite like KFC fries. They're skin on, aren't they?
Yeah.
I quite like them.
I'll tell you, folks, the fries to eat, I don't know if you've ever had them, is... Oh, God, the name's already come out.
Excellent, thanks for that. Brilliant.
Burger King.
Don't say Burger King.
No, it's that place Paul Bretland likes to go all the time.
Don't say
Burger King. Yeah.
Five Guys.
Yeah.
Five Guys fries, mate. Try them.
I wouldn't even know where there is a Five Guys around here, to be honest.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't stop eating them. Next time I come over to yours, I'll bring you some fries over. There you go.
Yeah. It'll be cold by then. Unless you drive real fast.
That's all right. I'll drive real fast.
Yeah. That was quite a bit.
What's Five Guys? Is that like American fast food type stuff?
Oh, they're fries like you've never had before, and they leave every other fry standing, I think.
No, but I mean, what are Five Guys there? What do? They like burgers and fries and stuff?
They do
Okay.
burgers. I'll bring you a burger as well because you love
Yeah.
that.
I'll tell you one of my favourite burgers is there's a near where I live. There's a Canadian charcoal pit, which is nice. But there's also about 2 streets away. There's a complete rip-off Turkish kebab place called the Canadian Grill, which is basically a clone of the Canadian charcoal pit, but it's actually nicer. And they do these like 3.5-pound burgers or something ridiculous. They feel like you've eaten like half a cow. Or half a moose, but they're really quite nice because you eat all like spicy tomato and stuff, and they're just made of filth, which is always good. I can't actually see chat. I've got my lenses on. Candygram says he likes to start the day off eating something awful, makes the rest of the day good by comparison. Max McGinn says, I'm heading off. It's nice to see you again, Model Making Guru, and wish you all the best, you and more Fox, and have a great stream, guys. Take care, Max.
Oh, cheers, Max. Take care, buddy.
William Rayborn says he'll go hungry before he eats McDonald's. No, you go hungry after you eat McDonald's, because you eat McDonald's, it's gone in about 5 seconds. You're like, I'm hungry now.
I don't think he's a fan of Mackie D's by the sound of that.
Well, nobody's really a fan because it is trash. Let's be honest.
Oh, it is. It's proper bellyache food, isn't it? Let's be honest.
I'll tell you what. You go in. The best way to enjoy McDonald's, you'll need one thing. Well, you need 2 things. One, you'll need it to be a Sunday.
Yeah.
And you'll need to have a pub, which is small, very small, doesn't have live sports, doesn't have any of that rubbish. It's just a small pub where the walls are still tobacco stained and the jukebox just plays only plays Led Zeppelin really loud.
Yeah.
And what you do is you go in at about midday, and what you do is about 10:30 at night, you come out and you go across the road to McDonald's and you have like 6 cheeseburgers, and then you go back to the pub.
Yeah, sounds about right.
But you have to be in the pub all day. That was our routine many years ago. But like going for a Sunday sesh, this isn't the day when you could smoke in the pub. You go in, sit there with your pack of Embassy and like 400 pints of thick brown ale, not lager crap, but proper ale. Sit with your mates around the table, putting the world to rights, and at 10:30 you go out to McDonald's and buy like 6 cheeseburgers each.
Yeah.
And then you go back in and finish your pint and go home. And then you sleep through Sunday, through the rest of the week, basically. Because when you're really drunk, McDonald's is fantastic.
Oh, blimey, yeah.
Because it fades away in about 10 minutes, so you don't feel fat. You just feel drunk. I miss those days.
Oh yeah, you're drunk, and that kebab always seems a good idea on the way home, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, kebab have consequences. McDonald's really doesn't. It just evaporates away.
No.
But yeah, I miss those days. I won't name the pub, obviously, but
No.
But that pub, it was our home from home for many years until it changed hands a few times and then started becoming it was a biker pub.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was really small in the middle of a shopping district. Some people might know where it is. It was a really small pub in the middle of a shopping district, but it was a biker pub. By day, it was where the shoppers went for a cup of tea, but in the evening, it was a biker pub, so it just played Led Zeppelin. Everything was filthy.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. The patrons complained if the toilets were ever cleaned.
Yeah. Yeah, but we like playing float the fag butt down the urinal. It's a game. It's what all blokes do.
And what you do is you go to the bar and you either buy Guinness or Boddingtons. Anything else you can just bugger off. And basically the options were Guinness, Boddingtons, and your choice of snacks were cheese with the cheese and chive crinklins.
Yeah.
That's it. So like 30,
spoiled for choice then.
Yeah, so 25 pints of Boddingtons or Guinness, 14 packets of crinklins, and then the little man would turn up about 9 o'clock with his basket full of fish sticks and prawns in a bag and stuff.
Oh god.
And cockles and I don't know where he came from. He just whatever pub you're in, he'd appear. He's about 3 foot tall.
Yeah.
He looked like Lofty from Ain't Half Up Mum. And he had a basket under his arm, like a picnic basket, full of like fish sticks and cockles in a bag. And
the seafood man in the pub. The cockles are Welsh. Get your cockles are Welsh.
Yep, that's real 1990s stuff. Hey, them were the days. All day weekend sessions. Usually on a Saturday, actually, to be honest, not on a Sunday, but Sunday we did as well. But Saturday was the best because you could go in for an all-day sesh and just get absolutely... If you had an all-day sesh on ale,
Yeah.
it wasn't like when you go into a pub and there's like 1,000 yobbos there and they're all just getting blasted on cheap lager crap and they just get gobby and noisy.
Yeah.
Because in this pub, it's mostly like bikers and older blokes. Or,
Yeah.
you know, so you'd go in there and you wouldn't wolf your fizzy lager crap. You'd sup your pint.
Yeah.
So you'd spend all day drinking and you get through a lot of beers, but you wouldn't be absolutely paralytic by the end of the night. You'd be pleasantly trolleyed, but in a kind of everything's
Nice
brilliant
way.
way. Yeah, everybody'd be dead polite and friendly. Those were good days, those were. You go to the bar and there'd be a really scary biker there, but he wouldn't be half as scary as his missus.
Oh, no, bloody hell.
Yeah. And you'd be like, the number of times you go there and you see like the scary biker and his missus would be terrifying, and she'd have a big pint of heavy, and he'd have this little glass of orange juice because he's doing the riding.
Oh, yeah, now as tough as a biker's old lady, mate.
Oh yeah, because she's in the sidecar, so she gets to drink the bevies.
Yeah.
He's on the glass of orange juice or something, looking not quite as manly as his missus.
Oh, yes.
I miss them days. I really do miss them days. It's hard to find pubs like that nowadays, though.
Bad 1980s theme pubs. Now, there was a thing.
Yeah, I was... See, when I was in the 1980s, I was just young enough that we were still going to, like, trendy bars. Because we were, like, just turned 18 or something.
Yeah.
So we went to the nightclubs. Because we didn't know. I hadn't discovered my true calling of drinking actual proper ale in proper pubs.
Oh, real ale. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an ale man. I'm not a fizzy lager. I can't stand noisy... You walk into a pub and it's just got a massive TV screen. You're like, oh, I don't like football, so there's no reason to be in this building. So I'll walk out.
Yeah. No, I don't like lager.
No, I don't
It's
like...
either Guinness or real ale.
Yeah, I don't like a pub where you walk in and the entire point is to go in and get pissed. I want a pub where you've got a community and an atmosphere and you can sit down. If I can walk into a pub and there's an old bloke sat in the corner reading a newspaper, then I know it's a good pub.
Yeah.
And then in the table next to him is like, you know, a load of goths. I'm like, okay, this is a really good pub.
Yeah, it's the same man that's been propping up the bar since 1972. It's like, yeah, this is the pub for me.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was really good, the pub we used to go to, because the landlord was a Scouse guy. And it's not really relevant, but he was really good because basically he had the little band of regulars that we all got on, and he knew. So he'd be like, right, go on, chuck it out time, and he'd chuck all the non-regulars out.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, you know, lifting them out and throwing them out the door. Then he'd be like, right, he'd say to us, right, go on, bugger off. But he'd give us the wink. And then when all the non-regulars had gone, he'd be like, right, screw them, lock the door, there you go. What do you want? It was great. Many lock-ins were had.
Oh, yeah, the infamous pub lock-ins.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Oh, yeah. That pub suffered there when that landlord left and we got somebody else. It's like, it was a biker pub and the landlord was like, had lock-ins, and we got a new guy who wore flowery shirts and put a newspaper rack on the bar, and we're like, no.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, that's not great then.
No. Well, the thing is, it didn't last very long because the regulars just weren't having any of it. They're like, you can just take that shit away.
Yeah.
In the
You
end,
see what he's put on the bar?
Yeah, in the end, they had no choice but to kind of keep things as they were.
Yeah, my old local used to walk in and he'd get your tankard down, pour you your ale.
Yeah.
You know, all the locals had their own tankards behind the bar. Proper old school.
Oh, yeah.
You know, as soon as you walked in, mate, you know, be over in a minute, and they'd just bring it over. Job done.
Yeah. Well, one of the other local pubs we had is quite a big pub, and it's a proper guest beer ale pub.
Yeah.
So they do have like fizzy lager and shit if you want it, but it's proper like they have a big blackboard of like today's 10 guest ales, and then they're like a free house.
Yeah.
So they just do whatever, and it's always loads of ales and stuff. And that is proper like big open plan pub where they have a live band every few nights. Yeah. And my mate's dad was the landlord for a few years.
Oh, cool.
And that was great because every now and then there was actually another bar downstairs.
Yeah.
But that hadn't been used since like the 1950s.
Oh, a bit like an old speakeasy then.
Well, it was more like a cellar that they'd made into a bar, but they never used it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't open to the public. So you went downstairs and everything was wood. like a wooden bar with wooden shelves, and there was straw on the floor, and they just hadn't. It just used it to store stuff.
Brilliant.
And that was like, oh, it's proper nice. It hadn't been used since the 50s, so it was like,
Oh, proper cool.
oh yeah.
Yeah, they're the sort of pubs you want.
Big old Victorian building, so it was like a whole bar down. It's like another pub downstairs almost.
Lynn Dipple's in. Hi, Lynn. How you
Hi,
doing,
Lynn.
darling?
Hey, Lynn.
Hi then.
Hope you're doing all right, love. She's saying hello to Claire.
Hello to all the people. Did. Do you know what?
What?
I've been watching a lot of animation recently.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like Clone Wars and Rebels and Bad Batch and some other bits and bobs.
Yeah.
And you excuse you, Dad. And you know what I'd really love to do? Voice acting.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'd love to do. You all right, Dad?
Take a cough. Hang on.
Are you with us?
Go on,
All
take
right,
a
mate.
cough.
Did you swallow the wrong way? She'll charge you extra. Oh, my elbow. Oh.
Oh, of course, yeah. I keep forgetting you got your elbow, haven't you?
I've got a shonky elbow at the minute, and sitting at the bench isn't doing me any favours.
Oh, Lamekins.
I know, everything's broken. I'm just old. I'm not even hit
Is
50
this the
yet.
bit? Is this the bit where a good mate would start feeling sorry for you?
I don't know. I've never experienced that. So.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say because you're in the wrong stream, mate.
Plastic Monkeys off.
See you later, Paul.
Take
Take
care, buddy.
care, mate.
Lynn says night Sue, but I didn't know Sue was going. Is she?
Oh yeah, Sue and
yes.
Paul married.
Oh yeah, Sue's off. Oh yeah, Sue's off as well. Night Sue. Night Paul.
Take care. Love you both.
Yeah, I've got a gammy elbow at the minute. It's like, come on, I'm not even 50 yet. I've got a couple of months. Just give me, come on.
Oh,
This
wait,
is how it starts.
It's all downhill after that.
God damn it.
Oh, is he going to be a nightmare on his 50th birthday, Dad, isn't he?
God.
Oh, mate. He gets up in the morning, he'll be, oh, what's happened to me? I feel old.
I'm old.
Yeah, you get up in the morning, you have a stretch, and then you get cramp in your legs, so you start up and around the bedroom.
Oh no, I've already been doing that for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
The number of, like, every now and then I get cramp in my leg in bed, and I'll be like, so every now and then, like, I'm lying in bed, and if I start to get that little twinge that you get in your leg, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, and you start then thinking, am I going to get cramp? And then for the next half hour, you're moving your leg round to the position where it doesn't twinge.
Yeah.
And then you don't get cramp anyway, and you're like, oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Either give me cramp or don't,
Always.
but don't give me this. Don't give me this
You've
nonsense.
got so much fun to come, mate.
Bobbins is off. Got to go work tomorrow. First Saturday since May. Wow.
Yeah, there you go, Bobbins.
Yeah,
Thanks for
take care,
coming
buddy.
in, mate.
Have a good day at work, dear. Have a good day at work, dear.
Bless him. Yeah, you sit there and you think, I think I'll do a bit of exercise today. You do a few sit-ups and you're knackered. So you have a lay down and a pause. You try a few stretches. It's I think I'll just go and sit back in my armchair now and recover. It's like, I'll be doing
Sorry,
that
what?
again.
What's this word, exercise? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's something that you stupidly think at 50 you should start doing.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
don't see that happening.
Yeah, them thoughts will soon go out of your head, mate, because the consequences aren't great.
Well, I've never had that thought in 50 years up to now, so I'm not sure I'll be having it at 50.
Yeah, you get out your armchair and you sound like a creaky sideboard door. It's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I am a creaky sideboard door. See, the thing is, I actually want grey hair. I want white hair. I want to get that.
Yeah, you've always
If I get
wanted
that-
the
if I
full
get that as
Captain
part of
Bird's
getting
eye
on.
beard, didn't you?
Yeah, but the problem is, it's not really something that my family's ever had. My dad had black hair. That did actually go white, but it's not gone white for me yet. And I'm sure he had white hair by my age. So, because if you've got white hair, you can get away with anything, any hairstyle. if you want to grow like a massive beard, not like a long, but like a proper, like Charles Darwin, Irving Finkel style beard. If you haven't got like white hair, it just looks like a hobo.
I've always wanted one of the big ZZ Top beards again,
Oh yeah.
But
well, you know what you need to do?
I grow it so long and then I think, it needs cutting. But,
You're not dedicated to the cause, are you?
I'll just leave it for now and not cut it and just see how long I can grow it before her indoors goes, oi.
Yeah, I was going to say until you get commanded from on high to sort it out.
Normally that results in her flicking 50p pieces at me as I walk through the lounge.
That's all right.
Which is, in other words, have a shave your scuzzy git. But I just think, that's another two.
I'd be like, look, I'm a man of means.
Warhammer paint. Yeah. Keep them coming, dear.
I don't think Warhammer paint's ever.
Yeah.
I don't think Citadel paint's ever been like 50p. Is Dad still with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still with us.
Not seeing a lot going on your screen.
He's all right.
No, I'm just
I think he's knackered. Bless him.
Just checking my phone.
Oh, he's doing his young people's texting nonsense.
I know.
Yeah, Frankie Goes to Bobbywood's just messaged me with something and I'm having a look at it.
He's watching porn again, isn't he? German porn.
No.
German porn. It's the best kind of porn.
It's a space shuttle.
Space shuttle.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. I remember the space shuttle. I'm so old. I remember when the space shuttle was in black and white. Oh wait.
And it's got
Columbia's first launch.
It's got all the tiles engraved in, Col.
Oh, nice. Is that big Bandai one?
It's
right.
Or is it Trumpy that's doing a new one?
Hang on, just checking.
Just checking.
No, hang on. It's better than that. It's somebody that's carved all the tiles in.
Oh, wow.
He's used a little modelling chisel and he's chiseled all the tiles into the surface of this thing.
Now that's dedication.
Forever.
Oh, that's hardcore, mate. That is brilliant.
That just tells me
to the cause.
That just tells me that nobody makes a good enough space shuttle kit.
Oh, you're right there, Fox.
If people
no
have to go
does,
to that,
mate.
no, if people have to go to those lengths. Somebody needs to sort that shit out.
That's cool, that, Frankie. Yeah.
See, I'd like to do a space shuttle, but I don't want to do a space shuttle.
There just doesn't seem to be any decent ones about.
No, I'm allergic. I'm allergic to actually making an effort, so I want one that go. I want a Bandai space shuttle.
To me, a 100 one's good.
Well, I seem to remember making one when I was a kid that was about 2.5, 3 foot long. So I guess that was the Revell one, 48th or something. I don't know.
I was saying JC. Hang on, let me have a look there.
I had an enormous one when I was a kid, and I also had the launch tower for it as well.
JC Claire.
Yeah.
JC Chung. Wow, that's some talent, that is, carving all them in by hand.
Retro Rabbit says, I have dark brown hair and my beard is every other colour except that. My beard's it's weird, it's got a kind of reddy tinge to it. But my hair's just like mousy brown. But then again, I'm kind of piebald. I'm all different colours in different places, so...
I've tagged you in the post, Lynn. Yeah, it is amazing work, Claire. Spot on. You're tagged in it as well, Col.
Is that in your group, Col?
I don't know, mate.
I'll tell you what, I think it's in the boom up, to be honest.
Okay, I'll have a look later.
JC Chung. I'll tag you in it, Fox. And
okay. Thanks, Dad.
Don't want you getting upset.
Tagularity.
Yeah, I think that's what he was after, Dad.
He didn't like to ask outright. He
didn't.
I don't understand this Facebook, all these tags and Facebook. I don't understand all this technical nonsense.
Tagularity.
Just tell me where it is and I'll go there with my eyes.
Yeah, Hugh Gordon saying he's seen JC Scribe and it's phenomenal work it is. Spot on.
It's like when you see some of the Japanese Gunpla builders
Oh,
that take like a kit there, like, you know, I will just build the kit and paint it. You know, somebody might scribe a few panel lines in here and there, but there's this insane Japanese modelers that will basically just. It's just insane.
All the access panels, don't they? And
yeah, it's like I watched one guy. There was I can't remember what mobile suit it was, but there was a Gunpla, and it had loads and loads of little vernier, you know, little rocket thrusters.
Yeah.
And what he did was, like, whereas you and I, we'd get the little rocket thruster off the sprue, and then we just scrape the nub off and sand it a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was these things where you've got a vernier thruster, and then the bit that goes inside's a different colour.
Yeah.
So what he did was, for like all 30 thrusters and all 30 inside bits, he would get a power drill with a bit of a screw thread and a little wooden block on the end of it that was just big enough to put the thruster on it, and then he'd spin it at a low rate, and then he'd very carefully sand it.
Oh, wow.
And then he would, as it was spinning, he would then carve in little lines along the thruster so it had like a ribbed effect.
Yeah.
And he did that for like 40 or 50 different, and I'm like,
hello, like what?
He's chatting away and just went.
Yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm like what?
He'll be back.
Sorry, I'll be back now.
You know, near pop back up.
Unless he's done a TED.
Come back.
Oh, bless him. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, you were saying.
yeah, either they shrink themselves down, or they make the model life size, or they all have telescope glasses.
Yeah.
So they can see molecules. I don't know how the Japanese do it.
Oh, they're amazing builders, mate. I watch that guy who does the skyscraper dioramas and all the underwater stuff, and it's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. But what gets me is when you watch a Japanese model maker, even when they're doing really fiddly stuff, they look so happy and relaxed and content.
Yeah. Yes.
Whereas you and I be like stressing and sweating and squinting to see, they're like so zen.
Do you remember the guy who used to engrave stuff on a pinhead and all of that? You know, it's just mad.
It's like the guy that carved the Statue of Liberty in the tip of a pencil.
Yeah.
And there's a guy that
I'll sit and watch them all day long then.
There's a guy that paints pictures on grains of rice.
Yeah.
Insane people they are. I don't know how they do it.
It's clever though, isn't it?
Like if you were to actually watch me doing model making, like I know I film stuff, but if you were to actually be sat in the room while I'm doing a model when I'm not being filmed, I'm sitting there with the thing right against my face, squinting through my lenses. I'm pulling all kinds of funny facial expressions. I've got my tongue sticking out. I'm sweating cobs.
Yeah, I do the window licker face.
Yeah, I'm sweating. I'm cursing and swearing.
Yeah.
And it's like, these Japanese model makers, they're
I've
just
got
like...
my big old magnifier just to the left there, and I'm straining to see what I'm doing. And it's, oh, sorry, folks, I'm off shot again. I'll come back on shot.
But it's really... But you see this Japanese model maker, and they're just so relaxed, and like they look so content, and it's like, it's all lies.
Yeah. It's witchcraft and tomfoolery, mate. That's what it is.
There must be something that us Westerns, we can't process in our brains to let us do that.
Yeah, it's going to be getting close to starting York Battle Wagon soon, I think.
Edward Leonard says, sort of like that X-Wing live stream, Fox. Yes, that was not Japanese in any way, shape or form. That's what I'm like normally, swearing. You just can't see the facial expression. But yes, that was a nightmare, that. What dumb flick decided to assemble all the wings together?
Have you ever played one of your recordings back pre-edit just to hear how many times you swear? Before, because I tend to record and then I go in and I remove the audio so that I can voice over it.
Oh no, I film in takes, so what the alternate, the different, whereas you do like in a stream of consciousness and then cut stuff out. What I do is I do a take and then mess it up and swear like a trooper and then delete it and do the take again. So there's no evidence of me doing all the swearing and cursing because
really? Oh, you're lucky. No, I just have the camera set up, record, and then I go through and take out the bits I want to keep. but the in-between swearing bits can be quite entertaining. I'm like, yeah, what a wibble.
Well, usually I only swear because I'm lucky that if I do something in like 10 takes, it's 9 takes of messing stuff up before I've started painting, so I can just go and then swear and then stop the camera, delete that and start again. But you'll
go on.
I was going to say, you'll know if I've done lots and lots of takes of something, because when I do the final take, I may sound a little
knackered.
Well, more like I'm saying, now we're going to paint this little. I have that sound as if, I've said it 15 times and I'm sick of saying it.
Yeah.
Because I'll try and say something spontaneous, but when you've said it 15 times already, it's not.
Yeah. You're going through the motions. Yeah.
I'm going through the tissue as well with my sniffly nose at the minute.
I had it when I was setting up the slobs side of things. So I did a couple of test videos. Do you remember when I was batting them over to you?
Oh, yeah.
For audio checks and that. And, we all do this thing, don't we, where we do the talky thing and all of that lot.
Yeah.
So I came up with one, and I'm going to upload it to my channel. It took me 10 takes just to do this one little couple of sentences, but I won't spoil it. I'll let the bloopers go up, because I often get asked about me bloopers, and I've got a folder full of stuff.
I do.
So I'm going to do a little blooper reel.
I do wish I keep some of them, but really it is just a case of me going blah 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 and then I'll stop.
Oh yeah, I've got some where I'm like having a go at myself because I keep saying things wrong. That usual stuff. But it's like,
for me, it'd just be like lots of fast cuts of swear words, basically.
Well, this is it. You sit there and you think, right, I know what I want to say. So you practice, right, this, and you get it perfect. As soon as you hit record, 2 words in and you're fumbling your lines, your lines,
Yeah, and that's the thing is as well, as you fluff your line, you think to yourself, well, the worst thing is, you fluff your dialogue, because I don't script anything, but I'll try and I'll practice what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
You'll have it in your mind, like you say, you'll say it, you'll mess it up, and then you'll think, let's just try and do it again, and I'll edit that bit out. And you try it 5 or 6 times in one take, or you'll say something, and then there'll be bits where I'll say something, and then I'll just stop and pause for like 20 seconds, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out, okay, I've just messed that up, but if I carry on with the next word in the sentence, can I edit that together? And I'm doing the thinking of what do I need to say now? How many words can I go back and cut so that so the next word would be and then so that'll be silence, and I'll say, and I'll be like, the end of the moment, and I'll say something, and then I'll get it together, and it won't work. I'll have to cut it out anyway. So there's a few seconds where you think, can I recover that? And then you think, no, fuck it, I'll just start again.
Yeah. I had that this afternoon. I'd done what I thought was a brilliant voiceover. I looked at the screen and didn't see that little red dot that says you're recording. I'm like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
The worst one for me is when you find that out. You don't realise that when you do a take and realise you haven't pressed record. Yeah. It's when I've got like 15 takes on my phone, because I record on an iPhone. I've got 15 takes, and I transfer them all over to the computer, and I put them all into the editor. And then I'm going through and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm halfway through. I've got like go through halfway through all the clips, editing them together. And I'm like, hang on, where's the bit where I painted that? Oh,
it's uploaded in different sequence.
No, it's you didn't record one bit, but you don't realise it until it comes to the point of actually editing the video, and you realise there's a whole section missing because you thought you pressed record and you hadn't. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've done that before.
You just haven't noticed that you haven't recorded until you're editing everything together. You're like, oh shit, and there's a whole section missing, but you can't do anything about it because you've already finished painting the thing. There's 15 different little clips after that.
Yeah,
but you always miss out a section in the middle of something. It's never the last bit that you can really do. It's never ever the last bit.
Yeah, that's when it can be frustrating, but I think I've got it sussed now. I just record, do my voiceover, because it lets you get quite brutal with your editing then.
Oh yeah, I mean the funny thing is when you start doing editing, when you I mean, I've always been a big avid watcher of, like, you know, documentaries and science programs and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's when you start doing your own stuff, you realise you start identifying little quirks of editing.
Yeah.
Voiceover. Like, for example, if you, like, say you've got a sentence like, I might say, this is the main piece we need to add. But I might say, this is the main, and I might say the word piece incorrectly. So my take will be, I'll go, this is the main piece we need to add. And then there'll be a pause, and I'll be like, piece we need to add. And I'll say it again. And then in the edit, I'll cut out the bad bit and I'll just stitch it together.
Yeah.
But there'll be a little kind of like incongruity between the two takes. Or I'll take a sentence and I'll split it in half to be spread out over a clip. And there'll be like, and, you know, this is the main piece, and then I'll cut it, and then we need to add might be 10 seconds later, so I'll spread them out.
Yeah.
But you then get this sudden, like, drop-off of after the word piece.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where the words would normally meld together. And you start to see that in, like, proper TV programmes. You say, I see where they've cut the... I can see where they've cut the order. Yeah, whenever somebody says something and the word suddenly drops off and you're like, oh, they've edited that, they've cut that. It's fascinating. You start to see all the...
Because we all do it. We stretch the audio out so we can see all the peaks and troughs, and it's like, right, I'll try and get it in just where it is. And again, like you say, you never quite get it 100% right. So there's that momentary pause, isn't there?
But it's like, for example, I might say something like, I attach this part, I attach the cover to it, and then I might say something like, I attach the main cover and then fixed it in place with 2 screws. But what I'll do is I'll say, I attach the main cover and cut, and then I'll show me attaching it, and then I'll say, and then fixed it in place with 2 screws. And there could be like a whole different clip. Yeah. But I'll spread those 2 bits of dialogue out, and I know that in advance. But you start to learn to tell where those edits are in the audio. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
You start to see how other people do it.
Oh, it is interesting. You're right there, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay, mate. Yeah.
Very quiet, Dad.
Yeah, you're all right.
That's all right, mate. Just concerned, that was all, mate. Just keeping an eye on you, bless you.
Yeah, no, I'm listening and paying attention. Don't worry.
I think you should talk to us for a bit now about something.
No, I'm going to bed in a bit, mate.
Tell us what adventures you've been having.
Oh, that won't take long, will it? None.
Tell us all about KFC happiness.
No, I've had no KFC, mate, for months now.
Oh,
he's had a distinct lack of cake as well.
Oh, that's not good. Right, question for you ladies. Question for you two.
Oh,
yes, mate.
Do I give this guy a sword or a ginormous slappy hand?
Oh, ginormous slappy hand for me.
What do you think, Dad? It's like a sword or a ginormous power fist slappy hand.
Yeah, slappy hand. Yeah.
You think slappy hand? Good lad.
Yeah,
that's what
dry
I was
slap,
thinking.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I was going to say
great minds think alike.
Great minds think alike, so how we did that, God knows.
I know. That's quite scary, actually. We've all agreed on something as well.
It's a miracle. He's a miracle also. Oh, I tell you what I did build today.
Oh, do tell.
I did actually build something today, but it was life size and involved sweating and screwing.
Oh, no.
Oh, you did a flat pack cabinet or something?
Yeah. We've got outside, because we got rid of our garage, we've got one of those like plastic outdoor storage bins where you put like lawnmowers and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's full up, so we got another one. But this one's a bit better because it's got little hydraulic things on the lid, so it opens by itself.
Oh, nice.
So I built that today. It wasn't complicated, but it was hard work.
Yeah, did you have Sweatfest?
Yeah, the screws were like that big.
Yeah.
And at one point it says, if you put the lid on, you've got the little hydraulic bits. You'll need a man to hold it in place and a man to go inside and screw it into place. I'm like, no.
No.
I built a Detolf by myself. I don't need help.
Yeah.
Is this the one where you was humiliated because the bloke had carried it in on his shoulder?
Yeah.
Yeah. We won't go into any more detail than that, bless you.
I don't mind. I was telling Colin earlier that the guy, this big storage bin thing, it comes in this massive box that's like about 6 foot long. The guy from Hermes that delivered it turned up, hefted the box at the back of the van, stuck it on his shoulder and walked over and dumped it on the path. I waved him off, thanked him, and then when I tried to move it, I nearly broke my back. So I had to basically just drag it down the path. I was like, I can't lift that. It's low. Some young, muscly, athletic gentleman. Yeah, I'm almost 50, you know.
I know. This is it now. So you've got the I'm old excuse now, there.
Yeah.
I'm 50, you know.
Dragging it down the driveway was pretty good for me, I think.
You're at the age now where you start giving your age to people at the beginning of a sentence for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm 54, you know. We all
I'm
do
82.
it. Yeah.
That was an Eddie Izzard sketch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So when you get to people to that age, and like when you talk to somebody that age, and all they say is, "I'm 82."
Yeah.
How are you today? I'm 82. That's nice.
I said to my missus, if I start developing an unhealthy appreciation of things that are beige, can you take me outside and shoot me?
Well, I have to say.
Oh no.
I have to say, over the previous 4 or 5 years, I have started to develop a very strange appreciation for corduroy jackets. But in my defence, that might be down to Carl Sagan Cosmos, because there's a few bits where he's walking around talking about the universe and wearing like a corduroy jacket.
No, that's called passing the buck.
No, that's the origin of it.
Sagan's not here to defend himself.
No. If I said it's because my geography teacher used to wear one, then that wouldn't be cool. But because it's Carl Sagan walking around being Carl Sagan, it's instantly cool.
You're just trying to convince yourself now.
No,
I got caught by my wife looking at a dark brown pair of corduroy trousers, and she came over and she grabbed me and said, "If I ever see you near corduroy again, I will divorce you."
I probably shouldn't mention that I actually have a pair of dark brown corduroy trousers. Oh, I did. They don't fit me anymore.
I just looked at them as I walked past and just went, and stopped and had that momentary lapse, and she was over like Usain Bolt, mate.
Well, the thing is, right, the thing I got away with, because I had this pair of dark brown corduroy trousers.
Yeah.
The thing I got away with was they were combined with red Converse sneakers.
Okay, yeah.
So that if I was wearing like sensible shoes, then it would be a bit rubbish. But I was wearing them with Converse sneakers, so it kind of took the edge off a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah. See, so they were like
combo that, Dad, isn't it?
Yeah. They were like
what you need is a tweed jacket with corduroy elbow pads. That's what you need.
Or a corduroy jacket with tweed elbow pads. Is that going a bit too dangerous there?
I can see you wearing that on the E-Models Monday stream with a matching flat cap.
I mean, don't forget my favourite jacket in the whole world that I wear all the time is a 1970s brown leather safari jacket.
Oh, I know.
That is my jacket. That is my favourite jacket in the whole world. And I rock it like a prince.
Oh, you are so eccentric. It's unbelievable.
I know. I do have my M1934 paratrooper jacket, but it's a bit old and battered now. So
that is gold. That's worth money. That.
What?
That paratrooper jacket.
Oh, it's a replica. It's not a real one.
Oh, right.
It's a replica. It's a real one, mate.
Yeah.
No, I do have a real one, but it's a modern real one, not a vintage real one. It's like a 1970s real one. But that's really battered. I mean, it's proper, army surplus, or used. No,
Phil Bolton just says, rolls eyes, I'll be 59 next month.
Oh, happy days, mate.
You're a puppy, Phil.
Yeah.
Still a young...
You won't be saying that when I'm 50, though, will you? So Phil's 59 and a puppy. When I'm 50, I'll be an old man, according to you guys. I see how it is.
I'm so going to mock you on your 50th.
I see how it is. For everybody else, 59 is a young age. But for me, 50 will be ancient. And
but you're going to be so unbearable when you're 50. You're going to be whining and moaning like an old grandma, mate. And I can see it now.
Do you know what? I won't be, though. Because, everybody has these, this is what amazes me. Everybody has these... So many people have this kind of existential crisis when they hit 40. And when I got to 40, I was like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. I'm 7.5 in my brain. That's all that matters.
Yeah. How long do we give him before the whinging starts on his birthday, Dad?
Oh, just that. Straight away.
Oh, he's going to, isn't he?
Panzer's in it. Food. What are you having, Panzer? Come on.
Yeah. Hello, mate.
I've waited up for this, Panzer. Come on. Because I wasn't needed tonight.
Oh, yeah, because Panzer says, morning all, safari jacket, what have I missed?
You're always needed.
Yeah. I love my safari jacket. It's the best jacket in the world.
Aye.
Come on, Panzer. Food.
When I drew those hundreds of little the pictures for the animated fox that I use at the start of my videos, I made a serious error of giving him a brown jacket, which is correct, but making it a normal jacket, not a safari jacket.
Oh dear.
And it was only after I'd drawn like 150 of them, I thought, oh crap, it's supposed to be too late now. Can't go back.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Phil. Phil Bolton said it's not the years, it's the mileage, yeah.
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 Jumping off of walls with 60-pound packs on your back and your hips go and your lower spine goes and don't get me started.
Dad, you know when you go head shopping, don't wear a 60-pound pack. The other teenage
Dad,
kids
have a
don't
good
do
wibble. Come on, mate. You get it out your system. There's a wibble in there. I can feel it.
Right, hang on. This is important. Just for you, Dad. Tonight's nom-noms, tuna and cheese pasta bake. Now stick it.
Stick it. I like tuna. I like cheese, although it depends what cheese it is. I'm not a big fan of cheddar.
Dad, will you, mate?
Yeah, it does, Claire. I'm looking forward to that. I've watched the videos today. It's absolutely brilliant.
Is that the ABBA thing?
Yeah, have you seen it?
I haven't heard the song, but have you seen the thing about them doing a concert? Well, not a concert, but
like the virtual concert. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not actually...
They
performed Olympic Stadium place, isn't it? Queen Elizabeth.
They performed it all on stage with 126 cameras pointing at them.
Yeah, they had mocap suits on.
Yeah. And then oh god, just looks brilliant. I mean,
so I assume it's going to be more of a musical than an actual. It's not like going to a concert because they're not going to be there. Right? It's not going to be live. It's pre-recorded, no. So it's really like going to a musical.
Yeah, it's
virtual
done with,
avatars, isn't it?
It's all done with lights. The way they position the lights makes them look like they're actually stood on stage.
Mm. But they're also.
Going back about 15 years ago, I seen Elvis in concert. He had all his original backing band and singers.
Oh yeah. At the
Elvis was a hologram, and that was superb.
Mm. Yeah, was it something Luminaires? Was it or something? There,
But I like the fact they're doing it so they can appear like they did in the day rather than the current old versions.
Brian May did it, didn't he, with Freddie Mercury, "Love of My Life," wasn't it? The tribute, and he got to shake his hand, didn't he? It was really cleverly done. I'll tell you something. I'm tempted to go up and see. Everyone knocks ABBA, but we all kind of know an ABBA song, don't we? And I must admit, my sister was a huge ABBA fan, and I had quite a crush on the blonde one, Agneta.
Yeah.
And it's one of them. I'm just like, well, yeah.
I'll quite happily say it. I've not got any ABBA in my. I don't really do songs. Songs aren't my thing, so I don't really have. I like ELO because I grew up with ELO, but I don't really do songs. Yeah. But I will not knock the musician quality and the skill of the music of ABBA because it's just phenomenal.
At the end of the day, it's classic. You can't hate it. In pop music, isn't it? It's classic.
Oh bollocks! You've dropped my arm. You can't not like it. For quality or anything else. It's good stuff.
I might have their greatest hits on my iPhone on my on the iPhone playlist, and you always know an ABBA intro. There's just something distinctive about it.
Well,
I've dropped a bit.
Even though some of the lyrics were a bit down in the dumps, the music itself was very lifty uppy, wasn't it? As feel good music. And this latest song that they're bringing out now, the story is of all the breakup and the years in between.
Yeah.
See, I like songs that are a little bit sad sometimes because it's better than just constantly.
You used to go to any wedding in the 80s and 90s. If the DJ saw the dance floor was empty, it was, we'll just put a bit of ABBA on so everyone can get up and have a boogie.
Yeah, it'd be Dancing Queen, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's
it. Yes, I mean, I haven't got any ABBA in my collection, but if I was into song, I mean, I would not say I would not have a problem listening to ABBA. It's good stuff. It's excellent composition and musicianship. So,
oh blimey, yeah. And that's the
there's
thing.
a good composition for you.
You cannot fault the musicianship. It may not be everyone's cup of tea, but
I mean,
they certainly know how to put a 3-minute pop record together.
The funny thing is like I can, in my head, I don't know if other people can do this, but I can kind of hear music in my head sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a thing I can do. And it's like a memory recall, so I can recall. If I can remember a piece of music, I can almost hear it. But I can quite easily, in my head, have like ABBA-esque tune going. Just the music. And it may not be any actual existing ABBA piece of music, but there's just a certain sound and feel.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm weird because, you see, do you remember the song Save All Your Kisses for Me?
Yeah.
Oh, Brotherhood of Man.
Yeah, Save All Your Kisses, that one. Da, da, da.
Yeah.
To me, forget the song and stuff, just the composition, the key, the way it modulates round from minor to major, that is absolute perfection.
Yeah.
Because it's a cheerful song, but in a real sad key that also goes into a major key. And it's just the shape of it. Forget the words from it. Just
done.
The shape of it is mesmerising to me. So ABBA's very similar. It's got that kind of flowing, bubbling. I can't really put it into words. It's a certain musical shape that really I find very attractive.
Yeah.
And ABBA does that in spades. So, yeah.
Oh, I think they're very clever at how they do it.
Oh, yeah. Right, how's this guy's hand supposed to go? Like that, okay. I've now got Save All Your Kisses for Me in my head, and you know what? That makes me quite happy.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Because it's like a minor key, but it's a happy song. It's really weird. It's like sad and happy at the same time. It's a beautiful tune. It's just expertly crafted. It sounds really weird. It was a big
hit for the group as well, wasn't it, at the time?
Yeah, it was a Eurovision one, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, yeah.
But it's just a beautiful piece of music. Take the words out and just make that an instrumental. It's just a beautiful. It's a bit like everybody's been to a funeral. Probably most people have been to a funeral.
Oh yeah.
In the UK, and if you've been to a funeral in the UK, assuming it's not a specifically non-religious one, at some point you've been to a funeral where they've played "Abide with Me."
Yeah.
No, I'm not religious. I have no interest in religion, but there's always Abide With Me at a funeral. And there's that bit in Abide With Me where the key changes.
Yeah.
And I can't explain it. It kind of goes from major to minor with a handbrake turn and a half.
Yeah.
In the middle of a line of the lyrics. And it always catches everybody. Because if you hear people, if it's one of these things where you're supposed to sing along to it in the hymn, you can hear people choking up at that one particular point in the lyrics where the key changes like that.
Yeah.
And I can't explain it, but it's that kind of. Yeah,
it's like someone's punched you in the chest, isn't it?
But it's just literally that bit where the key just snaps in the middle of a line, and it's like it's so powerful. But that's like Save All Your Kisses for Me and ABBA. That's that kind of feeling. It's that kind of shape. I can't explain it in words. My brain doesn't work in a way that I can explain to anybody, but it's that kind of musical shape.
Gives you a nice jizzy feeling, doesn't it?
I'm steady now. I wouldn't say that. But
you know what I mean?
It's just I can't really explain it other than saying it's a musical shape.
Yeah.
It's like in the same way a wine might have a particular bouquet, or a wooden object like a wooden bowl might have a particular feel, or something might have a particular taste. Music has a particular kind of shape to it. A kind of, not like just emotional, but just a general, I can't really explain it.
Yeah.
But it's weird anyway. I'm weird.
Hey, Hugh Gordon saying Bay City Rollers.
Oh dear Lord. Some things were done with tartan that were never supposed to have happened with Bay City Rollers. I think they almost single-handedly destroyed the tartan business industry in Scotland forever. This guy's
I had one sister, ABBA and Osmonds, and the other was Bay City Rollers. It was
constant violence.
It was a bit of rivalry over who was better, Eric Faulkner or Donny Osmond. It was like,
Donny Osmond, obviously.
There's me. I like Motorhead, Led Zeppelin. That's.
I don't understand any of this nonsense.
Yeah, I don't understand any of this. I'm just going to sit here and grunt at hard rock music.
Yeah. I wasn't even into. I was totally not interested in music at all until, I don't know, until I was about 13 or 14. And even then, I wasn't really interested in music, but there's a few things that I liked. I was never one of these people. I was never one of these people that like listened to the top 10 or recorded the charts off the radio. I had no interest in pop and stuff. It was, I don't know. I was really weird as a kid.
With me, it was my mum listening to Led Zeppelin, Hendrix, and Janis Joplin, and I used to listen to them albums and see her giving it the bean. She was a bit of a hippie.
Oh yeah,
but she did do a bit of mean air guitar when Hendrix was on. It was quite funny watching my old bean rock it while she was doing hoovering, like, you know what I mean? But, yeah.
I mean, I was, like I say, I didn't really. Until I actually eventually heard some Jean-Michel Jarre in the mid-80s. Until I heard Rendezvous in about 1985, then 1986, and that suddenly got me interested in like synthesizers. That was when I first started having my own like musical identity. Up until that point, I had no interest in music, but I did know Queen and ELO because that's what Mum and Dad listened to. So I had, I had some Queen tapes and I had some ELO tapes, and that was it. But I didn't really listen to music at all because it just didn't interest me. I'm like, I don't really care in music. I'm drawing. I was all about drawing.
Yeah, if it's got a good hook to it, I don't care what genre it is. Whether it's classical, rock, or anything. If it draws you in, it's just like, I'll listen to it.
Yeah. But it was weird though that the first time I heard Jarre's Rendezvous, I'm like, whoa, what is this?
Yeah.
I need to find out more about this and also get Dad to buy me a synthesizer somehow.
Yeah.
So.
Well, this was the thing because it let you realise that you could create similar stuff.
Well, it was. I don't know what it was. That was later on. It was more just. That was the first kind of music that I had ever heard that was like, wait, this isn't just rubbishy songs.
Yeah.
And this is awesome, and I really want to learn more about this. And that's where I first got into music. I had no interest in music up to that point.
It's that composition again, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it was all I was really exposed to in my world was like everybody I knew listened to like pop, and I had no interest in that. Or my brother might have been into a bit more, hard rock and stuff, and I'm like, I had no interest in that either. So music was never
Retro Rabbit says 9-inch nails was the critical point in music for me. Yeah, absolutely, mate. There's always a particular group or something that just inspires you, doesn't it? And it gets under your skin, and then that's it. Then it takes you into that world.
Exactly.
Did anyone spot that Stuart Bremner popped in and said good morning, working nights, and having a cup of tea and having a quick watch?
Hey, Stuart.
Yeah, he's in there saying he's a bit of a metalhead. Nothing wrong with that, mate.
He's having a Swifty brew.
I have a full Iron Maiden Chinese sleeve tattoo on my arm. It's like, yeah, I do like a bit of metal. Anything that's got a bit of vroom to it.
I like a bit of metal. Yeah.
Yeah, like a bit of metal, don't I? Metal, because it's a thing, isn't it?
And Claire's a big fan of the Human League.
Oh, she'd get on well with my missus then. She loves the Human League.
I like Human League as well. I like all music.
See, I, for some reason, I don't quite know why, but for some reason, while I was into stuff like Jar and all that kind of stuff, I also had a copy of Depeche Mode's Violator album.
Oh,
I've no idea why, because it wasn't the stuff, but I think it was more just the synthesizer work, and it really intrigued me. I heard that, was like, I need to get that.
Yeah.
I think it was the synth work in that tickled me. How the fudge is this supposed to go into? What? This makes literally no sense. I don't know what's going on here. This is not.
Panzer says a 9-inch now is another name for a Scottish coat hanger.
Yeah,
this is making literally no sense at all.
Manoeuvres in the dark. Yeah, they live just not far from me. Then.
Yeah, Enola Gay, wasn't it?
OMD. Yeah, Enola
Gay.
Judas Priest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I can remember the first time I heard, was it Take on the World and United by Judas Priest. Good singer, Rob Halford. Very underrated singer.
Yeah.
remember at one point, for some reason, I had a copy on tape of, oh God, I can't remember who it was by now. Do the Russians love their children too? I can't remember who it was by. Was it Sting?
Might have been, yeah.
It was set to a piece of classical music, but it was that was I loved that for a bit. That was a great piece. That was a rare thing where I enjoyed an actual song, and that was proper 1980s, like, you know, anti-nuclear type stuff.
Oh yeah, he went through that political stage, didn't he? All musicians go through that, don't they? They all get a bit political with their songs, don't they?
What was it? Mr. Khrushchev says, "We will bury you." I don't subscribe to that point of view.
Yeah.
Something, something, something. Do the Russians love their children too? I think it was set to the tune of a Shostakovich piece, I think.
Hugh Gordon says, Elbow's a good band. Oh yeah, Claire, Heaven 17, yeah.
Heaven 17.
Temptation, was it? Heaven 17?
Temptation. Don't sing it. Oh, shit. Crap, sorry.
Do you remember Flock of Seagulls?
Oh, yeah.
No,
yeah, that's still going.
You, wasn't it? Yeah, it's still
going.
going.
Flock of Seagulls. Eric's joined us, gentlemen, and I use that term very, very loosely.
Very loosely.
Hello, Eric. Hope you're doing
Hello,
all right,
Eric. Sorry you had to join us, but there we go.
Moist. I was able to lean over to the microphone.
I once saw a band that didn't really take off, but they were called the Sensational Alex Harvey Band.
Oh, blimey. Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, and they...
Sensational Alex Harvey Band.
They had quite a controversial record out called Next.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were supporting Slade when I saw them.
Slade.
Mm.
Now, there's a guy who had a powerful voice.
Oh, God, yeah.
What, the guy from Slade?
Yeah, Noddy Older.
Yeah, but the thing is, imagine like your entire musical career and you're known for one song.
Yeah.
Like if you're a one-hit wonder and you've done one song and it made you famous, that's great. But if you've got a whole career and nobody knows any of your songs apart from one silly Christmas song, you'd be like, oh, man.
But as he says, the royalties for that pays his pension, so he don't mind.
Yeah. He don't give a crap. He's like, yep, that'll do me nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every year the same meme does the rounds. It's not Christmas until Noddy says it is.
Yeah. It's hard to explain to someone who's not actually British how important that song is to British Christmas.
Yeah.
That song, just, ow, little stabby bastard, ow.
If you don't hear Noddy say it's Christmas, it ain't Christmas.
Yeah, that is, yeah, it's in the same way that, you know, it's not New Year till you've got the Christmas lectures, which doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
It's true.
750,000 a year from one record. Come on.
Yeah.
That's
brilliant, isn't it?
That's what you get.
I love that, you know, because we all liked a bit of Slade. I mean, again, it's a bit like ABBA, isn't it? You know, everyone knows a Slade track. Everyone will tap their foot to it, no matter what music you're into, what your taste.
Although I suspect it's perennially a British thing, and not anybody outside the UK will probably have no idea what we're talking about.
I don't know, you know.
I would imagine. I don't know. It's a kind of it's one of those things that it's a very 1970s British thing, I think, specifically.
Yeah.
I don't know if it means as much to generations that came after. I don't know. I mean, it does because people still use it, but like, do the younger generations now see it as the Christmas song, or is it not that?
No, I think a lot of people moved over to the Pogues and Shane MacGowan, didn't they? Fairy Tale in New York.
What? Shouting at each other across a piano.
Yeah, but
that's
East 17 was another one that people migrated to, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But for me, it's always going to be Noddy Older.
It's going to be Slade, isn't it?
Yeah, Noddy Older and Mud, wasn't it? Lonely This Christmas. That's the two I remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember that one, but
don't you?
I probably would if I heard it.
Well, Les Gray, the most disappointed Elvis impersonator in the world, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I've just got it in my head now. Yeah, no, it's not Christmas to me. No.
you know. But
Slade,
yeah.
Slade all the way.
Stuart Bremner saying the best voice he's seen live was the Dolores, the singer in the Cranberries.
Yes, yes.
Beautiful voice and didn't miss a note.
Yeah, same. She's no longer with us, is she? Bless her.
Dan Kramer wants to know how many nubs I've sanded so far. I've built that so far.
I'm proud of you, mate. I am proud of you.
I've not done any building for like 8 weeks, so it's not bad.
It's not bad for you, mate. Don't use that as an excuse. Well, no, you're not having that. You're not.
Well, no, because I suppose not, because I'm only doing my normal building speed anyway. It's not like I had any impact at all.
Yeah. You're not getting away with that.
Come on, it was worth a punt. It was worth a punt.
Oh, yeah, I know
that as well. Yeah.
My bugle.
See, that's what happens when you take the mickey out of me. You get consequences.
Yeah, I get fox sniffles, don't I?
Karma kicks you in the ass.
You're such a turd.
You can't call somebody a turd.
Yeah, you can.
That's not even a childish insult. It's just a rubbish insult.
He calls me that all the time.
I always calling Dad a turd. It's like, yeah,
turd's rubbish. That's not even a.
I know, but I'm 12 and a half.
That's like saying someone's a bum.
That's like sitting there saying that I've done no building for 8.5 weeks, so I'm bound to be slow, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. Frankie Goes to Wobblywood said, "I'm sure the Wham season starts very soon." No.
Yeah, last Christmas.
Ear room now.
Yeah.
No, Wham are not on my radar. No interest. I've still got Slade in my head right at this exact moment, so nothing's going to get through that.
I'm going baby, baby, baby.
I've got Take Me Back Home going in my head now, the introduction of that by Slade. It's a Slade record, mate.
Wait, are you one of 3 people in the world, one of whom is Noddy Holder, that remembers any other song apart from the Christmas one?
Yeah, I've got quite a lot of their... yeah, I've got quite a lot.
Wait, hang on a minute. What was the song actually called? So is it So This Is Christmas?
So Here It Is, Merry Christmas.
Is that what it's actually?
Everybody in it.
Everybody knows it, but I never should have realised. Didn't actually know what it was called.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Okay, yeah. I suddenly realised. Hang on a minute. I know the song inside out, but I just don't remember what it's actually called.
But you used to have Wizard as well, didn't you? So Here It Is, Merry Christmas.
You're on the screen for you, Fox.
Hey, Si. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on. So here it is. Oh yeah. So here it is. Wait. Hang on. That was Slade, wasn't it? Hang on. Am I getting wrong here?
No, Wizard was I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day.
Oh yes. You got me confused then. I thought you were giving me the Slade lyrics and saying it was Wizard.
Yeah. Nah. You're just still stuck on the fact that you've not been building for 8.5 weeks, and that's why you're building slow.
I haven't been building for 8.5 weeks. You know. I've not been well. You know.
Oh right. Yeah. Chud alert. Chud alert.
Hey, Si. Big hugs to Si Reynolds.
Big huggage.
Why is he still up? He's only 13. Why is he still up? Should be in bed by now.
Panzer saying, Fox, that Sting song is called Russians, and it's from his first solo album.
That's right. Russians, that's it. I can sing it because it's based on a Tchaikovsky, I think, or Shostakovich, which is all public domain. So.
My God, Dan Kramer has bought a bottle of non oil.
No.
Quick, spill it now so you can get it over with and deal with the consequences.
Yeah.
So you don't have to
Oh my God.
The best way to use null oil and Agrax Urshade is to buy a bottle and spill it, and then you've dealt with that. Then you can move on from that point.
That's it.
Because it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
So you may as well buy a spare bottle and spill it now on your workbench, and deal with the stained cutting mat and the sadness that ensues now while you're in full, mental capabilities.
I'm not going to say a word on that.
How is this supposed to attach a Kate? Tenuous attachment points. I really hate them. God damn it.
So how you been, Si? You been all right, mate?
I've got blinking... For some reason, I've got bloody Dire Straits Local Hero going round in my head.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why.
The only Dire Straits album I had was Brothers in Arms. I assume that means I've listened to all Dire Straits now, basically. Though,
Pretty much. Yeah.
as like Status Quo. Once you've heard one Status Quo song, you know all of them, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's the same 3 chords, isn't it? It's like you know them all.
I did like Brothers in Arms. That was a good album. I like the sound of it and the shape.
Makes
of it.
you a hardcore Dire Straits fan. That does, mate. That's it.
Yeah,
And
it's the way that
matters.
It's the way they take a 3-minute song and make it last for like 25 minutes by just having the same little bit at the end over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, it's the way
like Status Quo.
Yeah, I can't sit here and listen to you slack off Dire Straits.
Oh no, I'm not. Don't get me wrong, I'm not. I love Brothers in Arms. I thought it was great.
Hugh Gordon, Dex's Midnight Runners.
Oh,
The bass player out of Dex's Midnight Runners is the bass player in Status Quo.
Wait, hang on. Dex's Midnight Runners.
Rhino.
Yeah, Rhino, yeah.
Dex's Midnight Runners, was that Come On Eileen?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know any other songs they did apart from Come
You
On
do.
Eileen.
Gino.
No,
Yeah.
don't know what Gino is.
Whoa, Gino. You
No,
do.
no idea what that is.
Do you know that was like he was in the room then? That's uncanny, Dad.
Oh, cheers, mate. I want to say this before it's too late. Lynn Dipple's fallen asleep in her chair and she's got work tomorrow, so she's going to bed. Night night, Lynn.
All right,
Lynn.
Lynn. Take care, darling. Oh, bless her.
Good night, we're leaving you, skilly die. Good night. Wish you found good night. Fa-ta-ta-ta, fa-ta-ta-ta.
Good old Lynn.
Yeah, Jeff nailed it there. He said, Dan, take a swig of your non oil so you'll be able to identify individual Citadel paints by taste.
Oh, one other thing you should also do, Dan, if you get yourself some Agrax Earthshade, to get it out of the way, dip your brush in it and lick the brush.
Yeah.
That's the first thing you must do the first time you buy Agrax Earthshade.
Yeah.
Because trust me, you will never do it again after that point.
Nope.
You have to say that as the pot of one paint I've got open is Agrax Earthshade, don't you?
Yeah, it's the one thing you have to do.
Oh, do it. Colin, go on.
You have to do it because once you've done it, you'll never do it again.
Colin, go on.
Agrax Earthshade, folks. Look.
Go on, Col. Do it.
No.
Go on. Go on. You have to do it at least once. You have to live the dream.
Oh.
Go on, we'll dare you. Because at least if you do it once deliberately, then when you do it the next time by accident, it won't be quite as shock to your system.
Doesn't taste of anything.
Oh my God, he's got COVID.
Oh God, he has got COVID. I think you should see a doctor quite quickly.
No.
Seriously?
No, I can't taste nothing.
Oh, mate, your dad. Oh, you had spicy bloody hot wings before. They killed your taste buds.
Yeah, I did.
Because it's quite funny. Even Duncan Rhodes, it says, what's the worst thing you've ever tasted? And he's always like, Agrax Earthshade. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
It's a well-established meme with Games Workshop that Agrax Earthshade is just the worst taste in the world. So it's always recommended to do it once deliberately.
Oh, well, I'll have to get a COVID test now then, Dad.
Yeah.
Dear Duncan, I dispute your claim.
Dear Duncan, why, oh, why, oh, why? Dear Points of View, I was most disappointed that I imbibed some Agrax Earthshade and was not finding myself retching. I demand a refund of my licence fee.
Claire saying, remember the Dex's Jockey Wilson gaff in Top of the Pop? Vaguely, I remember the gaff, but I don't remember what the gaff was now.
Wait, Jockey Wilson as in the darts player?
Yeah. Jockey... Yeah, it was supposed to be...
It was supposed to be Jackie Wilson, wasn't
Jackie Wilson, yeah, it was supposed to be Jackie Wilson said.
Yeah,
and they sang Jockey Wilson said.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Panzer Koenig says, Dire Straits, isn't that what happens when Dad scoffs prunes and custard?
Did you hear the story of that, Fox?
No. I know there's an ongoing joke about prunes. I've even made it myself. I don't know what the actual story is.
The other week, I fancied some prunes the other week.
Well, you are old. It's allowed.
Yeah.
It's like getting to 50, innit, and things happen. Prunes is,
I bought tin of prunes and I bought a tin of Devon custard.
Oh, Devon custard.
And I put the Devon custard in the microwave to warm it up. Then
yeah.
I drained the tin of prune juice into a glass and drank that.
Oh, yeah, I actually like prune juice.
Yeah, it was really nice. And then I emptied the 18 prunes into the custard and ate all them.
Oh.
For the next 18 hours, I was sat on the toilet.
You had a hosepipe arse.
I did.
Yeah.
And,
see,
yeah.
Even I know that's kind of inordinate.
I know.
Only happened to him.
But then again, I do like prune. Even Worf will tell you prune juice is a warrior's drink.
Yeah, so I did Google it after, and it said, whatever you do not have more than 6 prunes at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you drunk the prune juice as well. That's what made it.
I was just sat here, and I just got that griping pain across my lower stomach.
You were like, oh, did you get the kind of cold sweats as well? You were like, oh, this is going to be, oh no.
How fast did I move, Cole?
Oh, mate, honestly, you could have lit a fag off the door hinge, mate. He was gone. He went, oh, you're all right, mate. Gone.
My area.
It wasn't be back in a minute, folks. I'm just going to the loo. He was gone. The door was just flung open. It was like, and when he walked in, Fox, he done that walk of a defeated man.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah. You know what makes it worse is that when you know you're going to be doing that for the next 10 hours or something, it's not the fact you're going to be doing that. It's the fact that you're going to have a red raw backside by the end of it.
Oh yeah. No. He sat down, and then about 10 minutes later, you heard. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
For the next 3 days, I was sat on a cushion here.
It doesn't matter how soft your toilet paper and how much balm it's got in it. It's like sandpaper. You're like, oh.
It didn't help because I looked at it and I said, "Here, you know that baboon on David Attenborough?" He went, "Yeah." I said, "I bet that's what you feel like, isn't it?" He's like, "It's not helping me, mate. It's not helping me."
I remember many years ago, when I used to do detailing with a guy who's no longer my friend, but we'd been to we'd been working wax stock show at Telford. It's the week before the International Modelers Show, bizarrely. So my life's been linked with Telford for many years. So we'd had a stall at Waxstock. And it was the last day, so we packed everything up and we got in the car. And we got to like the services just outside of Telford just to stock up on like stuff to drink, because it was always a long journey home because the traffic was always a nightmare on the Sunday coming home. It'd take you an hour just to get out of Waxstock and out of the Telford Conference Centre. So we stopped off and we picked up a load of like drinks and stuff, and for some reason we grabbed like a whole mess of bags of like dried fruit. We just thought, it'd be healthy. It's healthy little snacks. It's all little bits of dried, pear and apple and stuff, and orange and stuff. Little slices of fruit, all dried and like almost like sweets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we started munching these. Yeah, and it was like a 4-hour journey because of the traffic was terrible. And like we munched all these many packets of dried fruit, and I swear, 2 hours into a 4-hour journey, and me and this guy were both sat there and we're like, Are you fit? And he went, yeah. Are you? And I said, yeah. He was like, oh. And it was like, next service is 10 miles. You were like, oh, Christ. So, we had what you had, Dad, but we were stuck in a car on the motorway for like 2 hours. We had to.
That's real pain, isn't it?
We had to really suffer and stop at every single service station on the way. Oh. That was torture, and it wasn't. And the worst thing is, it wasn't my car, so I was then embarrassed because I didn't want to, make a mess of his nice car. Looking back on it now, I wish I had, to be honest, but
yeah.
Okay.
That's when you just sit there, don't you, and you think, yeah, why does this have to happen to me?
Right, because if I get the raging hosepipe butt now, it's great because the toilet's just there on the other side of a door, so it's just not a problem. Yeah. But when you're in a car halfway down the M25 or the M whatever it was, M62, I don't know motorways, and you've got like 2 hours to go, and you're like, oh, and the traffic's not moving, and there's this like service is 1 mile, and the traffic had stopped, and you're like, oh, come on, nightmare. slow moving traffic and the squits is not a good combination.
No, you get caught out. It's like,
oh yeah, I remember I was in a pub once, and it's probably about a good half-hour walk from home, and I walked out of the front door of the pub, and as I stepped out of the front door, the door behind me slammed shut and locked because they were closing. Slammed shut and locked, and at that exact moment I went, I need to poop. But I had like a good half-hour walk to get home, and I'm like, oh. It was the fun. Looking back on it, it was probably I looked like a speed walker.
Oh, proper, yeah.
It wasn't raging squits. It's just I needed to poop.
Yeah,
but it's like, oh, I've got to walk for half an hour. I don't want to.
I've got to walk for half an hour at rapid speed while trying not to touch.
Yeah, while sweating cobs and cursing and clenching so hard, I was like, my fingernails were digging into the back of my hand.
You could have put a credit card between your cheeks, it would have swiped.
Oh yeah, and then it's somehow managed to unlock the front door and get up the stairs in one single movement. I don't quite know how I did it.
Hugh Gordon says no one's mentioned Pink Floyd. Oh, comfortably numb.
Money.
All the Rolling Stones. Yeah, a bit partial to the Stones back in the day.
I was never really into Pink Floyd. I had a few friends who were into that stuff, but in the 1980s, I just saw them as slightly pretentious upper-class twits. So I just saw that music as their kind of music.
Yeah, they kind of went through a weird stage, didn't they?
Well, it was more that all the people I knew who liked it were slightly pretentious upper-middle-class idiots and poncy blokes, and I'm like, okay, it's not really... Yeah. That's not really my kind of music. All the kind of people that went to university and had Pink Floyd posters on the walls. And it was like, oh, really? You're just being pretentious now. So I didn't like it by default because it was pretentious people that liked it.
Oh, he's funny.
People that were in the upper set that did like Latin and Greek. Not hoi polloi like me.
Neckbeards.
No, this was the 80s, remember? They were just, you know.
Yeah. Size just said I'd take talking of the squits on Wednesday. He found out how sharp his 0.1 or 0.10 mil display chisel is. I could have pinstriped a wall with blood for about an hour. Oh, you had proper Captain Stabbities.
Oh, sorry, I actually misheard all the words of that sentence. I was like, what are you on about? Oh, you found out how sharp. I got you. How sharp is. Yeah. I thought you found out that Al Sharp is what? Who's Al Sharp? What?
Al Sharp, he's that famous comedian, mate. That bloke who works with Hugo.
I know. Well, that's where it went wrong because I misheard that as Al Sharp, and from that point, none of that sentence made any sense at all. I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah. Educating Festa Part 4. Pronunciation.
No, it's me not listening. I'm like, what? Because I was doing something, and I'm like, I misheard that, and I'm like, wait, that's all gone wrong.
Yeah.
I need to pay attention.
Oh, dear.
Al Sharp. Right, that's that.
Hugh Golden says I'm a 60s old git. Nothing wrong with that, mate.
That goes on there. I might be just about to finish and dude.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Hold up a minute. Can someone do a campaign here? We want the original Fox back. Only this bloke's an imposter.
Imposter.
The real Fox would never finish anything.
Little bit of sticky glue in there. And we're sticking and we're gluing. Ja, das ist richtig. And the backpack is
Stickage
on.
and gluage.
There we have the finished guy. I have finished a person. Hang on, let me put my lid on my glue.
God, he's good, isn't he?
But now we have the completed personage. Yeah, das ist richtig.
I'm impressed, mate.
Who did I make? I made a Plague Champion.
Oh, he's good.
Which in French would be Champion de la Peste. In Spanish would be Campeón de Plaga. And in German it would be Seuchenchampion.
Daniela's off.
No, Daniela.
In Italian it would be Campione della Peste. And in Japanese and Chinese, forget it. I can't even read the words.
My tablets are kicking in as well, gents, so I'm going to get up, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem, mate. We'll probably go at 2:30 anyway, so yeah.
All right.
No worries, mate. Thanks for joining us, Dad. It is always appreciated, mate.
Good to see you, Fox, matey. I'm made up.
Yep. Thank you, Dad. It's nice to see you too.
And I'll chat to you both later.
Yeah, mine. There you go, mate.
Big dad
down,
hugs.
fella.
Big dad hugs.
A big dad hugs, absolutely. He's knackered, bless him.
Yeah. Well, he's an old man now.
Oh, I wouldn't have said that.
No.
He'll still be lurking. He'll come back in and tell you off. Bless him.
So I'm just replying to a text.
Candygram saying, take care to scale your models. Rest well. Absolutely, mate. He will. He needs it. He's absolutely clagged, bless him. He's been a bit under the weather, cold-wise, so...
Get.
Yeah.
Oi.
Yeah, he heard you, Fox. Told you he would.
His ears burnt.
Absolutely.
Every time someone says old.
We'll get you back.
That's why he's got restraining orders from all the local car auction places
Yeah.
and antique dealers.
Our very own Victor Meldry, mate.
I don't believe it. Right, I built one dude, and that's made me sweat a lot. I'm a bit out of practice.
I'm impressed, mate. I am impressed. I'll give you that.
My Marina della Peste, as the Italians would probably say a lot better.
Come in and to sit there and ethically build that dude. I'm proud of you, soldier.
And don't forget, I did not shut up once while I was doing it.
No, you've done really well, mate.
Marina della Peste. That's a lot of options for one dude. That's ridiculous.
Kevin says, and a dude.
And a dude.
He's done well, mate, isn't he?
And he done well.
Are you as proud of him as we are, Si?
Who's been a good boy? I've been a very good boy. I wish I'd made the other. I made one option of 3, but I wish I'd done the other one now. Never mind. That's 2 pages of instructions just to make one figure. Because
I
of
am impressed, mate.
All the different options.
So these new Orc sets coming out, are they going to be worth it, do you think?
Yeah. The way it used to work is they used to have the start collecting sets.
That's right, yeah.
Start collecting sets were usually about 50 quid. And what you tended to get was about 70 or 80 quid's worth of stuff for 50 quid.
Yes.
And it was basically it was a unit of troops to a certain points value.
Yeah.
And so they were all about, so you could build that start collecting and fight it against another start collecting set, and you'd have about a balanced battle. But you're typically getting about 70 or 80 quid's worth of stuff for about 50 quid. Mm-hmm. The new, what are they called now? These things, what are they called? Oh, God. Combat patrols.
Yeah.
They've stopped the start collecting sets because the new 9th edition doesn't work the same way. So it's the new combat patrols, I think, are supposed to be something like 500 points of troops.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which is 500 points in terms of playing the game. So it's a similar idea, but it's based on the new 9th edition, which has a different points thing. So they've got more figures. They've got more stuff in them. They're slightly bigger than the start collecting sets.
Yeah.
So they're more expensive. They're like 85 quid, but you're still getting, I think you're getting about 110, 115 quid's worth of stuff for 80. You're still paying less than you would if you bought all the bits individually. So, like this set here, I've got lots of Death Guard and lots of Poxwalkers. There's no vehicles or anything like that.
No.
But all these different kit models are available individually. So I could buy these Plague Marines. So technically the idea is, although they're more expensive, you're actually getting more stuff because it's a whole new game system. But you're still paying less than you would if you bought them individually. Like, I think that's how it works. Like the Imperial Guard one, you get like a Lehman Russ tank. Yeah. Which is one of
Looks like an old Mark IV mail tank, yeah, the Lehman Russ.
Yeah, it's like a Lehman Russ.
Yeah, yeah.
But the Lehman Russ is like 35 quid.
Yeah.
For that. And I can't remember if you get 1 or 2 in the stock collecting set. So straight away, you know, you're getting that plus a load of dudes. It's going to be they're going to be varying in value for, you know, if you it's the same idea that it's troops built up to a certain number of points.
Yeah.
So you can say, right, you can start a game now with, rather than trying to figure out, here's 500 points worth of troops, you've got a vehicle and some land troops and whatever. It's a great way to start getting into playing the game, but they're aiming it at people playing the game.
Yeah, so I was saying the combat patrol is very good value. It's about 35 models and all bar one are brand new. Yeah, it's something I'm looking at. You know, I haven't pulled the pin on one yet, but
no, it
may be on my, will be added to my wish list. Yeah.
I mean, if you're not interested in playing the game at all, then it is worth just trying to pick up the old start collecting sets, because a lot of retailers still have them. E-models have a few start collecting sets because they've got them in stock, because they've had them in stock for a while. So you can still pick up, they don't make them anymore, but you can still pick them up from various retailers. So if you don't want to spend a lot of money, then, you know, you can pick up a start collecting set. But, you know, the new Orc Combat Patrol, there's a lot of models in there. They're all new models. Whereas the existing start collecting is all old models, and you'll get a lot less. So, I mean, if you don't want to spend a lot of money right away, and you're not going to be bothering to play the game, just see if you can pick up the old Combat Patrol, the old start collecting somewhere.
Yeah, it's just one of those. I've got an eye on it. You know, I'll probably pull the pin on it at some point.
Yeah. And because I know you've said in the past before, and others have said it's suddenly 85 quid, and it's like, yeah, but you're actually getting, it's like,
yeah, I mean, as you know, I mean, I can put what I know about Warhammer on the end of a biro ball, mate, you know, but it's one of those. I thought, oh, you know, the old one was 50 quid. Oh, that's 35 quid more. Are they taking the mickey or what? But
no, it's a lot of people think that.
I don't know the points. I don't know the rules, the codex, or anything like that. So when people that know it say, actually, mate, it's okay, I'll take your word for it.
Exactly, because you're still getting more than you're actually paying for. Again, if you were to buy the units individually, although some of them, like Simon says, some of them have models that aren't available individually just yet.
Yeah.
But, you know, some of them you'll have like a load of grunt troops and then say a vehicle or two. And sometimes just the vehicles can be like 40 or 50 quid worth of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Kramer says, the start collecting sets are $100. They've gone up rather than down. Yeah, I had to look on eBay, and some of the old start collecting sets had already started rising in price because people are trying to hold on to them and charge silly money. But retailers that have still got them in stock, I think, are duty bound, aren't they, to do the RRP? But
retailers with Games Workshop, they can have a lower price. They can't. The way it works with Games Workshop is, if you're a retailer, you can't sell it for more than Games Workshop charge. Yeah, and you can reduce that amount by, I think you can sell it for as cheap as you want, but it makes no sense to sell it at less than you paid for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're a big retailer with a lot of shops, you'll be able to get a good trade discount from Games Workshop, and you might get, say, 10 or 20% off retail when you buy them from Games Workshop. So you can sell them a little bit over that just to make a little bit of money. Yeah. If you wanted to, you could, you could get from Games Workshop and sell it at Games Workshop's RRP. Yeah. But all your other trader friends are selling it at 20% off. So. Yeah, that's right. So you're allowed to if you're a retailer. They're not Games Workshop, so you don't say you have to sell it at our RRP. No, which is weird because that means that Games Workshop's more expensive than everybody else. I can't find this. Yeah, that's a strange. Yeah. Basically, Games Workshop are saying, we know that all our third-party sellers sell at 10 or 20% less than we do, but we don't care because a lot of people still buy from Games Workshop. Yeah. So I can't find this piece at all. C24. That's the key, though, isn't it? As long as they're making their money, they're not going to mind. Yeah, they don't care. The thing is, I think with a lot of like smaller retailers, often the purchasing decision is because it's nearby. Yeah. Like if somebody goes to a shop to buy Warhammer stuff, it's probably because it's the nearest physical shop that sells Warhammer. Yeah. So Games Workshop are like, well, they're going to buy it from that store regardless, because it's the one that's like a mile away from their house. And they like to go into a bricks and mortar shop, so we're still getting the sale from the shop, so we don't really care, So I think they're still happy. They're just getting the sale either way. But yeah, so those new combat patrols, they are actually worth it because you are getting a lot more plastic than the old start collecting sets, and you're still getting a bit of a discount.
You know me, I'll end up getting them. It's just how I am because I'm going to end up further and further in the hole anyway. So I'm not gonna fight it. But one of those I was curious about.
Oh yeah, I mean, as a general rule of thumb, whenever Games Workshop do any kind of box set like that, you generally are paying less than you would if you bought all the bits individually.
Yeah,
because they tend to put it all together into a like set and then knock some of the money down. And
yeah, because I was
going to say, then they count on the people of the convenience of buying it all in one go and not having to think about what units to have in your patrol or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, doing the sets like that makes sense for all the live streams, to be honest with you, because, like I say, it's just a load of dudes that you're putting together, and why not?
Yeah.
So
I think the whole combat patrol thing is more because they introduced new game types in the 9th edition, and combat patrol is designed to be that kind of small scale, slightly skirmishy game.
Yeah.
Which start collectings weren't. They were just, here's so many points of dudes. So, but yeah, they are good.
And like I say, they've probably been around since Noah anyway, haven't they? The start collecting set.
Yeah, like some of them are quite like the orc stuff in the start collecting orcs is like 20 years old. So
yeah.
Whereas the orc stuff in the combat patrol, you've got like the boss and stuff like that. It's all new stuff. But if you're just doing it for model making, that does take on a different perspective there.
Yeah.
Because if you're getting say the orc set with loads of really beautiful orcs and lots of stuff to do, it's quite good value for money because you're getting loads of stuff to build and paint. But if you're getting the I don't know the sets, but there are some sets where it's like you're just getting like 30 or 40 figures and they're kind of not very interesting figures.
Yeah.
If you're not playing the game, some of them aren't that interesting as just I don't really like the Eldar stuff, so that looks really boring to me. So I wouldn't want to pay 85 quid for that.
Yeah.
But the orc stuff, absolutely. I'm just waiting for the I'm waiting for the plastic Deathcore Krieg dudes to come out as a separate set so I can buy them.
Oh right, yeah.
I don't want to buy the Octarius thingy set because I'm not interested in the orc stuff or the scenery. So I'm just waiting for them to release the actual just plastic Deathcore. I'll be all over that like a fly on poop.
Fly around a cow's
Yes. I want to make me plastic Deathcore. But then again, that's another set of orcs that they'll release because they said that stuff in the Octarius game set. It's like a boxed game.
Yeah.
The Octarius set, you get Deathcore and you get orcs and you get some scenery.
Oh right, yeah.
Now, for you as a model maker, there's no point in you getting that set because you're not going to use the scenery and you're not going to use the Deathcore. And you're not going to use any of the gameplay, the books and stuff that come with it. So there's no point spending that money. But they are going to release the orcs and the Deathcore separately as just a pack of the orcs and a pack of the Deathcore.
Can you honestly see me not ending up having a gaming table?
You might. I think you might do eventually. I think you may have. Eventually, you get enough dudes that one day you decide to splurge and get a codex and figure out how the hell to play it.
Yeah, I fear that.
The one thing I wouldn't recommend though is I wouldn't recommend you buy the actual scenery stuff that Games Workshop do.
Oh no, not when I can create my own.
Well, they do these like square tiles.
Yeah.
Because a standard Warhammer table is 6 foot by 4 foot.
Oh right, yeah.
That's the kind of standard minimum size. It doesn't have to be for large scale games. For little skirmish games, it can be smaller. Yeah. But the typical size, if you go into a Warhammer store, it's typically 6 foot by 4 foot. And they sell packs of like terrain tiles that maybe come with it might be like tiles that look like part of a city, and it's got all stuff on the floor and little pipes and grills and vents and stuff, or it might be other stuff, but they're like 100 and 200 quid for like 6 tiles, and it's just a big flat square plastic tile with terrain on it. You don't
need that. Yeah, sod that.
Not that kind of money. I mean, they look good and you get buildings and stuff with them, but make your own.
Yeah, I can see it happening.
Yeah. All he needs a big trestle table, 6 foot by 4 foot, or bigger.
Oh yeah, set of pasteboards.
Yeah, set of pasteboards, make a nice diorama.
Oh, thanks, Edward.
Basically, it's just a massive diorama. You can get buildings and stuff. I don't recommend you buying their scenery tiles, but you can get lots of buildings and stuff and things like that that look really good. They're quite good. Or you can get people make buildings and stuff out of like wood that you can use for game. It doesn't really matter. Make your own.
Yeah, I mean
they do lots of like industrial. All their scenery items, like the walkways and the buildings and the railings, they're all modular, so you can mix and match. And when you go to Warhammer World, and you go through the museum, like the exhibition where it's got all the cabinets full of all the models, you'll see some amazing dioramas of like different industrial complexes with tubes and pipes and ladders. That's just the same, like 5 or 6 basic terrain modules that they make, like tubes and walkways and stuff that you can just put together however you want. They're really cool. They're just all modular, so everything fits together basically.
Yeah, I mean these are all going to get displayed in a bookcase, but I'll probably end up doing the shelf that they're all in. I'll probably do as some kind of, how can I say? So just basically do the sides and the back and everything as some kind of scene. Yeah, that everything sits in or sits on or whatever, some kind of terrain. I don't know yet. Fully decided, but there was something that they'll all sit on.
There was a very famous model maker in the 70s and 80s called Shepherd Payne.
Yeah,
who was a legendary model maker by today's standards. He was a good model maker.
Yeah,
but by the standards of the 1780s, he was an outstanding model maker.
Yeah,
by today's standards, he's probably not that great, but he's still kind of legendary. But he had a habit of what he used to do was make these little things, these little dioramas, where it was basically a box.
Yeah.
Like a wooden box with a window cut in the front.
Yeah.
And it was almost like the diorama was inside it, so you're looking through a hole in the front.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like a little 3-dimensional. That's what you made me think of them. You're saying about having the backs and the sides. It's almost like you cut a window into the front of the box and you can see inside. And that obviously had the sky.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It had a name, but I can't remember what they were called. But he was well known for doing the little vignettes inside this box.
Yeah, it just makes sense, doesn't it? Because it gives the figures and everything something to stand in, and when it's not been played, and then you can dig it all out when you choose. So,
I'll have a quick whiz through the chat for you. Cy Reynolds says about the orcs, though, the boys are 20 years old, for example. The combat patrol for orcs is awesome, but if everything within doesn't take your fancy, buy bits separately.
Yeah.
Yep. The Orc Boys 20 are worth £70 at RRP alone. Okay, here we go. This is what you get in the new Combat Patrol. He says the Orc Boys, there's 20 of them, are worth £70 alone. Add the War Boss, which is the big dude in the mech suit, that's 30 quid. And the Death Dread is 35 quid. And the Death Copter's 35 quid. You're pushing towards £200.
And
you're paying 85 quid for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's either took, I think that's the Combat Patrol, unless he's talking about the Octarius set, I don't know. Philly says he just treated himself to the new kill team. He loves the Orc Commandos. Yeah, when they come out separately, you should get them, because I think you'll like the Orc Commandos. Yeah. Like one of them's got like the proper World War II British Commando woolly hat.
Oh right, yeah.
And there's a Grot in a little stealth ninja suit, which just looks like a really shit gimp suit.
Yeah.
They're quite funny.
So knowing me like you do, Si, not in a jest with Festa way, you'd recommend I'd get them.
Yeah. They are. Those new Combat Patrols, they are worth the money, because you're getting more than you're paying for it if you were to buy them separately. But I would just say, have a look and see,
Yeah.
See what tickles you. It might be that none of the models in that set tickle your fancy, in which case don't bother. But they are a good way to build up your forces without spending a fortune. Edward Leonard says your blaster jet is looking nice, Col.
It's getting there, isn't it?
Oh, you're back on that, I noticed. I haven't been watching, of course, because I've been busy doing
I'm just flitting between different ones tonight, just fettling.
Do you like to flit? Do you, Festa?
Yeah, I must admit, I like
like
to
a
flit
nice
between builds.
You like a nice flit. Edward Dennis says, I find it interesting to know why using a glued gun instead of a super glue to glue on the bombs. To me, I make a mess.
Because I've got no super glue.
Yeah. Why are you using this? Because I don't have the other thing. I will admit, I think when I glued the bombs on mine, I also used super glue.
Yeah.
Just because using plastic cement, which is the right thing to do normally.
Yeah, these ones went in with ordinary glue. He's on about these big ones. Yeah, there's no mounts for these, mate, because I've added them as extras. They would go there. So I've basically just put... because don't forget, on these, I have to put everything in the box on the model.
That's true. That's true. But I found with mine, I with the bombs that go on it, that where they're supposed to go, I actually found everything was painted. So I found it easier to just use super glue, because if you use normal plastic cement, of course, it can take 10 or 15 minutes, and that's where you get the bombs going wonky in the holes, because they don't fit flush, they wobble.
Yeah, they're not great, are they?
No, so if you use super glue, you get it in straight dump. There you go, fantastic.
Yeah.
It does mean, of course, as well, that they might snap out. Now, I've got another blaster jet I need to paint for Tabletop Trauma Centre.
Yeah.
And thank the maker, whoever made it, because it was basically built and primed. Whoever made it glued the bombs on with super glue, because one of them had broken off. Yeah. And I was able to get the other one off to paint it, and they just popped off because it was super glue. So
I mean, with these end ones here, there's no mounts for them. And with super glue, as soon as you put any pressure on them, they just go ping.
Yeah.
Whereas they won't come off. So
no.
And I've got no super glue left. So
yeah,
that's a good thing.
That's the most important reason not to use super glue if you haven't got any.
But thanks for asking.
Shepherd's Pain diorama working boxes were great in their day and still look good. They were called box dioramas. They were called box. I knew there was a name for them. It was dioramas in a box, or box dioramas. Yeah, Shepherd Pain is like he did a lot of his box dioramas. Bizarrely, were things set in. They were figures.
Oh right,
and they were usually set in and around the Revolutionary War. You know, the Civil War and not the Civil War, the Revolutionary War.
Yeah,
War of Independence. So they were classical themed, a lot of small scale figures. But he did a lot of World War II stuff and other stuff as well. And he was a very well known model maker who just stopped. He was one of like the big names in model making in the 70s and 80s. Yeah. He did a lot of stuff for museums. Did stuff for Tamiya. If you ever look at some of the old Tamiya catalogues, there's things like, I think it's an Abrams tank with a couple of guys in the turret that were not.
Oh right, yeah.
They had kind of custom poses that weren't the figures that came in the Tamiya kit. That was one of his. You'd see his name in the Tamiya catalogues in the 80s. But he's a legendary model maker back in the day. But like he says, by today's standards, we've come a long way since then, and he probably wouldn't stand out as anything particularly special or spectacular in like the armor modelling or anything like that.
It's because strange, isn't it, really, how the techniques have changed in that last 30, 40 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was limited to using techniques that he had at the time. Now, he was doing a lot more than most. He was using oil paints and stuff for weathering and stuff, where most people didn't even know about that. So he was more advanced than the average modeler at the time. And the thing that if you get an old 1970s or 80s modelling book, the shocking thing is how, you go through these how to make models books and you get all the photographs of how to do things. And a lot of them are really, really bad. They're really terrible builds that people have done, and it's in these books, how to make models, because they didn't have all. It's like they were doing things like get some black paint and thin it down, and that's your black wash.
Oh, okay.
And weathering would be dry brush some metallic colour over your World War II tank, and that's it, end of weathering.
That's the thing I noticed when I got back into this hobby, is how weathering had suddenly become back in vogue. And how different it had become, because, as you say, we used to, we wanted to do a muddy diorama years ago. We just went out in the garden, got some mud, baked it on a tray, and used mud. Well, whereas you get all these pots of all of these different concoctions now that weren't about back then.
Well, that's the thing, is like, you look at the weathering today, and the reason the weathering today is so much better and a bigger thing is because there's actually weathering. I mean, I've got collections of books from the 70s and 80s, like how to build models, how to make, modeler's handbook.
Yeah.
I've got a book of military modelling handbook, and they literally are saying things like weathering is basically give it a black wash and do some metallic dry brushing, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's weathering in the 70s. That was it.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, things like Starship Filth. You wouldn't have had that stuff years and years ago, would you?
But there was no mention of oil paint weathering or filters or anything like that. It just didn't exist. And if it did, it wasn't well known. And it's things like these old books. If they talk about airbrushes, it's usually to say, "Oh, you don't need to bother with that nonsense." No.
Yeah,
that's professionals. You don't need to worry about that. And that was
dot filters and things like that. It's just unbelievable.
Just didn't exist. But I mean, one of the books literally says, or not literally, but to paraphrase it, it kind of says, "Don't worry about airbrushing. That's a professional thing. You don't need to trouble yourself with such matters."
Oh,
it's like, and this is in a how to do military modelling book that was expensive at the time, and it's like, wow. Reading it back, and it's like.
You sit there and you're like, eh? Just
it's like basically it was saying, one of them said, you don't need to worry about airbrushes, just make sure you have a couple of good brushes and some nice enamel paints and you're fine.
Yeah.
And it's
Edward Leonard. Go on. Yeah,
I was going to say that, because in those days there weren't really anything apart from enamel paints. That was your lot.
Yeah, Edward Leonard's on about them sights again on the front of the WASBOM. Yeah, mine disappeared off the front. Mine's gone the way of the carpet monster.
Mine fell off so many times that in the end I just super glued it on. It was glued on properly, but I snapped it off like 4 times, and in the end it had snapped a bit, so I just super glued that little fucker down.
Yeah, Claire's saying she's just watched the new Matrix trailer. Yeah, I've got that on my YouTube watch list. I shall sit and watch that later, Claire. Do you reckon it's worthy of a visit to the cinema?
What's that?
The new Matrix film. Claire's on about
it's not out yet. It's not out yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The trailers on the tubes at the moment.
Well, as long as you realise it's not got Lawrence Fishburne in it.
Yeah, he got killed off, didn't he?
Well, he got killed off in the video game, which apparently is canon. But there's a guy that looks very much like young Lawrence Fishburne wearing the same glasses.
I know, I've still got my sight. Look, I kept it on the sprue. I didn't put it on. Because I knew I'd knock it off.
That's why it keeps falling off, because it's not on there.
I'm so happy. I'm sure I'd put one, because I've got the old, what's his name, tip poking out of there.
Yeah. Apparently Lawrence Fishburne has been asked many times if why he's not in the film, and all he says is, they didn't invite me to be in it. Nobody asked me to be in it.
That's a shame.
He said, why are you not in it? Because the Wachowskis never asked me to be in it. So he doesn't know why he's not in it.
Oh, what a shame.
So, yeah. But there's obviously, people are wondering if it's like a young Morpheus.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, that would kind of make sense why you don't want the old Morpheus actor playing young Morpheus.
Yeah.
But have you not heard of de-aging? Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Lawrence Fishburne, man, get with the program. Das ist nicht wichtig. I don't know though. I mean, I have to be honest. After the second or third Matrix films, I don't know if I want to trust watching the fourth Matrix.
Been done definite.
Well, the first Matrix film was genius. The second and third ones were kind of garbage.
Yeah,
they weren't very good. And I was like, yeah, it's like after watching Terminator 2, and then you watch any of come after that. Would you really ever want to try and watch a Terminator film again? Not really.
No, there's only so much you can do, isn't there?
Well, once you have a good film and the rest are all crap after it, no. So, no.
I might use those on my Orc Stomper.
What's that?
I've got bits left over from the WASBOM.
You'll always. I've got tons of bits. I've got so many bits left
over. Exhausts, and all kinds of stuff.
Well, when I've got my other little WASBOM here, when I strip it down for tabletop trauma, I'm just going to go through my spares from my own WASBOM build and see what I can stick on it.
Claire, totally get you on that one. Reluctant to go to the cinema. Yeah, I'm still in a bubble because I've got a major spine surgery at the end of the month. Yeah. So I've been in a COVID bubble since I retired, basically, because it's the safest option for me at the moment because of having an impaired immune system. Yeah. So
yeah. I've not felt compelled to go to the cinema for a very long time.
No, it's one of them, isn't it?
As I've got older and I've got less able to sit there for 3 hours and not need to go for a wee halfway through movies or miss a load of details, I'm more happy sitting in a comfortable chair in front of the TV where I can pause it while I go for a wee every 5 minutes.
With me, whenever I go to the cinema, I always seem to have the chud sat behind us that wants to talk all the way through the bloody film. It's like, really?
Yeah.
No,
I don't really. I've got my telly and I've got my surround system. I don't need to go to the cinema and spend £500 on a hot dog.
Panzer's off ski by the look of that. Someone saying, "Ciao, take care, all the best."
Take care, whoever's leaving, Panzer.
Panzer's got to head back to work. Yeah, you mind. There you go, Panzer. Hugh Gordon says, "Could you imagine extra fin in 1974 would have been useless for his balsa and tissue rubber band powered kits." I did the balsa wood one of the Wright brothers plane. I remember opening or snapping the tip off the glue of the old glues that used to come with the model kits, and then you'd frantically run around looking for a pin to put in the end because
pin in the end.
Yeah, you're like,
because you forget that bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
that'd be a Brit fix. That'd be a Brit fix glue, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just used to snap the end off.
Or as I used to call it, Brit Fix 77 because of Britvic.
But I still have a drawer full of the infamous Umbro poly cement.
And
I still use them, Fox. I still use them tubes of Umbro poly, mate. They do come in handy. I know.
Yeah, there's always going to be a use case for them, but
the sacrilege, the shame of it.
Oh yeah, but at least now you only use them when you need to use them. But that's the thing. I mean, when you think what we had to work with, but it is shocking when you, because we think when we used to make models as kids, we were dumb children. We didn't know anything. Of course, everything we made looked like garbage.
Well, yeah.
But then but that's when you get to the point of these old books I was talking about, where it's like, yeah, but everybody had that limitation, and everything looked like garbage in the 1980s and 70s. Even the professional stuff looked pretty rough.
I can remember my missus getting me a modelling book in the 90s. Because I'd taken time out of the hobby to raise me two sons.
Yeah.
She just got me this modelling book, and said, get back into your hobby once we can, get a bit of money behind it. Give us something to do, because me health was beginning to wane. So, it was already apparent that all wasn't well. She got me some kits and this book, and it was like, wow, this has changed. And then obviously with YouTube, it's like, oh my God, there's people building models on YouTube. Okay, let's have a look. And that's how I found Tony, you, and all the others. And the rest is history, so to speak.
Panzer says, going back to the old, legendary model makers, he says, in order it was Shepard Payne, Francois Verlinden. You remember Verlinden used to make lots of resin figures and stuff.
Yeah.
And there was the Verlinden painting method. Shepard Payne, Francois Verlinden, Tony Greenland, and they all led the way to Mig Jimenez, Adam Wilder, and Mike Rinaldi. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Blimey. Yeah, he is going back.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you've got those names back in the 70s and 80s, and then kind of nothing for a while, and then in the modern age, as time progressed in the sort of early 2000s, that's when the new sort of realistic style started to appear as more advanced weathering products. And if you think about it, it was the in the 90s, it was the rise of your acrylics that really started to broaden it. And when acrylics started to come in the late 80s and then through the 90s, when acrylic paint started to appear. Because up until then, it really was things like Humbrol enamels and stuff. Acrylics weren't really that well known.
They all had them same sort of odd two or three colour military Umbrol paints. Yeah. And everything got painted in it. Wellington bombers, all of that lot.
But that's where the literature from the time is telling, because it literally says, you get some good enamel, get some enamel paints and some good brushes and you're done. In the 90s, you start to get more paints. In the 2000s, it's when you start to get more weathering products, and we start to see things like, weathering powders and pigments that were they probably were known before they became well known, but only to proper professional museum model makers and stuff who just use these little techniques for years. but they weren't necessarily publicly widely known.
I still could sit and watch these weatherers do that all day long because it interests me. I love it. I love what they do and how they do it, and would love to learn them techniques. I was chatting to Si during the week about this and was like, I'm more than happy to learn new techniques to improve how I'm painting these, because it's a new subject matter for me, and it's a new technique to learn. And if there's a better way of doing it than I am doing it, I'm open to it.
I love looking at people who do weathering on tanks, because it never fails that I can guarantee you that 100% of like people I see where they've weathered a tank with mud and dirt around the wheels, under the tracker, I always look at it and think, damn, I wish I could do it that well.
Yeah.
I haven't seen. There's one in the boom hut at the minute. Somebody posted up a picture of I can't remember who it was now. Like, they've got the tank with no tracks or wheels on it, and they've just started doing the mud and stuff on the side.
Yeah.
And he says, it's his first go at doing mud on weathering on tanks. And I'm like, wow, that's better than I can do. That looks awesome. Yeah. I've never been able to get it to look that good.
Yeah.
So.
And I take me hat off to them people.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually going to give myself some torture now. I'm drilling exhaust. I'm drilling exhaust tubes.
Thank you, Claire. Claire says, on a personal note, I hope you feel better on your mental health over the next few days. Yeah, I've suffered with depression since my early 20s. Without going into too much detail, I had a very volatile and violent upbringing in the home, should we say. And that's all I can really say online about that. And it's impacted me in my adult life, and as my own health waned and that, my inner demons and self-doubt and all of that lot become apparent. And that's all it was, it was a controlling father, if that's the word you can call the bloke. And you was made to feel worthless and all of that sort of thing. And I've struggled with it all my adult life, with my own inner struggle with that. And I'm not proud that I've tried to take my own life, but I'm not ashamed of it either. It's where I was at that time, and it was the only answer I thought there was. And every now and then my demons come out to harangue me. I'm lucky that I've got some very close friends that can spot it in me before I know it's become a problem again. One of them's sitting there opposite me now.
I'm denying everything.
It takes a depressive to know a depressive, and it is such a difficult condition to relay to people, because if someone doesn't suffer chronic depression and self-esteem, they can't compute it.
No, they'd have no understanding at all.
Yeah, really. They'll offer you advice. Oh, man up, take a deep breath and you'll be fine tomorrow. That isn't a great answer to give someone who's climbing the walls, because it don't help.
The problem is that somebody who doesn't suffer with depression, to them, their understanding of depression is you're a bit sad. That's not, obviously, that's not the case, but it's not their fault.
I mean, I got that bad this week that I had to ring me caseworker at Mind. And, that was on the wife's advice, and Fox as well. Has been as good as gold in the background with me all week, and dealing with me ups and downs. But I say it as it is, and that can be alarming to people. But, I know when I'm not me.
The thing is, somebody difficult. And as somebody who suffers with the same kind of issues, I know when you're not you.
Yeah,
but I also know that 99% of the things that most people would say are completely a waste of time. So that's why you don't sit there and say, "Oh, bless." I just say to you, snap out of it. Just step out of it. Do something else. Put it to one side.
Day by day, innit, mate?
Yeah. Unfortunately, being a depressive means it's also almost impossible to think of things to tell another depressive when they're in a depressive state, because most of it's just platitudes, and you don't want to do that, because
no, absolutely, you need really someone to say, snap out of it. There are people that can help you, and you just go, and then I just say, am I not me? And normally someone who knows me well enough will go, you ain't yourself, mate. Okay, no worries.
It's just tells. It's just little tells.
Yeah, and my wife's brilliant, but like she says, I'm not a depressive. I don't know what I can say or do to make you or help you feel better.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. Being a depressive doesn't mean you suddenly have all the answers either. Like I say, you know, I didn't really know what to tell you that you needed to hear, but I knew what I didn't want to tell you, which was all the platitudes and useless crap that you know.
Absolutely, you know, and it's silly things that can trigger it off. But once you spiral, it's very quick to go from being up high to low. It really is like someone's walked up and flicked a switch, and
you don't necessarily know it at the time. That's the thing.
You don't, and it's tough. It really is. You know, I wish I was different, but I'm not. But I used to hide it, whereas now I'm not embarrassed by having mental health and depression issues. It is what it is. Yeah, and if I can be open and talk about my own inner struggles, hopefully that can inspire or help someone else that is struggling with theirs. So I don't hide it. I try not to come over as if I'm milking it. I'll feel sorry for me, because that's not what I want.
No.
But if my own inner struggles and openness about it can help others, then I'm happy.
Absolutely.
And
that is the difficult thing, that, you know, people that don't have it, they're not being like, you know, they're not deliberately being hopeless or, you know, insulting. It's just they don't know, and therefore they don't know what to say. And you know, like I said, to a lot of people, depression, it just means, they just think it means you feel a bit sad. It's like, no, it's not.
No, you don't.
It's but that again, it's just because they don't know.
That's right.
There's no point trying to explain it to them, because unless you feel it.
I had a couple of people message me, "Oh, you always seem so happy on your live streams. I don't understand why you get like it." And it's like, I can be laughing on the outside on a live stream, and I'm crying on the inside because I want to go and sit in the middle of the fast lane of the motorway.
Yeah.
They seem rather shocked by that, and it's like, well, you're projecting laughing and joking. It's like Robin Williams syndrome, as my caseworker calls it. You know, he was very laughy, jokey on stage and all of that lot, and inside was the most,
isn't it?
Tears of a clown tragedy, you know, and that's what we're like. And it escalates very, very quickly and can become very dangerous very quickly. And
it's like
that's where I got to this week.
It's like I said to you the other day, it's like a sighted person trying to imagine what it's like to be blind. You can't. You've got no concept, and you never will have unless you're actually blind. It's the same. I mean,
I said to the wife 3 days ago, I said, I might have to ring Parklands and ask them to come and get me. You know, I can't shake it. That really shocked her, because it's been a long time, and that's our local residence for people that are suffering from depression or at risk. I sectioned myself twice in my life because I felt I was a danger to myself more than anything else. Not other people, you know. I would never harm my wife or anyone else, but I become a danger to myself, because I start looking at scalpels and my medication, thinking I can take all of these, use these, and I'll be in a better place. Yeah. And that ain't a good place to be, is it? No. And that's where I was beginning of this week. And I just said to Ellen, you know, I might have to go and stay at the hotel for a few days, love. I'm struggling. Yeah. She said, ring Mind, come on. And that was it. And you know, and they're saying, well, do you know anyone else who suffers with depression? And I'm like, I know someone. But, you know, and I thought, poor him, because you've got your mum on your mind and everything. But you've always said, if you're not right, dude, you must let me know. And it was, you knew before I told you.
Well, at the end of the day, you know, I've got my problems, but it doesn't stop me trying to help you with your problems. It's
weird though, isn't it? It's bizarre.
That's the beauty of it. Once you're in a depressive state, you can't really get in a more depressive state. You're already there. You might as well try and do some good.
No, it's really strange, but you know, it's like Smo, bless him, when we used to do our hangouts. He was another person that had his demons, and we used to talk openly for hours about it. And you get into states, and then you start lashing out or alienating people you're close to, because you become very snipey with people, and you don't want to be. Well, but you become a little bit awkward to be around, and you're only crying for help, but you don't know how.
The thing with me is, and one of the ways that I'm a little bit weird is that I don't find talking about stuff helpful.
No.
Hello. I don't even want to know what that was. All I heard then was
No, that was me cleaning my brush in my Citadel box.
I'm glad you clarified that. Yeah, I don't find talking about if I'm in a depressed state about something, I don't find talking about it helpful because it's making me think about it. And then when you finish talking about it, you've still got the problem anyway. So I've never found that helpful, but I do find it helpful talking about other people's problems because it takes my mind off mine.
Yeah.
Which
Absolutely.
Is why I have no, if you're going through a bad patch, I'm like, I'll help you out, even though I've got.
Yeah, I talk about it because I find it a distraction, if that makes sense. By talking about it, I'm not actually thinking about it because I'm a bloke, I can't multitask.
If I talk about it, I start thinking about it, and for me, it's just.
Yeah, no,
I need a complete
it goes out of my head.
Yeah, no,
it's weird. I compartmentalize it. My demons are all in a wooden box in a locker at Waterloo Station, and I wear an imaginary key around my neck. I've got demons tattooed on my back, and that's my demons are behind me, so to speak. But every now and then, that box starts rattling in that locker, and one of them escapes, and they start coming after you, don't they? You know what I mean? And
bizarrely, I've just watched an episode of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. where that exact situation is the demons in a box.
Yeah,
somebody has all their dark thoughts in a box. Just bizarre coincidence there.
It was just how I dealt with it when I was seeking psychiatric help. They said, well, try and put all your bad memories from your past and the upbringing all in this box, and you can hide it all in the lock. And it was a very interesting concept, and I did it that way. And it's worked and kept me reasonably sane for most of my life. But every now and then, one of the little gets out, and then they start preying at you, don't they? And well, as we know, we're rambling on that. But thanks for asking, Claire. It's not a problem. It is it's a very complex topic because people know it's there, but people are still reluctant to talk about it and get stigmatized by it. And I ain't ashamed of it. It is what it is. I do a lot of work with mind, both online with voluntary stuff and things like that. I'm currently going through things where I'm going to look at carrying their brand on me channel and on me website, just to give people a link to reach out to, and they're quite happy with me to do that. So that side of things is going to be set up because
they're never going to say no, are they?
No, I'm in a hobby, Fox, like you are, where folks in the chat there have got issues of their own, and if they can know that there's a link that they can go to where they can talk to someone, my job's done. And the more people that become aware of it, and there are people out there, the more of us will seek help, because you shouldn't be ashamed of it.
No,
it's just what it is.
And the thing you have to remember is, it's not exclusive, but like these kind of issues are more prevalent in those of an artistic bent, perhaps. Those with a more arty personality.
As my wife says, every genius has a flaw. She says, you're an artist. You always have been artistic.
Yeah,
she said, but your flaw is your demons. You can't escape that. And
for a lot, it seems that creativity comes at a price, and a price is things like mental health issues. So you'd be surprised how many people in.
You know me better than I do. I mean, you messaged me at 3 a.m. and went, and another thing, can you stop effing pacing up and down the stairs and in around your house and get yourself some sleep? Now, I was pacing up and down the stairs and around the house at the time I got that. But it made me laugh because the futility of what I was doing become apparent. And you played that really well, and I give you that. And I'm like... He's a git.
Because I've done it myself. I know exactly what it's like.
We do it. I'm up and down. I'm in the garden. I'm walking around. I'm like, Lex, my eldest son, said, am I going to have to ring mum and tell her I can't sleep because you're pacing? I went, no, I've just had a text message off my mate to tell me off for doing it.
I can hear you from here. Stop it.
Yeah, it's one of them. It gets you, I mean, the wife, bless her, before she went to work just now, stuck her head in and checked I was okay. You know what I mean? And it's nice. People care. I'm not saying it's me last blip. I'm bound to have them. It's one of them.
Yeah.
Zelda Diecast says it's a really nice build plane, mate. He loves the colour. Yeah, it's 50 Shades of Yellow at the moment. It's got a lot more to be done on it yet, but I'm beginning to love it again. So
I'm not loving bloody Death Guard. Because again, I've got the thing where I need to get rid of a nub, but I have to put my thumb on a spiky pointy bit to do it.
Yeah, Zelda says, sorry if I was late in. That's not a problem, mate. Come and go as you please, mate.
Yeah.
No. Claire says, I've been having a rough time recently because of recent events. It's a front we all put up at the function in life. Absolutely. I mean, Festa is a character that, you know, enables me to do YouTube because, believe it or not, I really am quite an introverted, nervous character, and goofing around and laughing on YouTube is great because it lets you be online, it lets you do your thing. But people that know me in real life know that I am that bloke who will stand in the back corner of a room not wanting to interact with people because I just want to be left alone. Yeah. It's weird.
The thing people may not realize about a lot of like YouTubers, not everybody, but I consider myself in the boat, is that when I'm on a video or, you know, doing these kind of live streams, it's kind of a character.
Yeah.
It's like watching the Colbert Report, you know. That was never Stephen Colbert, that was a character, but yeah, it's, you know, when I'm doing a video and stuff, I mean, not so much with these live streams, like this kind of live stream, because it's just me talking, but when I'm doing a video or anything like that, it's not really who I am. It's more of a character. You know, I'm in character when I'm doing Model Making Guru. Like you say, you know, if you meet me, if you know me in real life, that's not really what I'm like. It is a bit. No. I mean, obviously there's a bit of me in there, but there's a lot of me that's not in there that people don't see, so...
Oh, absolutely. I like being mischievous and goofing around. That's how I've always been. But the real me, only the wife and the boys see, you know, that real, you know, sort of struggling, nervous wreck of a bloke. That's their dad, you know what I mean? But my wife, you know, she hears our banter in here. Like she said, you don't drink, you don't smoke. She said, but these hangouts of what you do on YouTube have given me my husband back.
Yeah.
She said, because you wouldn't be here. She don't know that. She said, because you made it clear when you had to take retirement that was it. You'd had enough.
Yeah.
And this has kept you inspired. It's kept you still doing stuff that's artistic. She said, as well as interacting with like-minded people. She said, it's nice to hear you laugh.
Yeah.
She said, but you're a totally different character when you're not doing that. When you're out of that man cave, she said, you're a ghost. She said, you'll sit in the corner of the lounge in your chair. She said, and you're like a shell.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
it's difficult to get words out. You're the same. I think you can relate to that. You know, we'd sit in the pub, me and you, staring at the rest of the pub, wouldn't we?
The worst place you can put me, absolutely, is in any kind of social gathering by myself, because I will just be like, yeah, I'm out. See ya.
I try to blend into the surroundings, not very successfully, but I'm one of those who'll walk along the edge of the wall and stand in the corner as tight as I can with me beer or whatever I've got to drink. As if to say, well, everyone else can do their thing, but I'd like to be ignored and just hide over here in the dark corner. It's weird, isn't it?
It's like, I used to hate parties and stuff because it's like I've never wanted to. I don't like crowds. I don't like being in big groups of people. It's not a natural environment for me. I am a socially awkward penguin, so yeah, stuff like that. When you go to a party with your mate, and then your mate buggers off after, and you're like, oh, great, I don't know anybody, and you do that thing where you do that thing where you stood there looking at the different conversations going on from the outside, knowing you're not involved in them and you're not going to be. I hate that.
Edward Leonard says he's totally depressed and have been dealing with it by myself for a while because I really don't know how to explain it to anyone, even the psychotherapist, because I'm not happy talking to strangers. Well, that's where we come in, Edward, because, you know, I've got a thing on my Patreon, and that's, you know, the 24/7 hangout, and it's one of those, you can go in there, you can talk as openly, as honestly to any one of us. We're all here. We'll all put private links up. If you need to talk, mate, we're there for you, mate. Yeah. And just below that, Candygram saying the 24/7 has been great for him for having company. He's not been able to join this week, but hopefully this weekend or next. But, you know, we've had some real in-depth conversations in them hangouts, you know, and it's helped me. You know, I've had people talking to me and go, you know, you're not yourself, mate. What's up? You know, and you get to know people. You can't always go into full detail, but yeah, you know, you sit there and you get your demons on the table, and they've got their demons, and we all end up goofing around and that. But a majority of people that have come in quite emotional and quite sad have left with a smile on their face and a spring in their step. Now, for me, that's made that worthwhile, because that's a therapy for me.
Yep.
You know, everyone says, oh, you're always pimping other channels, not yourself, or you do hangouts and set things up for others. Why'd you do it like that? Why? Because it's therapy for me. Because when I come out of a depression, my immediate thing is to try to do something good for someone else.
Yeah.
It's my little recovery thing that I do. It could be I send someone a kit, or I send someone a Festa mug or a T-shirt or whatever. But you try to give something back. And that's what we do with the patrons. You know, we're doing a patron-only live stream tomorrow for the patrons. You know, it's just our way of giving them something of their own. And
what is that, you and Dad? Or?
Yeah, me, Dad, and a couple of the others. And it's going out on our patron channels.
Strangely enough.
You know, and yeah, you know, but it's just our way of giving something back. And it, dare I say it, it's like, it can be a bit no holds barred as well, because it's not going out on public YouTube, is it?
Yeah.
But, you know, the 24/7s that we're doing, so many people have seen that now as a crutch, as a part of their life. So that if they are struggling, they know now they can flick on that webcam, click a button, and they can be talking to someone at the end of the camera. I can't do better than that. For me, that's massive, you know, and to hear and get the feedback that I've been getting since it was set up is very satisfying. I must admit, it's been very rewarding. So no, Edward, you're not alone, mate. There's enough of us here that will sit and listen and talk with you, mate. Zelda's saying there's his YouTube link.
Yeah, Zelda, you won't be able to post links. Mate. I was going to say, Zelda, you won't be able to post a link because you're not a mod.
Yeah. You bung your link in my Facebook group, mate, and I'll give you a pimp on the Sunday brunch, mate.
Yeah. Only mods.
Just go on to Facebook, search for Festa 67's Workshop, join the group, mate. Ka-ching.
Festa 67's Workshop. Yeah, only mods can post linkage. Modularity. You could become a mod by becoming a patron or a channel member.
Oh, yeah, if you join the channel.
You forgot that bit, didn't you?
Mate. Yeah, I did, mate. But yeah, that automatically gets you a mod ship. Let's just see whether I can get the.
You're rubbish. Your pimping skills have waned.
Someone may have messaged me tonight and said, "Oh, by the way, I have pimped your live stream on the interwebs, but you haven't."
No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't know if you had or not. I just said I'd pimp it on my channels.
Yeah. I hadn't, but I then immediately went and pimped it on all of mine.
Yeah, I thought either you have or you haven't, and you probably haven't, but I'll just let you know I've pimped it on mine. So,
and also, if you want to, there's a join button on the channel. You can do that, but yeah, there's a link to that. I'll see where I can find your channel on YouTube, mate. And I'll
YouTube. Yeah, he says he's already in your Facebook group, so just post a link in there, Zelda, and then Colin will be able to pick it up on Sunday and give you a good bit of pimpage.
Yeah, let's have a looky look.
We don't tend to do it on here, but we do on the Sunday, because the Sunday show on this channel is all about you guys. Yeah. When Cole does his Sunday show on this channel.
Oh yeah, I go. It's all about you guys. YouTube channels and show all their artwork off and pimp the bejesus out of it.
Everything else on this channel is completely mercenary, but the Sunday show is all for you guys.
Yeah, but you are talking to the bloke who's reluctant to post in his own group.
Yeah. Well, you just have to gloss over that bit and hope they didn't notice.
Yeah, it's bad, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, it has been commented on. We went into your album and was disappointed to see there's only 3 photos. Yeah, I know.
Have you only ever made 2 models? Yes.
Yeah, they're like, you really are crap at pimping yourself. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, some people
that would be an ecumenical matter.
That would be an ecumenical matter. It would. It would. Oh, yes, it would.
Zelda, yeah, diecast racing.
Do.
He says you already.
Oh, Size put the link in chat. You're far too
cheers,
slow.
sorry.
Clearly, you're just rubbish and slow. If Simon's
Yeah,
much
no,
faster.
I was looking. He said he had joined. I thought I was wondering whether he'd joined me channel, so I was in my membership thing. But yeah,
Yeah, Si's done it. Uncle Simon took care of it.
yeah, that is the one. He is good, Si, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's not bad for an old fella.
it's not bad for free, is it? I suppose.
Yeah.
I was going to say something a minute ago, and I've forgotten what it was now. I don't know where the conversation was going. I can't remember. Do. Somebody said to somebody. Candygram says to Edward about depression. He says, "Talk to your general doctor, and if you haven't, it'll get the ball rolling in the proper direction." He says that didn't work for him. But yeah, if anyone out there is starting to, thinks they're feeling like that, then your first step is always your doctor or your GP.
Yeah.
Because even if, at least here in the UK, even if they can't help you directly, even if they can't, all your doctor can really do is stick you on antidepressants. Let's just be honest about it. But
Oh yes, first thing they do, isn't it?
yeah, but what they can also do is refer you to other services that you might find helpful and give you information. So if you do, think that that's maybe something you're struggling with, speak to your doctor. It might not work for you, like Edward said, it didn't work for him, but it's a good first step. Don't just fight through it alone, and don't necessarily just count on groups like ours to be the panacea for all of it. Because although places like the Hangout and stuff can be a good place to get feedback, it's not the best place, because professional counselling or help is always the best option. So
yeah, Dan, you've got a spanner, mate.
Spanner.
Yeah, he said, yeah, you should have a blue spanner next to your name.
Blue. Why is chat not? It's not scrolling up for me.
Yeah.
Why is it? It's just saying there's more comments, but it's not automatically scrolling. It's really annoying.
Yeah, type something in, Dan, and see if there's a blue spanner next to your name. It could be a YouTube issue, because I've just gone through and you're in my list of moderators.
Frankie says, I'm not often in the 24/7, but I like to know it's there. I can hop in any second. You can. Anytime.
Absolutely. It's not compulsory. It's like a train station.
Yep.
You come and go as you choose, mate.
Yep. And the thing is, you might go in there and there'll be nobody in there, but just stay there. At least somebody might pop in. Because if you're not there, if you're there and somebody else comes in and you're not there, they'll just come and get you. You'll miss each other. It's like trying to find someone in the supermarket.
Yeah, he says, I didn't have a few minutes ago. That's weird.
Nah.
Well, you are now, mate, because I've just gone in, disabled it and re-enabled it, and it's come up that you're a mod. Claire's saying I'm under secondary mental health services, so have a good team, and I've been under tertiary services in the past as well.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Fox,
there is help out there at the end of the day.
Fox forgot to wind up his ancient tablet, and it's slowing. It's a 5.5-inch iPad. It's only 2 years old, I think. 3 years. I don't know.
Yeah, Dan. I've just looked up the chat and it wasn't there, mate. Yeah, it's very weird, mate.
Chat's being weird.
It should be okay now. Yeah.
Chat's being weird.
Yeah, because you're in my list of moderators, mate.
Wait, are you telling me that something on YouTube isn't working as designed? Surely not.
Oh, tell me about it. I had 15, 20 subs disappear, but also channels that I had subbed to, I had to resubscribe to. I don't understand why that's happening. Is that a fault with my YouTube channel, do you think? Or
it's like we said the other day, it's trading subs gets picked up on.
Yeah, but these channels I subbed to years ago, mate.
Well, they could have. Yeah, but it's a difficult one. It could be that channel just no longer exists.
Oh, right, yeah.
Sometimes the channel just ceases to exist. It may have got, YouTube may have killed it off, or the people that run it might have got rid of it.
Oh no, these were a couple of channels that are still there, because when I went on there and watched something on the channel, it was like, oh, I'm not subscribed to that. I'm sure I was, and I had to resubscribe.
It may be if YouTube are picking up like subscription trades. It might just get caught up in some other channels. They might find similar channels and just clear them to be safe. The difficulty is I noticed you were using words like banana and stuff the other week.
Yeah.
It's pointless. It's not what you're saying. It's the fact that there are links in the chat and then there are links backwards. And they can see what links are clicked and where.
Yeah, I won't type my link now in on other people's chats. There's no point. It's
like if they see someone, if they see like a link in your chat and then you click on that and go to that channel and then they click on you, they can just see it's the clicking. It's not what you've said in the stream.
Yeah, it's a click through. Yeah.
So that's why it's you can understand why they do it. Because it's to make sure you don't get these channels with no content that just farm for likes.
Yeah.
And subscriptions.
Dan Kramer's saying the gnomes did it. Absolutely, mate.
Gnomes,
I think there's loads of miniature Chrissies running around inside YouTube.
Gnomes.
Pulling things off. That sounded wrong.
Steady now.
But,
look at this guy with his meaty choppers. Look. This guy with his meaty choppers.
Candygram says, "Oh, thanks for reminding me. I can make these. Yeah, all the icons in there, Festa icons. Got to be done. Yep. Can have the spider pig as well. Bin that they're in there. Yep. And another one.
I mean, I would say just for safety's sake, when it comes to like just the normal chats and stuff, encourage people to trade links in the Festa's work group rather than actually in the chat.
Yeah.
Of course, it doesn't help when you're on some like American channel and trying to get, that kind of thing. But it does mean then you're not putting your subs at risk.
No, that's right.
Because it's actually a breach of their terms of use. So.
Well, yeah.
And all it means is they just go in and cancel it, and then it just gets frustrating because you've subbed to all these channels, and then suddenly you're not subbed. So it's just frustrating than anything else. And then you get people who are trying to break the 100 mark, and they suddenly break it, and then the next day they're not because they will come back again. So you crush their little delicate hearts, and they have the sadness.
Yeah, the YouTube subscription thing is one of those. It's a minefield at the end of the day.
Yeah. Pauldron time. Right,
it is, or what it is. Let's have a bit of.
Have a bit of that.
What's that one? No, that's not the one I want. Oh.
It's the one that I can't sing it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Hey, Colin, have a look at my choppers. Look at this guy's choppers. Look at that pose there.
Cool, that's an impressive chopper you got there, Fox.
I know, but look at that. His pose is all like, you want some?
Yeah. You talk to me, mate.
He's got a lot of teeth in his chest, which is a bit unnerving.
Yeah. That's what that is, mate. You're talking to me, are you? How about I give you a dry slap? That's what he's saying.
Dry slap. I need C28.
It's funny, whenever I start doing my stuff on e-models, Monday, poor Ted just looks so confused whenever I try to speak because it's like, I don't understand what this man is saying still. Make him stop. It's brilliant. I see it in his eyes every week.
Well, it's only the same I get when I start talking about Warhammer and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He just glazes over.
He does. I love him a bit.
The most he might do is try saying, is that a Star Trek?
Yeah.
No, Ted, it's Warhammer. Okay.
Oh, he's so funny.
26. Where's 27? There we go. I have you now.
Yeah, he's a genius. We love our Ted.
Genius. Hey. It's me, Mario.
Claire's off. Take care, Claire.
Take care, Claire.
Love. Sleep well, darling.
All right. Good sleep. This is what gets me. A lot of the guys in chat now and girls, they're actually in the UK and it's like 3 a.m. and it's like, what?
Yeah.
You guys, I mean, the guys in the US, it's probably like late afternoon, but for all the Brits out there.
Brilliant, though, for us, isn't it? Because this is our time. Isn't it? You know what I mean? Me and you are night hawks, and to be able to interact with people on the Frolic, it's like, it's not work for us. That's one of the more polite things I've been called. You know, it's not work for us. This is us just sitting here chilling out in a get to know you kind of way with you folks. And
like I'm saying before,
I love doing it.
This is like I'm saying before. When I'm doing a video on my own live streams, I'm basically playing a character. But with this stuff, you know, it's me, not a character. So this is why I'll swear more, even though it's not my channel. I shouldn't really swear, but you know, I'll talk about stuff I'll talk about stuff in this stream that I would never even dream of talking about in anything else. Because this isn't character time now. This is just me.
And I mean, you summed it up, wouldn't it? You know, it's the one time I can come in a stream and I don't feel I've got to work.
Well, it's not my. It's not. Hey,
It's a
it's
night
not my
off
channel.
for us both. Yeah, it's a night off for us both, isn't it? Really?
Well, I suppose in a way, Sunday's like your version of it, but not really because it's not quite as relaxed. I don't do a kind of late night, let's just be me type channel stuff. So
no, we need to do more modcasts. We need to rekindle them once things have settled down in the future.
Yeah, that needs to happen at some point. I don't know when that was.
It's only because I want to break Cy Reynolds again.
Well, that's a natural instinct for most people to want to break Cy Reynolds. He does. That little chipmunk face does want to just be broken, doesn't
it? yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That cheeky
and that
little
hyena laugh.
Yeah, that cheeky little grin is like, yeah, we need to get that working.
Simon Corpse brilliantly.
Oh yeah.
When he gets a belly laugh going, and we do like winding our Cy up.
Cy can corpse like a dragon priest.
Oh, it's hilarious, mate. Yeah, bless him.
God, they give me a pauldron with all these spikes on, but then to get this nub off, I have to lean on the spikes, which are all bending and snapping. It's like, God damn it.
Cy's calling us both bar stewards, Fox. Hold up a minute. I do believe a certain individual, when poor old Festa got stuck next to his cupboard, was the first person to let out the loudest hyena laugh. Didn't give a monkeys as to whether I was alive or dead.
That's two different kinds of animal, just to make the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, two different kinds of animal.
Yeah. Impressed, didn't you?
I know. It's almost, that's like basically a biology lesson there, mate.
I know. I can't remember what I was doing now, mate.
I've no idea. I don't even know what you're talking about. What?
No, what was I doing?
You were doing a thing. It's one of them, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, it's all right.
Do you know, I found myself starting to say that, you know.
For our friends stateside, condolences and that. Yeah, it is the 20th anniversary of 9/11.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, our thoughts are with anyone out there that may have lost anyone or know anyone that lost one.
20
I know
years.
it's going a bit off the beaten track, but 20 years ago since that tragedy, it's wow.
I actually found myself, because I had a lot of free time this week, for various reasons, I found myself rewatching, because I knew it was coming up. I actually found myself sitting there. I'll finish this sentence in a minute, for God's sake, Fox. I found somebody had archived CNN's entire 16 hours of broadcasting from just before, from about 20 to 8 in the morning till midnight the next day, and I found myself sitting watching it. Yeah. Literally from all in real time, not all in one go. It was over a couple of days. I watched it because I watched it when it happened. Because I happened to have
I was at home with me boys, raising me boys. They was tiny back then, you know. Yeah. So I've got 3 or 4 VHS tapes with the entire 24-hour Sky News footage on it. You know.
Yeah,
when I first saw it, I thought it was a film.
Well, I had
one of the diehards. Sorry, mate, I keep talking over you there.
No, go on. You carry on because I kind of interrupted you. So.
Yeah, I just thought it was one of the Die Hard movies or something like that being shown, and then suddenly clicked that there was the Sky News Live icon in the corner as the second plane come in, and it's like, holy, this is really happening. And yeah,
I mean, I actually had a couple of weeks off work, and I think it was the. What day was it? I can't remember what actual day it was.
Oh, I don't know, mate.
Anyway, it was
Monday
the first
Tuesday, wasn't it? I don't know.
I think so. It was the first week of 2 weeks off work, and my entire plan for that 2 weeks was, I think at that point, Mama Fox would have been going out to work each day. So my plan was just to sit in front of the telly with I had an original Xbox and Halo. We just sit and play that all day long. Because I was like, 20, 30 or something. I didn't care.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what alerted me to it. I can't remember if somebody texted me. I think my brother might have texted me and said, hey, a plane's just hit the World Trade Center. Check the news. And it was like, let's have a look. And it was just out of a kind of more of a curiosity. But then I found myself just glued to it. Literally for days. Because
it was emotional, Fox, wasn't it? It was highly emotional.
Well, the thing for me was I'd been working for a cable company for about 5 years, and We'd had cable TV for about 3 years. I got it free from work, but up until that point, we'd never had. There was no BBC 24 news service. I don't think at that point.
No,
there wasn't like BBC 24 Live. I don't think in 2000 there was just the BBC News on the regular channels. I think. I can't remember.
It was BBC News. Yeah, you didn't have News 24, but it was Sky News was the thing, wasn't it? And then CNN.
But up until we had cable, we just had whatever the news was at 6 o'clock and 10. We didn't have a 24-hour news service. But I hadn't really bothered with it because I didn't really watch much TV. But this was the first time in my life that I got to actually watch something unfold because I now had access to CNN and Sky News and BBC News 24. I think it might have been 24. That might have been there, but not on terrestrial. So this was the first thing in my life where I'd actually been able to watch a story unfold. So I started watching it just out of curiosity and the interest of its, tragedy of a plane hitting the tower. But as it started to unfold, I found myself just enwrapped because I'd never experienced anything like that. I mean, the nearest thing to that would have been, say, the first Iraq War, but of course that was in the mid-90s. And nobody had cable at that point here in the UK. Nobody had 24 News in the UK at that point anyway. So it was the first chance I'd had to actually sit and watch a thing happen and follow it emotionally. So like you say, it was a massive emotional thing. It was just a terrifying and incredible thing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, my wife was at her mum's that day, and I rung her and said, "Look, history's been made here, love. You've got to sit and watch this." Yeah, because this is going to be one of those "where was you on the day that it happened" moments.
Oh yeah, it very quickly became apparent that this was our Kennedy assassination moment, or this was our.
Yeah, because I'm sat there watching the smoke coming out of the first tower.
Yeah,
and then literally live on television, the second plane has come in and hit, and you sit there and you think, "Holy shit! Did I just see that? Am I imagining this?" And
I remember I was watching CNN because I didn't like Sky News at the time. I didn't like the coverage at all. I was like, I'd rather watch CNN.
Yeah, it was Murdoch press, wasn't it?
I was watching CNN and it was Aaron Brown on top of a roof of a building who was talking about it. And as he's talking to the camera, the second plane hits, and of course it takes him about 30 seconds to turn around and realise because he can't see. So I'm sitting there going, and
it was the noise, the sirens, the fear and the panic, and the Pentagon got hit, and then you saw that moment that I still say it was the moment that George Bush became president of the United States, when that bloke leaned over and whispered in his ear, and you captured that moment when Bush realised the gravity of what was going on. You thought, now there's a man who's going to have the world on his shoulders tonight, because this is a massive, massive historical event, but also a massive tragedy. Yeah. And it defined his presidency, didn't it?
Well, I absolutely agree. I mean, there's actually, if any of you out there have got access to BBC iPlayer, or I suppose in the US, it's the BBC World Service, there's a documentary on there now called Inside. I think it's called 9/11 Inside the White House or something like that.
Yes.
It's only on there for a few days ago, but it literally deals with what happened with all the White House staff and the president, and he talks about that. And Bush says, they came up to me and he said that the guy came up to me, and whoever it was, I think it was his speaker, said, he came up and said, there's been a second plane hit we need to go. And that's the point where he was sat there with the kid, and he kind of explained why he just sat there for a little bit.
Yeah.
And he was kind of saying it was a real difficult thing, because obviously my instinct was to just get up and go, because what I was doing at that point was irrelevant with these kids. It didn't matter anymore. But I didn't want to panic people, and I didn't want
anybody didn't want to panic the children, did he? Yeah.
No. So he said, so I let the girl that was doing the thing and the kid, I let them finish what they were doing, just so then I could get up and go without causing a panic. But you can see on his face, he's not even in the room. He's not even there.
Yeah, he was totally shell shocked, wasn't he? Bless him.
Oh,
and it's funny. I say it's funny. It's not funny, ha ha. But I have a memory, or a very vivid memory, of photography that was taken around that time. And there's that iconic image of everyone coming down the stairs.
That one firefighter.
I think it might have been the second tower. And you got that one firefighter going up the stairs. And I don't know whether he made it out. My gut says he didn't, but my heart says I hope he did.
No, he didn't, because the paper
struck me as the most tragic thing I'm ever going to witness that day, you know. And
yeah, the newspapers actually put pictures of him in there, and then they kind of followed it up by trying to find out who he was and whether he's apparently. I think he didn't survive.
Oh, bless him! But yeah, that's the one thing that stands out for me is that image captured and the upside down man that jumped. Do you remember that one where people were jumping out to escape it? And
there's actually
documentaries, on it.
There's actually a documentary called The Falling Man.
Yeah,
about that particular guy. They try and find out who he is. It's an amazing.
Yeah, I see them images of that happening. I've got a DVD. It's of like the fire brigade were doing an exercise at the time, and it showed you the footage, and then some of them tragically didn't make it out because they had gone obviously over to the towers to do their bit, and they got trapped underground. And you got the fire chief talking to the documentary filmmakers of Ladder something it was called, and you could hear in the background the banging, and the guy with the camera or the interviewer saying to the fire chief, "What is that noise?" He said, "It's the sound of people falling."
Oh yeah, you're talking about the I know that video. It's the one by the two French guys who were making.
They was making a documentary. Oh mate, it really does strike you, doesn't it?
Because they're in the foyer of one of the buildings, and you can
and you could hear it. You know, and he said tragically, he said that's another life that's lost. He said that's people jumping.
Jumpers, yeah.
And suddenly it hits you that this is an unfolding thing, and I still get a lump in my throat, mate, when I think of it. And it's 20 years ago today, and oh man.
Well, when I was rewatching like the CNN coverage, and it took me a couple of days because it was like 18 hours, but 16 hours. The thing that struck me was it didn't quite carry the same emotional impact watching it again 20 years later. But of course, the thing I realised was that when you watched it originally, of course, you didn't know what was happening. You didn't know what was coming next.
No, that's right.
And so, you didn't know if it was over. And of course, a billion times more powerfully, people involved in it, they didn't know, is this it? Is it over? Are there going to be more? And it suddenly struck me watching it back that whole part of the experience was missing on the watching the archives, because of course you know what happened, you know what everything turned out. So it's like you kind of forgot that, and remembering how it felt to. And again, we're in a different country and we're watching it on television unfold, so we don't have any great experience.
Well, my eldest sister was actually in New York at the time, on holiday with her husband and boys. So we spent quite a period of time waiting for that call as to whether they was okay or not.
Okay, so you were directly affected then, yeah.
So we had a direct interest as to what was going on out there, because she had been on about going up on the Empire State to do the viewing gallery up there. And I think she was going to do it at the Tower.
Yeah.
And so straight away, we as a family thought, oh my God. But, several days later, we got the call, they're fine, and everyone was happy. But we had that, I wouldn't say vested interest, but there was a concern, But
you were directly affected. Let's just not miss
what was going on at the Pentagon and things like that. It was like, oh my God, it's everywhere. And didn't we have a thing where our planes were scrambled because they thought Canary Wharf and things might be a target? I know our planes were grounded as well, weren't they?
I don't remember. I mostly stuck to CNN when I watched it, so
but
I know we heightened our security. I mean, technically, I suppose I was affected as well, because my brother lives in Memphis.
Yeah, that's right. Your brother's out there, isn't he? Of course.
Yeah. Yes. So technically, I was affected by it, but only because, of course, we didn't know.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's living in Tennessee. He wasn't affected at all. But you don't know. I don't. We didn't know. Where he was or if everything was okay. So we weren't that affected, but we were indirectly affected a little bit. We had waited for him to call and say, "Look, we're all fine." Not been affected.
But it's funny when Marion goes through photographs of that holiday, because obviously the towers were still up. and that, but she couldn't get there to do anything else because obviously it was ground zero. But when Carol had her liver transplant 8 years ago now, Marion said, "Oh yeah, you know, we'll go back out there," because she wanted to go back to ground zero, Marion, because she just felt troubled by it. You know what I mean? And they went back 18 months, 2 years ago, and did the museum and the memorial and all of that lot. And she said, well, she now feels she's got a closure on it because she's gone back just to pay her respects to people, because been a non-fire person or medical person, they couldn't get any closer to ground zero after it had happened to pay their respects, you know. And it was something that troubled her, and she had to go back, and that's what they did. They went back. She got flowers, she laid them there, and she felt very happy about that because,
well, it was a kind of there but for the grace of God, wasn't it, basically? So, well,
yeah, absolutely, you know. And she just felt obligated to go and pay her respects personally. It's a bizarre. It did affect her quite deeply, if I'm honest. But,
well, the thing is, it would do, especially if you were there and you made a decision not to go to that place at the last minute or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like the guy that did. It's like the guy that missed Pan Am, the Pan Am 103. Is it Lockerbie? The guy the guy that missed the connecting flight or something, or he was just a bit too late.
Yeah, he was too late, and they'd closed the gate, and off it went, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Indian guy, and it's like he feels at the same time the most luckiest guy in the world, and also horribly disturbed by it. But
so, it is. It's so if any of you out there know some of, you know, our condolences, because we may be the other side of the pond, but we certainly had America in our hearts that day, because it was wow. Yeah.
Well, tragedy. I think on that day everyone was an American, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much were, mate, weren't we?
Yep.
Because we was, in a bizarre way, this probably sounds quite glib of us, but we had grown up through the Northern Ireland troubles and terrorism and the Ring of Steel in London and bombings in the UK. So we was kind of, I wouldn't say used to terrorist atrocities, but they had happened on mainland soil, whereas in the States, this was quite new, wasn't it? A foreign entity causing this.
Well, not totally new, but it was rare.
Yeah,
don't forget they bombed the World Trade Center in '93 as well.
Well, yeah, they bombed it underneath, but this, you know, was
it was still foreign terrorism on US soil, which is quite
absolutely
rare.
You know, and it is. It's not it's not as regular as it was in the UK at the time, was it?
No.
And it just, I don't know. For me, the world became a smaller place that day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But what you were saying about Bush, and that you could see him change at that point. I think they say something exactly the same in the documentary.
Yeah,
they just say you just see him turn into the American president at that point.
Well, yeah, because it was a bit. I'm not going too deeply into politics, but it was like the Trump effect, isn't it? Everyone wanted to ridicule Bush back then because they thought he was this slightly uneducated or whatever buffoon. And suddenly this guy that they had all thought that of led the country, I thought, in a very, very professional manner through what was a major, major tragedy. And I think he should be respected and remembered for how he handled that personally.
Well, the thing that amazed me was, I remember at the time, there was a lot of slagging him off, saying, you know, why is he not back in Washington? Where is he on the day itself? You know, where is he?
Not... keep him safe, didn't they?
Well, why is he not in Washington? Where is he? Where is he when you need him? But all through the documentary, he talks about how the fact that he was furious with his team because they wouldn't let him go. He was like, I need to go back to what? They're like, no, you can't. And his Secret Service guy was like, he said, I never had to do it before and I never had to do it since, but I had to raise my voice to the president of the United States and say, no, you can't go back. And he said they had to work hard to convince him. And by the end of it, he's like, right, we're going back home now. He was adamant to go back, but they wouldn't let him.
With them, wasn't he, to go back? And because no one knew whether the White House was a target. And it's. Still tragic. It brings a lump to your throat. You know, my missus will watch a documentary on it and she's got the tissues out. You know, she finds it so emotional because a lot of people died that day.
Yeah.
Over what? You know what I mean? And
but I mean, it was really. I mean, you know, to people like you and I missed the Apollo landings by what, a year, 2 years.
Yeah.
I missed the Kennedy assassination by quite a few years, but to us, it was our. I didn't miss Watergate, but I was obviously like 1 year old or something. To us, it was our Watergate.
Yeah, I remember Watergate. Yeah.
Yeah, it was our Watergate. It was our Kennedy assassination. It was our
Well,
Martin
yeah, I
Luther
mean,
King.
we'd had
It was
the
our
death of
landings.
Diana, hadn't we? That sort of thing. But
Well,
this was a major
well,
terrorist.
I'll be really honest. I didn't care about the Diana thing because I can't stand the royals anyway. I find it all pointless.
No, they're not a thing in my life. But that was the nearest we had since the Falklands War, almost, wasn't it?
Oh yes, man, we do the Falklands War, I suppose. Yeah.
But
Sadly,
this was just that. It was that Kennedy moment, wasn't it,
Yeah.
in the modern era? And
purely because I think, you know, I don't know, the Falklands. We did live through the Falklands, but that wasn't really a world changing.
No, it wasn't a global event. This was massive. This was
literally changed a lot of countries and how things work.
It changed. I think the whole global idea of extreme terrorism. It made the world realise that terrorism isn't just localised to Lebanon, Ireland, you know, them sort of places.
Oh, it changed everything.
It changed everything because it can happen anywhere. I mean, we had the 7/7 bombings over here. We've had terrorist atrocities and stabbings and suicide bombings and all sorts. And it brings it home to you that there are people out there that will do this sort of thing, you know. And it's happened in America with the McVeigh bombing in Oklahoma and things. But 9/11 just was the first globally televised event like that, wasn't it?
Do you think I actually always found it weird. This is the weird thing, right? There's so many terrorist things that have happened around the world. Yet bizarrely, the only one where I can remember the terrorist's name is Timothy McVeigh with the Oklahoma bombing. I don't know why.
Oklahoma bombing. Yeah,
it's like, you know, I don't remember the Unabomber's name. I don't remember
Ted Kaczynski, wasn't it, the Unabomber?
Okay, you're breaking my theory now.
Sorry, mate.
It's like, but for some reason, I know terrorist names never stick. Apart from, like, for some reason, Timothy McVeigh. I don't. That was
wasn't that the Alfred Morra building and an IRS or whatever building?
Yeah, it was a government building, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was like domestic terrorism, but so it had like zero impact on any other country. But yeah, you remember the name
showing my
Timothy
sadness now by knowing all these weird and vague things, aren't I? But
yes,
I am a bit of a geek when it comes to things like that because I always try to look for the reasons behind these sort of things. Why did the Unabomber do what he did? We do see a lot of documentaries, don't we, on them sort of things in the UK that have happened in America. And I do find it interesting how these people become so extreme, so
radicalized,
indoctrinated, and or become convinced of the things they believe, like David Koresh and people like that, you know. And you sort of think, God, this is just mad. How do these people become so brainwashed almost, you know? But
well, don't forget, you've also got, it's not terrorism, but you've got things like, you've got the whole cult thing as well, like Heaven's Gate or
absolutely.
Jonestown. Is it Jonestown?
Jamestown Massacre, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah.
No, Jamestown. No, was it? No, the preacher.
Jonestown. Sorry,
Jonestown. Yeah, I was going to say, Jonestown. That's a horrendous story.
Absolutely. You know, you sit there and think, oh God, what happens? You know, but
it's the malleability of the human personality. People can be kind of cajoled into anything. It's kind of terrifying to.
I mean, for me, my memory of 9/11 is like you say, that it's the first thing that's been televised 24/7 for a whole week, wasn't it? And
yeah, it was the first thing in our experience. I mean, in the US, don't forget, of course, they'd had live cable TV for years. We hadn't really had it.
Absolutely, no, it was our big first thing, wasn't it? And
I think it was. I don't know, but I can't remember anything because I never used to really watch the news.
Only one I can remember was, do you remember the Iranian embassy siege when the SAS were called in?
Yeah, but of course there was no light.
They went in and done that, but there was a time delay on that, wasn't there? Because in case it had gone a bit pants.
Well, yeah, but again, we for those outside the UK, we did not have a 24-hour news channel. We didn't have 24-hour anything in those days.
No,
we literally had we had the 6 o'clock news, we had the midday news, we had the 10 o'clock news, which were half an hour, and they might go longer if it was something like that.
Yeah, you might get the odd news flash, but that was it, wasn't it?
The most you might have is like the 6 o'clock news might spend all the half hour talking about the Libyan embassy, and then they'd finish at 7 o'clock for snooker or something.
Yeah, we are now going over to the BBC studios for a news flash.
Yes.
The Queen has coughed. End of the news flash.
So yeah, we didn't have that. So it kind of just I don't mean to. This isn't the right word, but it captivated me, but not in a good way, obviously. It was something I'd never experienced. It was exciting, but again, not in a. I don't mean exciting in a good way. I mean
no.
I don't mean for the
get
good
where
reasons.
you come from.
Yeah,
totally get what you're trying to say there, mate.
Yeah.
Because I was enthralled by it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It was.
Again, not for the good reasons. But.
No, I couldn't turn away from the screen because I couldn't believe what I was actually seeing. But I must admit, it was admirable how the media handled it.
Oh yeah,
I think it was done very, very tastefully, considering it was the first big test of British media for something like that.
Well, I say I didn't really spend too much time watching Sky because I couldn't stand that woman, whatever her name is.
Oh yeah, I know the one you mean.
Yeah, and I didn't really like the bloke. I didn't like the presenters they had, and I found the Sky.
No.
Well, I found the Sky stuff to be a bit too patronising and looping the same bits over and over and over and over, whereas CNN was a bit more mature about it.
CNN was captivating, wasn't it, to watch?
One thing that I found slightly amusing watching the archive. I've forgotten to take the seam line off that. God damn it. One thing I found amusing was I was watching Aaron Brown do his CNN bit, and when he was reacting to like the first tower falling, or he was reacting to the second plane hitting, his reaction was really kind of like understated, and he was like, and there's a cloud and I can't really see the second tower, and it's all dust, and he was like, I think everybody else in the world knew that tower just collapsed, but he was like, he seemed really like he was just describing a leaf blowing along the pavement.
I think he was shocked, wasn't he? Bless him.
Well, I watched an interview done about 20 years later with him, and the interviewer says to him, what was going through your mind? Because he said, it's always been well known that your reaction was kind of, and he said not just you, but other newsreaders as well, presenters, your reaction was kind of weird. Because like most people will just be losing their minds at that point. They'll be like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
He said, "Well, the thing you have to remember is, I was the only person covering it live for CNN at that point. I've been there for like 2 or 3 hours, and I was going to be there for another 18 hours. It was just me on that rooftop. I had the producer in my ear. I was also acutely aware that I didn't want to give out incorrect information, so I had to censor everything. And if I didn't know something for sure, I wouldn't say it."
Yeah.
And I also had all this information coming in from other sources, and I had to process all that whilst trying to talk live on television. So at that point, my brain was completely in about 1 billion different places.
Yeah, he's fried.
He was also, he said, it as a journalist, it was the most important thing. It was the biggest thing I would ever do in my entire career, and I didn't want to screw it up.
Career defining, isn't it?
Yeah, and he said, I didn't want to screw it up. So I've got all that in my head. And he said, it's almost like the last thing I was paying attention to was anything happening around me, like, at the Twin Towers. Yeah. He said, I was too busy listening to the producer and not trying to screw up. He said, and it was really weird, but he said, I agree. When you watch it back, it's almost like I'm not there. I'm not seeing what everybody else is seeing. He said, but it's just because you can't explain it when you're trying to present that. He said the whole thing was so unbelievable.
Can you? It's so fast. It's so wow. Well,
he said all of that going on, as well as me trying to deal with what I've just seen happen. It's too much for the humour. He said it's just too much for my brain.
Yeah. Apologies if we are upsetting anyone. We're not intentionally trying to.
No, I think chat's talking about other stuff, and
you know, it's just a global event that happened, but you know, we're talking about, we're not trying to glorify it or anything like that. No. It's it's just an honest discussion between two blokes thinking back to what we thought when it happened, and I just can't believe it's 20 years.
That's the most scariest thing is that was 20 years ago. We're old, dude. Jesus Christ, we're old.
You know, but Hugh Gordon saying this old Peter lids a flatbed, 3:40 a.m. time for Blanket Bay. He's going to say good night. Thanks for the company. Street dreams when they come. Yeah, I know, mate. This is the bloke who said, "Yeah, we'll come off air at 2:30."
I didn't realise it's actually 3:45. I'll have to go to bed at some point.
Yeah, we'll come off at 4 if you want, mate. That's the thing. When we get going on stuff, we just ramble, mate, don't we?
Oh yeah. Well, like an old pickup truck.
Absolutely. We
Rambler.
go on.
Get it, Rambler. Get it, Rambler.
I am impressed with that.
Get it? I know my old American pick. I don't know my old American.
You can have that, mate.
It's not even a pickup truck. It's not even a pickup truck. It's a it's an SUV before. What would a Rambler is? American viewers, what would an old Rambler be? It's not really. It's not a pickup truck. It's not a SUV because SUVs didn't exist. I don't know what you class that as.
Yeah, that's a point. Yeah.
Or the old like they're like the old they're like big Jeeps, but they've got like 5 doors and they've got the long ones. What would they be?
Yeah.
They weren't SUVs. They weren't pickups. What are they?
Station wagons.
Okay, well the Rambler might be a station wagon, but I'm thinking more of the. What is it like? It's like. Big square bonnet, like 1970s, 2 front doors, 2 back doors, and then a big loading bay and a big thing in the back.
Yeah.
Like a Range Rover, but American 1970s, big like Ford. No, but there's no pickup. It's all in the roof.
Oh yeah, a bit like the Broncos and that. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine a big Range Rover, but it's an American. What were they? They weren't pickup trucks. They weren't SUVs.
No.
What were they classed as? Si Reynolds tells you to check your messenger when you get a chance.
All right, no worries. I'll have a look in the set then, Si.
Look at it with all your eyes.
Oh, let's bung that down. Where's my mouse?
Now be careful. He might have sent you links to Forge World and shit that you have to spend money on.
Yeah, this is yeah.
Always be careful of links from me and Si Reynolds. It never ends well for you. You know it.
All right, yeah, no worries, Si. Yeah, not a problem, Si. No worries, mate. We'll sort something out.
Is that bit glued on off camera because I'm a chud?
Oh yeah, that's that link to that guy that did the hand carving of all the tiles on the space shuttle.
All right.
Yeah. JCJ Chong Studios. Damn, the guy's unbelievable.
Sticky. There we go. Sticking now. Yes.
I've got loads of admin to do tomorrow. I've got emails I need to reply to, and yeah, because obviously I've been out the loop for a few days, and
yeah.
I'll sort all my admin out tomorrow. So if anyone in chat has sent me a message and I haven't responded, one, I'll hold my hands up and apologise, and I will endeavour to get back to you tomorrow. Today.
Soonest, as they say.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got the sniffles, haven't I, as usual? God damn it.
Good, man. Nothing wrong with that. We've got our Fox back then.
Sniffly times.
Gotta have the sniffles, mate.
I'm building all these guys with like melee weapons. A, because it's easier, and B, because they look more kick-ass than dudes with bolters.
Yeah, I must admit, I've got to get some dudes to build. I've got some bits and bobs. I've got various bits of Warhammer stuff laying around. I just need to get into. And
you've got all the bits of Warhammer stuff laying around.
I know. I've got a load of stuff in the basket, but I've already spent this month's money. So,
as my therapist would say, and what do we say when we're feeling down? Add to basket. No.
Yeah.
That's that meme, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got some paints that I want to get, but at the moment I'm happy. I've got me, what's his name, Stomper, and I've got me Battle Wagon to do. So I've got some
Stomper.
Warhammer.
I mean, you could
Ross
get
sent me some dudes.
You could get weeks out of that battle wagon.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you know, it's not a complicated kit, but it's big, and you could get weeks of painting and building and weathering out of
Oh yeah, I think the Festerizing that's going to happen to that poor thing.
that. Oh yeah.
Because I can't build out the box. You know,
I think
now that I've been told
yeah,
I have
because
to
don't
add
forget you've got to build
everything.
it with all the wheels, but then attach some like skis to the bottom, so it's the winterized version
Yeah.
with a you know, a crow's nest and shit.
I was waiting for that.
Maybe a massive radar antenna or something.
Oh yeah, the filming of that's going to start as well.
Oh yeah, good lad.
I know.
Do you know what?
So
Have you got any
looking
update on your update yet, or is that still up in the air?
No, it's the 23rd at the moment, mate.
Well, of this month.
This month, yeah.
Cool.
Got me COVID pre-op thing next week. I've got me flu jab next week because I'm at risk, obviously. So I've got that. And then I come back into this COVID bubble, and that's it. I don't do anything until the op.
Yep.
I'm not building myself up for it because it's already been postponed once, and you know I'm resigned to the fact that it may be postponed again. So I don't want to psych myself up this time because I was fully prepped last time. And
yeah, better to assume it's not going to happen. Yeah, better to assume it's not going to happen and be pleasantly surprised than assume it's
but
going to
like
happen.
we are, it's not the best thing, is it? When you've built yourself up, you get, dare I say, you get depressed, don't you? And
Oh, yeah.
So this occasion, I'm just going, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't.
Yeah. If it happens, it happens. If it does. Well, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, well, that's lots of time at the bench.
Absolutely. It's not the end of the world, is it?
No.
But I prefer it to happen because it's going to alleviate a lot of the pain I'm in. So, yeah, you know, that's a plus. But it's not the end of the world. There's people out there at the moment a lot worse off than Festa. So.
Yeah. It's better to assume it's not going to happen and then be pleasantly surprised when they get the finger out and do it.
Absolutely. You know,
if you expect nothing, you won't be disappointed when you get nothing.
Absolutely. But what will be, will be.
Yep. Que sera, sera.
Absolutely. You know, and I've had some lovely messages off of people as well. So I much appreciate it.
Yep. I can't say que sera, sera without then saying, I hope it's chips, it's chips.
Oh, no.
Anybody outside anybody who didn't live through the 1980s in the UK and doesn't know about McCain oven chips won't even begin to understand that.
Oh dear, oh, so sad.
Will it be chips for tea? Will it be mushrooms, fried onion rings?
Rings. We'll have to wait and see.
Will it be, what was it now? Will it be something? Da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Oh, it's chips. It's chips. Yeah. Anybody who wasn't around in the 1980s? Yes. Blue car around the... Never mind.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would be copyright if I sang that.
I don't know, mate, but monetization for tonight's gone, mate. We've been effing and blinding all night.
I don't think swearing makes a difference now. They have changed it a bit, actually, that language doesn't really affect monetization that much anymore. Yeah. I think the worst you get for swearing is that you've marked it as not for kids anyway.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think the worst is you might get the yellow dollar sign of maybe not suitable, and you just dispute it, and they say it's fine.
Yeah, I've had that before. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Man, every time I've had a yellow dollar sign, I just dispute it, and within 24 hours, like, yeah, no, you're actually fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
The red car and the blue car had the race, but all Red wants to do is stuff his face. He eats everything he sees, from rocks to prickly trees. But good old Blue, I don't know, I'm doing a German accent. Good old Blue, he took the Milky Way. Something, something, something floaty light, because it won't spoil his appetite. Oh no, the bridge is out.
Yes, folks, he is really gone mad.
Good old Blue, he took the Milky Way. Das ist richtig. But you can't do adverts like that anymore.
Now you've got to do the advert in the voice of Arnie.
Oh dear, no.
That always gets you.
No.
Legendary.
Yeah, you couldn't do adverts like that anymore now, extolling the virtues of your chocolate snacks to children and saying it won't spoil your appetite.
I know.
It's not allowed anymore. It's amazing what they got away with. Like the fudge
Hasn't
adverts.
the world become rather boring though now?
Well, no, but it's like, trying to promote your chocolate sweets as healthy for children when they're completely not. They're not.
Yeah, but
that's what you can't. I mean, I can understand why you can't do that anymore.
We grew up eating mud, scrumping, and eating all the stuff that bread and dripping. I mean, come on.
Oh, bread. Oh, dripping butty.
But you know what I mean? Yeah.
Lard. Do you ever have a lard sandwich?
Yeah.
Oh, that give you a coronary just thinking about it.
Imagine giving that to a kid now. Could you, honestly? Oh, mate, what's that? That's lard in there, mate.
Lard.
Spread it on like butter. Get in there.
Spread it on like margarine. No, you can't do margarine. Oh.
Yeah.
Why did margarine get banned? Was it made of cancer or something? I can't remember now.
I don't know. It got taken off the market.
Maybe it's all the UK. Maybe it's horribly nasty or something. I can't quite remember.
Wasn't there something to do with some of the additives in it at the time?
I think it was something to do with all of it. I think it was all made of just death and disease. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was just liquid. Yeah,
liquid. It was liquid pestilence, clearly. But you know what?
Yeah.
Good old Blue. He took the Milky Way.
Edward Leonard's come out of a classic there. He says, okay, he says, Fox is still sanding that same effing dude for 50 minutes. Yeah.
No, I'm on my third one now.
I was going to say, yeah, there's multiple dudes been done.
I'm on my third one now, fella. Don't get too panicky. They just all look the same. This is the truth of Deathgar. Any.
Oh, dear. I love the way that people don't have your back.
Oh, nobody has my back.
It's brilliant. It's like, really? Oh, don't ever change, Fox. Don't ever change, mate.
Can't be bothered. Never going to change because it's far too much like hard work. I don't do
Paul D. Tommaso says, I'm off to bed. He says, depression has knocked me down hard. I just want to sleep and forget everything. Absolutely, mate. You get your head down.
Take care, buddy.
And hopefully tomorrow is a better day for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Again, we're here and about. If ever you need to PM any of us and have a moan and a wibble and a good old chin wag, we'll always listen, mate.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do. Unless it's Fox, we just mock him because you've got.
That's taken as read. That's kind of assumed.
Candygram says, take care to Paul D. Tommaso. Best thoughts, buddy. Kevin says, hey, bitch, I have your back when it matters. All other times, you're troll bait. Absolutely.
Troll bait. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, troll bait.
Edward says, what's that? 1.5 hours a dude. He says, do not be proud. I'm proud of him for that. That for Fox is a massive, massive improvement.
All I can say is, why in the name of Satan's arse have I got the Crown Court theme tune in my head right now?
I think I can remember the Fox doing a 4-hour Warhammer Sunday stream and gluing an arm on a dude.
Hey, when I'm doing my own streams, I'm taking care of my viewers. I'm allocating my points into viewer happiness. If it means I don't get much else done, that's fine.
I've heard it called some things. Oh, bless you.
Just because some people can paint an entire flipping oil painting in half an hour. I'm just a smart ass.
William Rayborn says, night, Paul. Hope you get some sleep.
Yeah, night, Paul.
Strong, my friend.
Take care, buddy.
Mate.
Oh, hello. Morning, Vicar.
Dan Kramer says, yep, that's a Fox marathon, mate.
Snickers. What do I need now? C91.
Candy Graham from Mongo says, you tried to pull a fast one there and Edward called you out. He's still giggling. Yeah. But don't forget, Fox hasn't built anything for 8.5 weeks, so he is kind of out of touch.
Yeah. I am. I'm out of touch. I've not been well, you know.
God bless you.
Well, I've nearly finished this guy, so I say nearly. Not really nearly.
Yeah, I'm gone as far as I can on my Waz bomb. I want glue to dry now.
Waz bomb.
Waz bomb, Waz bomb.
By a grove. I don't know why I just said that.
Can have a spider pig for your trouble.
Spider pig.
I am so tempted to do that as a rusty panel.
Do it as a rusty panel. If there's temptation, do it.
It's calling on me, isn't it?
It's orc.
It's calling on me.
You have to give in to every single temptation when it's orc.
It's not it's real.
It's not a pristine device of war. It's a piece of crap they've stuck together with dead things and string, and they've bolted it together with whatever they can find on the battlefield. So it needs to look like a piece of crap they've put together with stuff they found on the battlefield. That's the beauty of orc, you see. You're making a model of some shit that was cobbled together by an idiot.
Yeah, 3 orcs and a squig.
Yeah. Just keep in your mind that orcs are basically football hooligans with guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, who you calling hooligans?
Yeah, he called us hooligans.
Bloody humies. Actually, I can't. They wouldn't say bloody. They'd say zogging. I think zog is a swear word for orcs.
Yeah, Ganyagram says, yeah, it's good to see you back.
Well, see my back, just my hands. Here all week, try the fish.
Si says, it's okay, Fox. I've been cleaning, chiselling and applying photo etch to a 1/24th steering wheel since I came in.
Good.
3 dudes versus 1 steering wheel. Nothing changes.
Can I also point out that in the time it would take me to build this entire box set, Cy Reynolds would have cleaned a backpack. So, careful what you wish for, peeps. Because I could go all professional and take as long as Cy Reynolds would. And then you'd really be like, wow. Cy Reynolds, carefully sands molecules.
Oh, does he take it to a whole new level, does he?
Yeah, especially backpacks, which are the bane of his existence. If you ever want to put Cy in a bad mood, just say, backpacks.
Oh, really?
Send him a box of backpacks and see how he reacts. That little chipmunk face will go all crumply. But good old Blue, he took the Milky Way. If you're not in the UK and you don't know the advert we're talking about, go onto YouTube when you get a minute and just do a search for the red car and the blue car had a race, or the red car and the blue car Milky Way. Just find it and watch it. Or if you're young and you don't know the advert. That bloke that did that song and sang it did all the adverts in the 1980s and 1990s. All of them, every single one. He was on it, and the voice of the singer. Anything with a song, he was it. I can hear it in my head now. God damn it!
It's there.
Ding 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 ding. And it's amazing to think that the animation in that advert. If you or I, just on ourselves, were drawing each frame of that advert, it would take us a decade.
Yeah.
And yet it's all hand drawn animation. It's not the best in the world, but it's still for an advert that maybe ran for like 8 months. It's a lot of work.
Takes it to a new level, doesn't it?
Yeah, you wouldn't get that nowadays.
Oh, no.
Kids today, just get off my lawn.
Yeah.
With your you faces and your my tubes. Your hippity hop and your rockety roll. Nonsense, I don't know.
God, MySpace. Do you remember MySpace?
Oh, yeah. I had a MySpace page.
Same here.
I don't think I did anything with it.
Yeah, mine had a bit of music on there and a bit of a bio, but that was about all.
Well, that's what everybody's had, but yeah, that's kind of what it was. But
yeah, no, it's
kind of the extent of it, I think.
Yeah, that's about as far as it went, wasn't it?
I was friends. I was friends with Tom.
No, friends with Tom.
Yeah, everyone was friends with Tom.
Yeah.
I actually read an article a couple of years ago that actually the journalist decided to try and find out what happened to MySpace Tom.
Yeah.
I can't remember. He's probably working in. I think he ended up working in some.
It was one of those, wasn't it? It just suddenly didn't become a thing. Facebook came along, wasn't it? But I didn't make a conscious decision to switch. I just stopped using it.
Well, Facebook came along, and also MySpace was kind of more aimed at musicians and things.
Yeah,
and other because at the time, early 2000s, I was using there was a website called mp3.com.
Yeah,
which I think still exists, but when I started out, the whole point of mp3.com was you would upload your music, and people would download it, and you'd make a little bit of income.
Yeah.
On clicks. It was like a bit like you make money on a YouTube video by people watching it and ad revenue. I can't remember how it worked, but basically that was the idea, and it was designed for people who weren't signed to labels to do it.
Yeah.
And I put my music on there, and there was one point at which like a single one of my tracks earned me like $3,000 in like a month, and I don't know why, because it wasn't even a good track, but I got a check from $3,000 from mp3.com. It was brilliant. But then very quickly, after about a year or 2 years, they started focusing their interest on actual proper bands and signed bands and labels. And the little independent musicians like me kind of just got we kind of got forgotten about, and I stopped using it then. So I did that instead of MySpace, because MySpace was just like, it was just like GeoCities homepages, really. It wasn't. Well,
you used to have MySpace, Friends Reunited, wasn't it, for old school chums to get back together? It was like, And then, like I say, the Facebook revolution came in, and it kind of took over, and it's I only use Facebook for me group. I rarely go on my own profile.
Well, like Facebook kind of things like MySpace and stuff was kind of, they were kind of trying to be social media before social media really existed.
Yeah.
And then Facebook came along and said, right, this is social media.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the birth of social media then, from that point. It just took off. So, and look where we are.
Strange how people have got so reliant on it, isn't it?
Yep. Absolutely. I'm like you though. I've got my page, but I pretty much don't even use my own personal profile.
No, I go straight in, go into my group. I mean, I got to the point I was actually going to change my own profile to the group, or the the workshop. I'm going to do away with my profile.
Well, you still need your profile to be the basis for everything else.
Yeah,
you can't have a group or a page without a personal profile.
No, but change the name of my personal profile to the group name. You know what I mean?
You can't. Your personal page has to be an actual name. It can't be an organisation or a business. It has to be a lot of people don't realise this, but my first name isn't Mike. My personal profile has my first name as Mike.
Yeah,
but that's not my first name. But unfortunately, on several occasions, Facebook decided that Fox wasn't a real first name.
Yeah.
And I had to send them a photograph of my driver's license to say, there you go. And in the end, I just gave up doing that, because of course, when they suspend your page because you think it's a fake profile, it suspends everything.
Yeah.
And it could be weeks before they sort it out. So in the end, I just put the first name Mike on there to shut them up.
Daft, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially when at the time I was drawing a comic strip that attracted a lot of furries as fans. And of course, half the people that were following my personal page on Facebook at the time were called Jazzy Fluff Paws or Midnight and all this. And it's like, and they get to keep their personal profiles, but I can't keep mine. Come on.
Yeah.
So I gave up in the end.
It's annoying.
Added a random first name to it. But I don't use my personal page anyway.
No. Literally, when I log on, my browser takes me straight to my group page.
Although I've I noticed they've changed it now that when I go to the Boom Hut, it logs me in by default as my personal profile. I have to switch to Model Making Guru and then reload the Boom. It's really annoying.
Can't you change the default interaction?
No. Like when I go to the Boom Hut, Facebook itself is logged in as, because if you go into the top right, you can change from your personal page to a page, to profile to a page.
Yeah.
It kicks me back as my personal profile every time. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like, really? Why are you doing that?
Yeah. So then I've changed it to Model Making Guru, but then it just reloads the home page, the feed page. I'm like, oh god. It's just it made some changes and it does that at the minute, so it's kind of annoying. They always change stuff. Says,
Tom sold MySpace in 2005 for 500 mil, and Facebook kind of just took over that space when the media company that bought MySpace made it a music platform.
It kind of became a music platform, didn't it? No one cares about music anyway. Music, what nonsense.
I can remember the whole Napster thing when that.
Oh god, you remember that?
Blimey.
It's like Pirate Bay, in it. It's all that kind of stuff. All this stuff that was big news at the time, but nowadays is like, who cares?
Yeah, no one really gives a monkeys because
no one remembers anything. Nothing is remembered ever.
The minute video cameras become a thing, people started going into cinemas recording movies. It's just how it was.
I'll tell you, that's one thing. Watching all this 9/11 stuff, not the footage from the day, but one thing that I found myself wondering at the time was, hang on, there's so much footage shot from the events on the streets of New York from different people's points of view. It's like, this was the days before smartphones. Mobile phones were barely mobile phones. They didn't have cameras on them. If you wanted a small camera, you'd have like I think they were called a flip or something. It was not even then. You'd have a small video camera, and yet there were loads of people like filming it. And I thought, what were people filming it on?
Yeah,
because they didn't have smart. And I didn't realise it, but apparently at the time, because there was the mayoral election for that day, there were a lot of TV crews in and around New York anyway. And I think the rest of it was just people who had a camera. They were probably tourists and had video cameras, but they would have been big, chunky video cameras.
Yeah.
I was just surprised how much like amateur footage there was for in a time when people didn't have a video camera in their pocket because it's their smartphone.
Well, my video camera back then was one of those JVC cameras that took the miniature videotapes.
Yeah, that's what most people had.
It was still breeze block size and breeze block weight.
Yeah, I had one of those. I mean, there were the little, I think they were called flips or something, but they weren't that great. But a lot of the footage is really good quality.
Yeah, it's 1080p, a lot of it, or 720p, should we say.
And it's like, in those days, if you bought a video camera, it'd be garbage VHS, but it was like, there was one footage of a guy who was a doctor, and he was caught in the cloud, and then he went over to some firemen who were like setting up in the debris, and he set up a little base camp with a couple of paramedics, and then he was also recovering from inhaling half of the dust cloud, and then he moved on and he filmed some other stuff, and it's like, what was he filming? He was a doctor. I think he just happened to be there, and he went to help out the paramedics, but it kind of took, it's like, what was he filming on? What was he walking around with a video camera? I suppose a lot of people were, because it's New York, but the tourists and stuff. But it was weird. I just found myself thinking, what are they filming on?
Well, yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? Because
like,
you nowadays had phones and things, but you had mini cams and stuff like that. But
yeah, I mean,
it wasn't a great deal.
No, in those days, a mobile phone was literally a mobile phone. Didn't even have internet, so.
Well, no, WAP phones, wasn't it, were just coming in then, where it literally just, the internet was text on the phone, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think even then, that'd be your top end. I think most chuds like me, we had our little Nokias, things like that.
Yeah, I had a little 5210, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get anything with internet till like 2007s.
No, my first internet phone was my iPhone 3G when that came out.
I got a Nokia I got a Nokia N95 in about 2007, and I got my first iPhone in about 2011, I think. But
Yeah.
So I did find myself, and I tried to Google it and just do some Google search for what were people, but I couldn't really find anything out. It was just a fascinating thought that went through my head. What were they filming on?
Well, yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Because I realised that, if you were to do, if it had happened today, then can you imagine how much portrait mode footage there'd be?
Oh, don't, yeah.
That would be a bigger disaster. That 90% of the footage would be on.
The world is full of that. I mean, it does, isn't it? I mean, at first I used to think, why do you get so irritated with it? But having received so much footage that people have sent me that's in portrait, it's like,
Can you imagine how much portrait mode footage of such an event would happen if it had happened today? That's actually an unfortunate thing to say that, but if it was happened nowadays, it'd all be portrait mode crap that you can't watch.
But the thing is, Fox, is most people that do any filming or photographs on their phone will take it out of their pocket, they'll hold the phone up and go click.
Yep.
They don't bother or think to turn it. They just go, oh, quick, get my phone out.
Yep.
Think, there it is.
You know why? Because they're chuds. They're chuds, all of them.
How many times have you messaged me and gone, turn it?
Oh, yeah. For the love of baby Jeebus.
Each one of those, I see it, and people are like, I'm on my phone, and I'm like, yeah, I can tell because you've got it in portrait. Get the phone on the mount.
If they're putting it on like TikTok or something dumb like that, then of course you don't get it in portrait mode anyway. But that's if they can keep them all over there, that's fine.
Yeah.
Get your portrait videos off YouTube.
Yeah.
But I mean, can you imagine nowadays though, if it happened in this day and age, how much footage there would be? You'd have millions of it because everybody would film it.
Mate, there would be a good 80% of it would be portrait, wouldn't it?
Well, it's not so much. I mean, forgetting that for the moment, just how much would actually be filmed, which makes you realise how incredible it was, how much footage there actually was of the whole thing, given the fact it was a time before smartphones and before, if you wanted to film something, you had to have a camera.
Well, this is it. Everyone now is carrying around, on average, a 1080p video capture device on their phone.
Yep.
Back then, that was a minority. No one had iDef back then.
But the thing was... But by contrast, on the other side of that argument, whenever you see a story about man sees UFO / Sasquatch / this, and you think, in the 21st century, it's 2021, and this person who comes across this Sasquatch / UFO / whatever doesn't take their phone out and film it.
Helen said it's surprising that no one has captured UFO stuff on high definition cameras or anything like that.
Yeah,
it's always that grainy image, isn't it? And
it's always taken on like a 1998 potato camera. You know why? Because it's all bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's a lot easier to create hoax footage of low quality than it is to create hoax footage of high quality. And I watched one the other day, and it was like, here's this really clear video of a Bigfoot. I'm like, okay, really clear. Let's see if we have this. It's not just blob squatch.
Yeah,
as it's known in the skeptical circles. And it's like, okay, it is actually really clear footage. It's nice, crisp. I can see a thing walking along. Oh wait, it's 1 second long.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like this 1 second loop. Like it kind of went, and I'm like, what? And then there were like two still shots. I'm like, hang on, this guy's in the middle of nowhere. He's clearly got the nous to have his smartphone out.
Yeah.
Or a camera, and he takes 1 second of footage.
Yeah.
Just get the fuck out of the room. Just
some moonshiner in an old ghillie suit, isn't it? It's like,
and it's like, really, you wouldn't just press record and then stay? No. The moment you get fuzzy footage or it's like 1 second long, it's just nonsense.
Yeah, Edward Leonard says he had a Motorola flip phone. Yeah, I used to have the Motorola Razor, little flip phone.
When my dad in the mid-90s was waiting for a kidney transplant, he got his first ever mobile. My dad was in his 50s by that point. He didn't care. He didn't know about mobiles. And that was an old 1990s Motorola flip phone with the pull-out aerial and everything.
Yeah.
We've still got it somewhere. It's absolute garbage.
Oh yeah, we all have that man drawer, don't we? That's full up with old mobile phones and stuff that we've accumulated, and it is quite interesting. Some of the finds you got, and they've got an old Sagem Vodafone one in there with a pull-out aerial. It's like,
I must admit, our man drawer doesn't have any mobiles in it. It just has endless amounts of Nokia chargers.
Yeah, we got phones in there.
Until I got my iPhone in the early 2010s, I was a Nokia man through and through. I was Team Nokia all the way.
Yeah, I used to like the little Nokia phones, and then
I got my iPhone.
Where I got my Razor from. I think it was a Works phone back in the day, the Razor. But yeah, it was one of them, Discovering that you could send a text message on a mobile phone, thinking it was something imaginary and brilliant. It's like,
I remember my first ever mobile phone. My friends actually bought it for me. It was quite nice.
Mm.
And it was an old Nokia, I think 5210. Was that the rounded one with single black and white screen, green and black screen? And to me, it was the most amazing thing. I was lying there in bed the next day when I woke up, and I was just like going through the menus and checking it out. Yeah. And I was like, "Wow, this is amazing!
Yeah,
this is amazing."
It was weird, isn't it? I've got a phone that I can have on me all the time. It was just weird, isn't it? It was mind-boggling.
But the real irony is that we all got these mobile phones in the 1990s. And yet, how often did you actually ever phone anybody?
Well, yeah, you didn't, did you? Especially if it was pay as you go, because your top-up card went straight away, more or less, didn't it? It was like,
No, I think I was always on contract, but it was like, I just used it for texting all the time.
Yeah.
Mobile phone, you can use it as a phone. No.
The thing is, nowadays, your phone goes, you just got flick it to one side. I don't want to talk to anyone.
I remember my mind being blown the day I discovered that where it used to say Nokia on the screen on the phone, in the little sort of black and grey or green and grey screens.
Yeah.
It was an image.
Yeah.
And you could actually install your own little image.
Yes.
So you could have a custom screen. It was like you'd have to go and draw it pixel by pixel, this little black and white image.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I had 007. I think I had the 007 on mine.
Yeah, and that was in the days, that was before wallpapers on phones. You were literally almost pretty much hacking into the phone and replacing, because you wouldn't know looking at it that it was actually an image. The Nokia
used to get the little lead that if you took the back of the phone off, you could clip this lead onto the motherboard, couldn't you, and plug it into the PC. And
I think it might have been the network provider logo or something. I think it was when you turn the phone on.
It from Vodafone or whatever to whatever. Mine was just like 007 with a gun.
Yeah, I can't remember what I had on mine. Stupid little character of some sort, probably.
Yeah, I remember doing that because you'd better download them as well.
Oh, no, I didn't have internet at that point.
Yeah, the logos, because you could have the Batman logo, 007, you could have a Zorro mask. All exciting stuff, this, folks.
Why was there always Zorro masks? Who gave a shit about Zorro, ever?
I don't know.
There's always something... Whenever you got like this stuff for your phone in the 2000s, there was always something for Zorro, and it's like, why? What audio? There's nobody... What? Yeah.
Why do I want to have a Zorro hat and mask? I don't want one.
Yeah, it's like nobody cares about Zorro. It's like it'd be like having the Rocketeer stuff. It's like, what?
Yeah. It's like, what's that all about? Well, dude, it's nearly 4:20.
Well, if you can go for a couple more minutes, I can finish this last dude.
I am not going to let you go until you've got this dude done, mate, because I can feel the tension.
This is where I realised there's a whole extra page. I'm like, oh, bollocks.
Oh, yeah, I very nearly went to face cam and then realised, I haven't got a t-shirt on.
Let's not do that now. Or at least, you may have to vest yourself, perhaps, before you do such a thing.
No. I'm staying as I am. It's too hot.
Don't ever change. Right,
no intention of doing that.
I mean, not clothes, obviously. You should always change clothes.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think what I can do on Sunday. I might dig out the battle wagon.
You could do an enormous poo. Not on camera, obviously.
No.
I mean, just as a matter of course in your daily activities. God, everything on this pauldron is spiky and I can't hold it in any position to get this nub off. Ow! Whichever way I try and rest the pauldron in my thumb and finger, it's digging into it with a spike somewhere.
Yeah.
But I need to hold it in place to get rid of this nub. It's like, ow! It's the one downside of Death Guard. They hate you.
Come up with something, put the Waz bomb on as well, don't I?
So what have you got now then in your stash to do for Warhammers?
Oh, God, I've got some dudes. I'm trying to think what they're called. Is it Gretchens?
Gretchens, yeah. But they're the same as
I've got-
Grots, basically. Gretchens and Grots are the same
Yeah.
thing, basically.
I've got an Orc battle wagon
Yeah.
and the Orc Stomper that we're doing as the buddy build.
Yeah. Have you not got another one of them Orc cars somewhere? You know, like you got your custom booster blast. Didn't you get another one? Didn't you
I
get
got
the
a trike, didn't I?
Didn't you get the Squig Buggy or something? The Rucker Truck Squig Buggy, or am I
Do you
just
know,
imagining that?
No, you might be right, actually. It
I
might
thought.
be one
I'm
buried
pretty.
away
Oh, did you not
somewhere.
get the Shock Jump Dragster? So I'm sure you got another. Orc
I got the
car.
booster blaster that I've painted.
Yeah, I'm sure you got another. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you got another one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Your booster blaster.
I'll have to hunt through me stash.
Yeah, I'm sure you got another one. I can't remember what those. There's the Shock Jump Dragster, which is like the Formula One car looking one. There's the Custom Booster Blaster, which has got the guys hanging out with the Molotov cocktails and stuff everywhere.
That's right.
There's the Squig Buggy, the Rucker Truck Squig Buggy, which is just covered in squigs. It's all squigs everywhere.
Unless it was one I was planning to get.
I'm sure I thought you got one. I could be wrong. I could be just making that shit right up, pulling out my ass.
No, I've got me curious now.
I don't want to go down near you're curious, thank you very much. You think you're curious to yourself, filthy little bugger. Filthy little bugger. Babbity-babbity-bab. But this needs to go in there.
Unless it's still in my Goblin Gaming wish list. I don't think so.
No.
Sure, I've got something else.
I thought you had, to be perfectly honest.
Mm.
But maybe you didn't. Maybe, like you say,
Yeah,
you just
I've done the
thought about it.
Sentinel. That's there.
Yeah, we don't talk about that, though, do we?
No, that was Epic Dad cheating us.
We don't talk about that because it's not orcs. But also because of all the, Sentinel Gate.
Yeah, you got me thinking now. I'm sure there is another one I got.
It's a bad
Ross sent
day.
me the trike, didn't he? The Space Marine thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I thought I had another orc thing.
Maybe not. Because I remember when you got the custom booster blaster, I said to you, check out the other ones, you'll love them. There's loads of, like the Squig. I said, you should check. I remember telling you to check them all out because that you'd like them all. But maybe I'm wrong. I thought you'd ordered one.
You know what's going to happen? I'm going to go on Goblin Gaming.
You're going to accidentally order some shit, aren't you?
See, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. Goblin sent me £18 yesterday.
Yeah, I had a payout from them.
I've no idea why, because nobody's told me they've ordered a load of expensive stuff. So.
Yeah, I ordered some paint.
Oh, that'll be part of it. Unless Cy Reynolds ordered like five
as well.
Yeah, maybe Cy probably ordered like 5 of the Octarius sets or something, so he can scalp them. You know what he's like.
You do realise now this means now that I'm in Goblin Gaming, I need to.
Oh God, are you on the website?
Yeah, I'm in there, mate.
Cool. I'll prepare my PayPal for incoming.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see how many points I've got. Oh my god!
Wait, points doesn't help me, bastard.
Oh my god!
Is there something in your basket then, or is it not?
No, there's nothing in my basket at the
Right.
moment. I'm just looking.
There's your problem right there, basically.
I'm looking at the points. There's 401 points now.
I don't think you get much for that. There you go. 3 dudes done. Look,
Oh, you legend!
ledge.
Oh, Sai says he ordered a ton of Pokemon cards.
Do we have to point at him and laugh now or later?
No, it's about 900 quid's worth. Fair
Really?
play, mate.
Why would you? What? I don't understand. I don't understand.
Yeah, there you go.
Cards. Wow. Well, thank you for that, Cy Reynolds. That clearly they sent me a big chunk of money. Why would you? I don't understand trade game card thing. Candygram is most impressed by my quote. You could do an enormous poo.
That is impressive.
You don't. You said quality quote by Fox, model by Kangaroo Wolf.
He's brilliant, isn't he?
Dan Kramer's off. He says, I'm out my peeps. It's been up since 4 a.m, so I'm crashing. Funnily, we're up at 4 a.m. It's now.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. There you go, mate. Thanks for joining us both. Massively appreciated.
Edwin Leonard says to Candygram, Jeff, I have no great moments in life, but I did help the cell phone industry and had a great hand in developing manufacturing heart catheters, so that's my legacy. That's a good legacy. Edward Leonard says, sounds like my drunken 3D printer purchase about to happen.
Yeah, nothing wrong with buying a 3D printer, mate.
Cy Reynolds explains that he bought about 900 quid worth of Pokemon cards because he can sell them for about 1,600 quid. because of the current market. In that case, good call.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
What you need to do then is buy 1,600 quid worth of cards. You see, I'm a bit mercenary, I know, but
you are.
Yeah. Exactly.
I admire your mercenary. And of course, don't forget, we've both got Goblin Gaming links.
Yeah, so do half through me and half through Col.
But no, if you want to do it through Fox, mate,
spread the love.
We're all right. We don't mind. Tears. The tears. Yeah, come off of Goblin Gaming's website, Col, because you're going to...
How much have you spent?
Money in it. Nothing yet. I'm coming off of there at the
I
moment.
like the way you said yet. That's a good sign.
I know, because I know what will happen. I'll go in it again.
See, what the gang don't know is that we've got this kind of mutual agreement that when Colin buys stuff, he uses my link.
Yes.
And when I buy stuff, I use Colin. So we help each other out.
Yeah.
But of course, it's only a one-way street to me because Colin's buying stuff all the time and I've not bought anything in ages.
I know. Fox is sitting there going, I need some more gold taps for the bathroom. Here, Cole, what do you think of this orc vehicle? Buy that.
Damn, my plan is exposed. No, but
the other week, you messaged me, how you doing, mate? I'm fine and dandy, but yourself, how's mum? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, by the way, I've got a link here that you might be interested in. Bink. And it's like the orc battle wagon when it's like, I've just bought that. Bastard. Right, note to self, stop messaging Fox because it costs you loads of money.
Yes. My messaging me is more expensive than a 1998 O2 mobile call.
Oh, mate, it's more expensive than the price of gold at the moment. It's brilliant.
Oh, yeah. Cy Reynolds says, I used your link for reasons, Fox, but normally it's one for you and one for Cole. Good lad.
Yeah, that's all right. So I'm only pulling your chain, mate.
Edward says I have a whole room. Edward says I have a whole room filled with Lego because of my wife to sell later.
Yes. I mean, my missus is like, God, your kits have grown. I said, yeah, but a lot of them are for E-models. Good ploy.
Yeah. Mopar Not 62 is in and says, hey, Colin, just dropping in to say hello. Hello, Mopar.
Hello, Mopar. Hope you're doing all right, mate. Everything's hunky-dory. We're literally just about to come off of air because Fox has done 3 whole dudes. Look at that. That is worthy. Wow. Look at that.
Yeah, but they've all got big choppers.
Moodiness.
Got all the enormous chopping implements.
Yeah, I am impressed, mate. That's a lot
all the
of
tentacles. Look at all the tentacles. Filthy.
Yeah,
I went for the slappy hand as you instructed.
Oh yeah, look at that. Now that is proper elbow hand, isn't it?
Yeah. He's got a proper slappy hand going on there. Oh, yeah. He fell over.
That'll be the driest of dry slaps, mate. I'm mightily impressed with you there, mate.
I made 3 things. Ooh, yawning.
I know you've done yourself proud.
I can put them with all these other Death Guard I've spent the last 8 months building.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but you know what? I've still got all these to build yet.
Holy moly.
I've got 40 Pox Walkers to do and another 5 or 6 Space Marines. So, yeah.
You do realise this is going to take you 12 years to paint.
Yeah. But the other thing, of course, is to bear in mind that I also have all the Death Guard in the Warhammer Conquest set.
Yeah.
And then I have just been sent, very recently, someone else's entire Warhammer Conquest set because they realised they didn't want to paint it and thought they'd gift it to me. So
that's
I'm
nice.
gonna have like a billion Death Guard.
Absolutely. And of course,
That's-
have any of them got backpacks that you can send up the site to sort for you, mate?
Every single one has a backpack.
Oh, there you go, Si. That's a fair exchange then, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's about 80 or 90 backpacks. That's pretty good.
Edward Leonard says Fox's bucket of shame.
No, these are just like, because these are all the ones, because Mama Fox bizarrely got me the start collecting Death Guard.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, Mama Fox got me this Combat Patrol.
Yeah.
But the other ones are all ones that I can't remember where they came from, but I had them. I think somebody sent me a load of sprues of Death Guard. I can't remember where I got them from, actually. But I had a load of them, so I built them up anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure I've got some sprues in the stash room, Warhammer based. I'll have a dig out.
Yeah, I've actually forgotten where these all came from. It's been so long since I've made them. There's loads of Pox
Space
Walkers.
Marines.
I think there might have been. I think somebody sent me. Might have been Vincent sent me all. I can't remember what it was now. And I had a load of Death Guard anyway.
Yeah, Vincent sent you a load because he sent me the chain rasps from them.
Yeah.
Is it Age of Sigmar or something? I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's something else. I think I can't remember now. I had a load of Death Guard sprues. I think I don't know where. I've blinked since then. So.
Si says I sent you those from Dark Imperium.
That's it. Yes, he sent me all the Death Guard from Dark Imperium.
See, Si, he's forgotten you already, mate. 8.5 weeks away, and he's forgotten you.
I don't even know what day it is. I'm on pills and I don't know what I'm doing. So.
Oh, bless you. No. Honestly, mate, it is good to see you back. You know that because you know we all miss you, mate. You're as mad as a box of frogs, but we all miss you.
I mean, I'm not actually back. You might not see me again now for weeks, but
no, that's totally understandable, mate.
Circumstances right now dictated that I can actually do this tonight. So
yeah, and it's a nice distraction for you, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah,
putting up with me.
That's all right.
So you're doing the voice now. You're getting good.
Yeah, with an H in it.
With
one of them, isn't it?
You go. Yeah,
I found myself starting to say it's one of them, innit?
It's funny. I've noticed Ted does it on a Monday sometimes. He'll go, yeah, all right, and he started dropping his H's, and it's quite comical.
But your catchphrase is, it's one of them, innit? So I've started saying it myself.
Yeah, it's just how it is, isn't it? It's one of them.
Yeah, it's just one of them, isn't it?
Have you some of that?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, folks, we're going to wrap up now.
Yep. I must go to sleep. I'm actually knackered.
Fox needs to go to sleep. I'm going to go and have something else to eat and a cup of tea. So
yawning.
We'll up and leave you. Say a massive thanks for you for joining us, folks. It's been
thank you everyone for coming along. It's been nice to see you all, albeit briefly.
Absolutely. Hopefully you've enjoyed our inane rubbish that we talk and look forward.
Is there
to
any other
you.
kind of rubbish that we can talk? It's always inane.
Absolutely.
It's the best kind of rubbish is inane rubbish.
Look forward to seeing me patrons for tonight's live stream, and then I'll see you on Sunday.
You might see me on Sunday, but I can't promise it yet.
That's all right, mate. You're there. Pardon me. Matron.
Do you want to put some words in that sentence?
Yeah. Neris. So, look forward to seeing you all over the weekend.
Yep.
So it's bye-bye from me.
Bye-bye from me. Adios to me, birds.
Take
care, and subscribe. My first light stream. And subscribe.